The first day I crossed over, there wasn't a single grain of rice at home. As expected, being a simp only leads to a miserable end. But you? You just up and died, leaving me to deal with this mess. My name is Jiang Chun. I used to be just an ordinary, overworked millennial in the 21st century. One day, on my way home from work, I jumped into a river to save a drowning mother and her child. I got them out of the water safely, and then my lights went out. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in Dezhou, in the village of 3 mountains. I'd become a boy with the same name as me. At first, I was excited about getting another chance at life. But after going through the memories of this body's previous owner, let's just say that excitement didn't last long. This kid was 18 years old. His mother had died young, and he lived with his old father, older brother, sister-in-law, and 2 nieces and nephews. His father spoiled him after his mother passed away. While other kids in the village were helping out in the fields by the time they were 13 or 14, this kid, he was still lazing around at 18, stealing chickens and causing trouble. The villagers summed him up in one phrase: a no-good scoundrel. This year's harvest was poor, and the family didn't have much saved up. To make things worse, the father had injured his leg while hunting in the mountains. Treating his injuries had cost a chunk of the family's savings, and now he had to rely on a crutch just to get around. Times were tough. But then, because of a mere hint from his crush Chinhua and a little egging on from his so-called buddies, this guy stole the family's winter food supply to trade for a silver hairpin he planned to gift her as a token of love. Whatever was left after buying the pin, he blew on food and drinks with his good-for-nothing friend, Zhang Sampo. On the way home, he got so drunk he passed out in the snow just outside the village. A passerby found him yesterday morning, and his older brother Jiang Tian carried him back home. He's been unconscious ever since. When he woke up today, it wasn't him anymore, it was me. As for that silver hairpin he traded the family's precious food for, long gone. Maybe someone swiped it, or maybe it got lost along the way. But honestly, the hairpin doesn't matter anymore. Even if we found it and pawned it, it wouldn't buy back enough food for 6 people to make it through the winter. It's a bad year. No food. I didn't know what to do at first. Maybe I could try making salt like the main characters in novels? But selling illegal salt is against the law. Brewing alcohol? I'd need grain for that, and I was already starving. As all kinds of wild thoughts ran through my head, I suddenly felt a warmth in my chest. A simple piece of tortoiseshell appeared out of nowhere, floating right in front of me. I froze. Back when I drowned, I vaguely remembered grabbing onto something. It had felt just like this tortoiseshell. Could it be that this thing was what caused me to cross over? I leaned in closer to inspect it. The tortoiseshell was covered in glowing patterns, and a dim, flickering star hovered above it. At the boundary where the light and darkness met, 2 characters were etched into it. Uncertain, not yet divined. Not yet divined, but foreseen? My breathing quickened. Could this thing actually predict the future, helping me avoid danger and seize opportunities? I pushed down my excitement and reached out to touch the tortoiseshell. It let out a soft hum. Uncertain, not yet divined, suddenly shifted into profit, foreseen. The tortoiseshell trembled and spat out 3 thin bamboo sticks. 3 lines of small text glowed on each stick. Today's fortune, average, minor blessing, south slope of Black Mountain. A lost rabbit has crashed into the snow. Go before noon, and there could be something to gain. Moderate blessing, south peak of Black Mountain. Several deer have been spotted. Bring a bow, and you might have a reward. Major misfortune, an aging wolf king, defeated by a new rival leader, has been exiled to the north base of Black Mountain. Obtain its pelt, and you could earn a handsome fortune, but beware the wolf king's attacks. As I stared at those 3 lines, my hands trembled. It does have the power to predict and calculate. Immediately, my mind whirred with possibilities. With this ability, I wouldn't have to worry about starving. A fortune a day could bring endless opportunities. I calmed myself down and examined the choices carefully. The rabbit? That's free meat right there. Just the thought of it brought a smile to my face. If it's true, I could finally have a proper meal today. The deer? Plenty of meat for a long time, and the hide could be sold for money. But there's a catch. I don't know how to shoot a bow. It's not an option for now. The wolf king? Its fur could be sold for a fortune, but let's not kid ourselves. A wolf king is still a wolf king. I'd have to be crazy to go after that. That's not called hunting. That's called asking to die. I didn't hesitate and chose the rabbit stick. The bamboo stick turned into a stream of light and entered my body, while the other 2 faded away. The tortoiseshell dimmed, too. Looks like I can only consult it once a day. Suddenly, an image popped into my mind. A snow hare frozen stiff in front of a withered tree. From the looks of it, it had knocked itself out and been left outside all night. Most likely, it was already dead. Better hurry. The stick specified, before noon. If someone else found it first, I'd be at a huge loss. I tucked the tortoiseshell away and got up to leave. Just as I opened the door, a small boy was about to knock. Startled, he jumped back and stammered, "Second uncle, you're awake." It was my 6-year-old nephew, Jiang. His hair was yellowish and thin, and he looked scrawny, like many rural kids who were always a little malnourished. My heart ached a bit, and I reached out to ruffle his hair. But as soon as my hand moved closer, he ducked out of reach and ran off a few steps. Grandpa said to tell you to come eat in the main hall. I awkwardly pulled my hand back. Seems like even the little guy didn't think much of me in this family. I followed him to the main hall. Around the low square table sat 4 people. At the head of the table was my father, Jiang Yulin. His hair was streaked with white, and his face was pale and sunken. There was a crutch propped beside him, and he looked like he was still recovering from a serious injury. But his gaze still held a trace of fierceness. They said he used to be a soldier before becoming a hunter after the war. Most of what little the family owned now came from his hard-earned labor. He'd hurt his leg over the summer, and it still hadn't healed. My older brother, Jiang Tian, sat on the left. He had a broad face and slightly hunched shoulders. Next to him was my sister-in-law, Chun Xiaozue, who had red, swollen eyes like she'd just finished crying. At the other end of the table was a little girl, my 12-year-old niece, Jiang Xiaoyan. I lowered my head and muttered, "Dad, big brother, sister-in-law." I was fully prepared to get scolded. It's only fair. It's the least I can do to pay the price of taking over this body and cleaning up its mess. But the moment my father saw me step inside, his expression softened. "It's freezing out there, and you spent the whole night passed out in the snow. Are you all right? Should we call a doctor?" My brother also glanced at me, concerned. "Don't come home so late next time. Yesterday, Dad almost went out looking for you." I froze, completely taken aback. This guy stole the family's winter supplies to trade for a hairpin, and this is how they reacted? No wonder he turned out the way he did. But their kindness only made the guilt in my chest swell even bigger. "Dad, big brother, sister-in-law," I said firmly. "I messed up before. I'm sorry. It won't happen again." The 3 of them turned to look at me with expressions of shock, as if they couldn't believe what they'd just heard. Apologizing? The old me would never have done that. Even more ridiculous things have happened. And has he ever admitted his mistakes before? My father's chest heaved as he got a bit emotional. Admitting your fault is good. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? Come on, sit down and eat. I sat down. In front of me was a ceramic bowl containing a bowl of corn gruel. No, I shouldn't call it gruel. It's more like rice water, with just a pitiful amount of rice grains sinking at the bottom. I glanced around. My bowl could be considered thick compared to others. My brother and sister-in-law's bowls were so watery, you could see the bottom. I shook my head, unable to eat. "I can't eat this." My elder brother looked up and said, "There's nothing else to eat at home. Once I borrow some food, your sister-in-law will make you thicker porridge." I picked up my bowl and poured my portion into my nephew's and niece's bowls. "I ate too much last time, so I'm not hungry right now." My father smiled, comforted. Second son has grown sensible. And then, almost sheepishly, he turned to my sister-in-law. "Xiao Chui, the second son is still young, and he knows he was wrong. Let's wait until he gets married before we talk about splitting the family." Before I arrived, my sister-in-law had already been arguing about splitting the household. Considering what the original owner of this body had done, her request was entirely reasonable. My father, as the head of the family, now had to humble himself and curry favor with his daughter-in-law because of me, his youngest son. Tears welled up in my sister-in-law's eyes as she wiped them away. I'll listen to his father, but living like this is unbearable. Selling staple food to exchange for wine and meat. Anywhere you go, such behavior would draw harsh criticism and scorn. "That's settled then," my father said, breathing a sigh of relief. But he conveniently ignored the latter part of her statement. He poured half of his own porridge into my bowl. "You've been out in the cold and bedridden for such a long time. You should eat something. It's been a difficult year for the family, but once we get through the winter and I can go back to the mountain, things will improve." I sighed inwardly. Even though it was he who had done wrong, my father acted as if it was him who owed me. No wonder the original owner of this body turned out so spoiled. But my father's leg was injured, and he barely drank half a bowl of rice water for himself. With his injury, how could he recover? No one said much after that, each focusing on their porridge. My nephew quickly finished his portion, licking his bowl spotless, yet still clutched at his stomach, clearly unsatisfied. He turned to me and asked, "Second uncle, what does roasted chicken taste like?" "Mom said you ate a roasted chicken yesterday." It's really delicious," I replied, unsure how to describe it. Growing up in my previous life, chicken, duck, and fish were such ordinary staples. But here, they were luxury beyond imagination for most. I said no more, but the boy's mouth began to water regardless. Embarrassed, he quickly swallowed his saliva. I patted his head and said, "Next time, when I go to the town, I'll bring you roasted chicken." "Really, second uncle?" His wide eyes stared at me, and he clutched at my sleeve tightly. His sister rolled her eyes dramatically and scoffed. "Are you dumb? You actually believe second uncle?" "Oh, My nephew, recalling past experiences, let go of my sleeve. The way he looked at me was filled with doubt and distrust. Well, understandable. The original owner even stole food rations from these kids before. How could they expect roasted chicken from me? Xiao Yun, watch your mouth, my brother scolded her lightly. My niece turned her head away without arguing back. Watching the siblings leave, I couldn't help but lament how utterly tarnished my image was in this household. Only my father still treated me like I was a treasure. Still, once I head down from the mountain, even though I might not find a roasted chicken, surely I could manage a rabbit. Tonight, we'd have rabbit stew. I set my bowl down. Dad, I'm heading to Little Black Mountain. My father frowned. What are you going there for now? My brother chimed in as well. It just snowed recently. The mountain paths are treacherous. You'd better not go out. I want to check it out. If I can catch some game, we can have meat for dinner. I replied as I stood up and reached for the door. My elder brother grew anxious. What nonsense are you talking about? You can't even pull a bow. Hunting. I'll take my chances. If it doesn't work out, I'll just gather some firewood, I said firmly, already stepping outside. Get back here. My brother stood up and grabbed the back of my clothes firmly. I tugged a couple of times to no avail, so I turned back and glared at him. Leave me alone. The original owner of this body was spoiled, overfed, and well-sheltered growing up. He was relatively young, but already a head taller than my brother. My glare made him take 2 steps back as though intimidated. Can't you take it easy and stop worrying Dad for once? He said. I looked toward my father, still seated and leaning on his cane, trying to stand. But in the end, all he managed to say was, Son, just come back soon, okay? I'll be back in no time, Dad. I nodded and turned to leave. Before I could step out, however, my father called out to me again. Xiao Chun, it's cold outside. Wear my fur coat. The coat, made from pelted winter dog hide, was thick and warm, far more effective than any regular quilted jacket. It was his go-to when hunting in the mountains. I glanced at it hanging nearby and said, I'll be back before dark. Still, I reluctantly draped it on and stepped out into the chilly wind. Little did I know, as soon as I left, my sister-in-law whispered to my father, afraid I might pawn the fur coat because of its value. That worried my brother too. He immediately deduced I wasn't heading for the mountain, but rather for the town, and began chasing after me toward the county. But I was genuinely going to the mountain. Assuming I was heading to town, he obviously didn't find me there. The village of 3 Mountain was named because of 3 layers of mountains behind it, each steeper than the last. The nearest was Little Black Mountain, where hunters often went for firewood and game. However, the side closer to the village was becoming barren, and game was scarce. By the time I reached the foot of Little Black Mountain, the sun was already high, and it was past mid-morning. Surveying the area, I saw that the recent snowfall hadn't yet melted, making it hard to see obvious signs of wildlife. Not the best conditions for hunting, but hunting wasn't my main plan. Today, the task was simple. Wait for rabbits. Adjusting my compass, I headed southward. Before long, I reached a sunny patch. The snow here had just started to melt, making the area strangely dank and cold. In the melting snow, a cluster of chaotic paw prints caught my attention. Tiny star-like patterns scattered all over. Rabbit tracks. Seems like there's a burrow around here. If I knew how to set traps, I might have even had a shot at other small game too. Ideas popped into my head, but my hands stayed idle, because I had no idea how to set traps. That was something I'd have to ask my dad about later. I ignored the paw prints and walked straight to the tree marked on the compass. After squinting for a while, I finally spotted something. A glimpse of white fur poking out of the snow. Excitedly, I rushed over and grabbed it immediately. A frozen, solid, rock-hard rabbit hung limply in my grasp. And it was a big one. I couldn't hold back my grin. Dinner was sorted. Now I could bring some pride back in front of my niece and nephew. I tied the rabbit to my belt without hurry and turned my attention back to the tracks. This early snowfall turned out to be a blessing for spotting prints too clear as anything. I followed along and stopped under another large tree. By the base of the roots, hidden beneath the withered grass, there was a dirt hole. This is it. I picked up a rock and placed it at the mouth of the hole as a marker. Tomorrow, I'll come back and set a trap. Looking up, I saw that the day was still young. So, I started gathering firewood. Mountains folk like us can only take branches, dry wood, and fallen leaves. Cutting down live trees without government orders was punishable. That's why, even though Little Black Mountain had plenty of trees, the ones at lower altitudes were bare. If you wanted more wood, you had to climb for it. Gathering firewood was hard labor. Being a novice, I spent the entire morning and managed only a small bundle. I tore a strip of cloth from my waist to tie it all together, ready to carry it down the mountain. Behind me, a voice called out, Jiang Chun. I turned around. A guy about my age, wearing a torn-up padded jacket, strolled over, hands tucked into his sleeves. It is you. You're alive and even came all the way up here to gather wood. Zhang Sampo. I recognized him immediately and frowned. He's 2 years older than me and one of the original host's bad buddies. From what I can recall, this guy's favorite thing to do was coax the previous owner of this body into stealing from his family to trade for wine and meat, which he'd then come over to mooch. Many times, he'd lie about family illnesses to borrow money, and to this day, not a single coin was ever paid back. The idea to sell off food rations for that hairpin or swap for wine and meat earlier this week. All thanks to him. His eyes swept over my dog fur jacket, then darted back to his hole-riddled clothes. A quick gleam flashed in his eyes as he nudged me with his elbow, grinning. That jacket of yours? You could pawn it for a good sum. Freezing cold like today. How about a warm meal and wine in the city? I smiled, but not kindly. Still the same, huh? The first thing he says is how to take advantage of me. Feigning a cheerful tone, I replied, your padded jacket's worth a few coins too. How about you sell it first to buy a flask of wine? He tensed instantly. Quit joking. It's the only jacket I've got. How would I keep warm if I pawn it off? I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Hoisting up my firewood, I said, then don't sell it. Now step aside, you're in my way. He stood there, stunned. Normally, we'd call each other brothers, and I treated him better than my actual family. He couldn't figure out what had changed. As I turned away, the fat rabbit hanging at my waist peeked into view. His eyes lit up. You caught a rabbit. Are you roasting it or stewing it? Before I could respond, his hands were already reaching out. In one swift move, he grabbed the rabbit from my waist. Wow, it's huge. Must weigh more than 3 pounds. Perfect timing. My wife isn't feeling well. I'll take it back to nourish her. He even gave me a big thumbs up. Jiang Chun, you're the man. I couldn't help but laugh in sheer frustration. I hadn't said a word, yet this rabbit was apparently already his. Had it been the original host of this body, a little flattery and praising his loyalty might have been enough to actually give the rabbit away. But that person was gone now. Pleased with himself, Zhang was still caressing the rabbit when suddenly, his neck went cold. My machete was already pressed against his throat. I felt zero sympathy for the man who contributed to the death of this body's previous owner. His voice trembled. Jiangchun, what are you doing? Don't joke around like this. Joke? Then laugh. Cha. Trying to force out a smile, his lips twitched stiffly. It's just a rabbit, not a big deal. You're always about brotherly loyalty, aren't you? Even as he protested, his hands refused to let go of the rabbit. I pressed the blade down further, cold steel biting into his skin, and fixed him with a glare sharp enough to kill. He froze, his hairs standing on end. This little brother he'd always been able to coax had suddenly turned into someone he couldn't mess with. Wisely, he gave in and quickly raised the rabbit back to me. Here, take it. I retrieved the rabbit, hung it back on my belt, and sheathed the knife. Only then did he exhale in relief, though his face quickly flushed with anger. Usually, a bit of crying and flattery, followed by a not doing this means you're heartless, and worst case, mentioning Chenhua, would have me instantly bending over backwards for him. But today, I turned the tables and intimidated him instead. Pointing at me, his feet stomped in frustration. Jiangchun, have you no shame? I thought you were my brother. It's just a rabbit, and you pulled a knife on me. I stared him down. You never pay your share, glutton for freebies, and tricked me into selling off my family's food supplies, and now you want to accuse me of forgetting brotherhood? He faltered. It's because I'm poor. If I had money, wouldn't I take you out to eat and drink every day? All right then, I said, gripping him firmly by the shoulder. My family's out of food. How about you share half of your winter rations with us? Then I'll still consider you my brother. He gaped, speechless. His family hardly had enough for themselves, let alone to share. Scram! I shoved him, sending him stumbling backward, and headed down the mountain with my firewood. I've seen plenty of people like him in my previous life, constant talk of loyalty and friendship, but really, just out to take advantage of you. The farther away you stay, the better. A true brother wouldn't make you sell off your family's food. Still, if I'd climbed up the mountain even a bit later today, this rabbit might have actually ended up in his hands instead. Shady character, but his luck wasn't bad. Too bad it ran into me. No wonder the divination earlier said to arrive before noon. Luckily, this guy's laziness saved the day. At the village entrance, a few other villagers were on their way back too. Winter meant no farming, but people always found chores to do, gathering firewood, repairing houses, keeping busy. Seeing a couple familiar faces, I greeted them. Hi Aunt Chun, Uncle Zhao, back from gathering firewood. They glanced over but immediately stepped off to the side, like I was something infectious. I even heard someone mutter quietly, that kid's not dead? How'd he not freeze to death? Yeah, sells off food to buy wine. What kind of person does that? If it were my kid, I'd hit him over the head and be done with it. I'd approached them politely, but hearing this made my vision momentarily darken with anger. I needed to think of a way to fix my reputation in this village. As I readjusted the weight of the firewood on my back, a few of them noticed the rabbit hanging at my waist. Whoa, look at that fat rabbit. Jiang Chun, where'd you find it? Why couldn't I have caught it? I retorted, annoyed. Oh, is Uncle Zhao blind now? Like we can't tell whether someone caught or just picked up a rabbit. Disgruntled, I muttered. On the mountain. Yeah, sure, because where else would it be? Floating down a river? Zhao just chuckled as he teased. Knowing the location didn't matter anyway. There wouldn't be another rabbit there now. The more he talked, the redder my face grew. Then, as if remembering something, he added with a grin. By the way, I saw Sun Jinmei and Chun Hua heading to your house earlier. Looks like they're there to call off the engagement. Better hurry back. Breaking off the engagement? I was momentarily stunned. The villagers, who had been watching the rabbit intently, immediately shifted their focus upon hearing this. They crowded around Zhao Shu, the man with all the gossip, and started asking him questions. Is it true? They're really breaking it off? What about the engagement gifts they already received? With Widow Sun's personality? There's no way she'll return them. Plus, she's got her reasons. The whole selling winter provisions for wine and meat deal. Who's brave enough to marry into that? You should head back, Jiang Kid, before the gifts you sent are wasted. The murmured discussions were crystal clear to me. Instead of feeling angry, I was secretly overjoyed. Breaking off the engagement? Great news. The original Jiang Chun, at the age of 17, was just idling around the village when he ran into Chun Hua, a girl who wore rouge. That encounter completely unraveled him. He turned into an utter simp, begging and pestering his father to propose marriage on his behalf. Chun Hua's mother, Sun Jinmei, had quite the reputation. After her husband's passing, she reportedly angered her mother-in-law to death and eventually sold off their ancestral home last year. Her personality grew even more despicable, and no one in the village dared provoke her. This reputation kept potential suitors far away from her daughter. But to her, Jiang Chun was like a golden goose. When Jiang's father went to propose, Sun Jinmei made an astronomical demand of 20 taels of silver for the bride price. The original Jiang Chun, being dead set on marrying Chun Hua, forced his father to agree, who could only manage to make a down payment to seal the engagement. During this period, the original Jiang Chun continuously stole from his own family to shower her with gifts. Just a few days ago, she hinted at wanting a silver hairpin, which ultimately led to the tragedy of him freezing to death in the wilderness. 20 taels. That was more than a year's worth of living expenses for an ordinary household, including taxes. Sun Jinmei was audacious, sure, but the original Jiang Chun? He was even more ridiculous to have agreed. Her breaking off the engagement? Perfect. It saved me the trouble. A woman like that? I wouldn't dare marry her. There's no way I'm following in the original Jiang Chun's embarrassing footsteps. When I pushed the door open to step inside, the room was filled with the sound of arguing. My father was in a heated discussion with a harsh-looking woman. Dear-in-law, please reconsider. Xiao Chun has truly changed. He went hunting in the mountains first thing this morning. Hunting? Sun Jinmei scoffed coldly. More like he stole something again and traded it for wine and meat? No? My father's expression darkened. He wasn't actually sure if I had gone hunting or sold the dog fur coat. He wanted to defend me, but couldn't find a rebuttal. There's no need to say more. This engagement ends here and now. But we had an agreement back then, and you also accepted the engagement gift money. Sun Jinmei's eyes widened in outrage as she slammed the table. That agreement was based on a bride price of 20 taels. Where is it? No bride price, no marriage, simple as that. My father struck the ground with his cane in frustration. Dear-in-law, let's at least discuss this further. Breaking off an engagement like this will harm your daughter's reputation as much as my son's. Harm her reputation? Sun Jinmei sneered. Let me tell you, with a son like yours, any girl who marries him would be cursed. However, she trailed off and smirked slightly. I'm not completely unreasonable. For the sake of being neighbors in this village, there's room to negotiate. My father's eyes lit up with hope, his voice urgent. What do you want? Name your conditions. It's simple. To proceed with the marriage, you'll have to increase the bride price. My father coughed violently, his voice shaking. Increase it. Even 20 taels was excruciatingly difficult to gather. Now she wanted more? But deep down, my father knew the truth. After the incident with me selling our food provisions for wine, no other family would dare marry their daughter into ours. Sun Jinmei was the only one willing to entertain the idea, because she could see the payday. How much more? 30 taels. Pay 30 taels of silver, and I'll ensure that Hua gets married to your son. Over in the corner, the girl beside her couldn't help but interject, Mother. My father's heart nearly gave out. 30 taels? That kind of money could fetch the daughter of a wealthy family from the county, not some nobody from the village. There was no way our family could afford this. But gritting his teeth, his hands trembling, he forced out a reluctant word. Fine. I'll come back in a year with the bride price. Father, my sister-in-law, who had been pouring water, couldn't hold it in anymore. Where are we going to find 30 taels? When I'm married into this family, I didn't ask for a cent of dowry, and I've already helped out countless times since. Quiet. My brother pressed her back into her seat, though he himself was grabbing at his hair in frustration. Our family could barely save 3 taels in a good year. This year had been especially tough, with famine pushing everyone to the brink. 30 taels was impossible. When spring comes, I'll recover from my injuries and head deep into Arai Mountain to hunt. If I manage to bag 2 wild boars and some extra game, we might just be able to scrape it together. Wild boars. 2 of them. My brother exclaimed in disbelief. Father, in your condition, you can't go to Arai Mountain. Even seasoned hunters avoided Arai Mountain, reserved only for desperate, life-risking ventures. Bears, tigers, wild boars. All manner of death awaited anyone who tried their luck there. Normal villagers only dared to hunt on the much tamer Xiaohe Mountain. My father shook his head solemnly. If this old bag of bones dies, then so be it. If your brother can't find a wife, what face do I have left to meet your mother in the afterlife? Then sell some land instead. My brother gritted his teeth. There's no way you can go into that death trap of a mountain. Sell land. Are you out of your mind? My sister-in-law, feeling the threat, immediately flew into a rage. If we sell the land, what will we eat? How will we survive? Sell half and keep the rest. We won't starve completely. Won't starve? I'm already starving. The bickering escalated into a full-blown shouting match, all while Sun Jinmei looked on with satisfaction. Ah yes, sell your land. Honestly, had it not been for those few valuable plots of farmland, she wouldn't have even bothered to come here. Seeing that the family didn't even attempt to bargain her down, she started wondering if she should have asked for 40 taels instead. Cue my grand entrance. As I pushed the door open, the room fell silent. My father looked over at me, his expression softening slightly. Xiaochen, you're back. Go greet Aunt Sun and Hua quickly. I turned and looked at Sun Jinmei and the girl sitting next to her. The daughter bore a striking resemblance to her mother, a round face, rouged cheeks, and bright red lips. There was a slight flirtatious charm to her beauty, but only just enough to set her apart from other village girls. Compare her to the exaggerated, glammed-up illusion of today's short video content world, and you wouldn't even give her a second glance. This was the so-called goddess the original Jiang Chen worshipped. The standards were shockingly low. Chen Hua met my gaze and immediately snorted in disdain before turning away. Jiang Chen, when are you going to give me the hairpin you promised? I let out a light cough and forced the fawning smile that the original Jiang Chen was infamous for. Soon, soon. Just wait a little longer. I'll get it for you. At this, her expression softened a bit, though she still rolled her eyes and refused to look my way again. I didn't care in the slightest and instead turned my attention to greet Sun Jinmei with a smile. My father, keeping a covert eye on me, noticed I was still wearing the dog fur jacket. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least I hadn't sold it off. Maybe I really was turning over a new leaf. Hoping to further bolster his case to Sun Jinmei, he added, You went hunting today, Xiaochen? It's all right if you didn't catch anything. It's tough in winter. You didn't get frostbite, did you? I untied the rabbit slung on my back and set it down on the table with a thud. Turns out I got lucky. I picked up a rabbit. The moment Chen Hua heard the word rabbit, her head snapped around immediately. That's a big one. She swallowed nervously. Her family had nearly run out of the money from selling their ancestral home, and it had been ages since she'd tasted meat. Dad's face lit up with a wrinkled smile as he saw the rabbit. My son is amazing, managing to catch a rabbit like this. He conveniently ignored the part where I mentioned I found it. Then he turned to Sun Jinmei with a grin. In-law, what did I say? Xiaochen has really changed. Let's cut off a leg to bring back for Dahua. She could use the nourishment. Chen Hua frowned. Only one leg. Dad quickly backtracked. Fine, half of it. We'll send half back with you. I stayed quiet and instead asked, So, what were you and my dad talking about earlier? I heard some commotion outside but couldn't catch all of it. Nothing much. Just your marriage. It's not your concern, Dad said dismissively. But my sister-in-law couldn't hold back. It's all about your wine trading nonsense getting out. The bride price is being raised to 30 taels. You've said enough. My brother cut her off. I frowned and shook my head. No way. My sister-in-law's eyes lit up. Did I finally start caring about the family? Dad, however, got nervous. The last thing he wanted was for me to say something foolish and chase away our would-be in-laws. He quickly tried to mediate. Dahua is so beautiful. 30 taels isn't too much. Really, it isn't. I clapped my hands loudly, interrupting him. Exactly, Dad. Dahua is way too pretty. 30 taels isn't enough. It should be 60 taels at least. The room fell silent. Dad's face turned beet red, his temper flaring. 60 taels? 60 taels. Even if we sold all of our farmland, we wouldn't be able to scrape that much together. He genuinely thought his son had gone mad for Chen Hua. Chen Hua, however, looked at me, for once with a slightly satisfied smile, though it felt more like charity. Fine. If you can bring me a hairpin, I might consider walking through the village with you. What the hell? I pitied the original guy. His family was on the verge of collapse, and even a simple walk with her was seen as a favor. The man likely hadn't even touched her hand. Outwardly, though, I put on quite the infatuated expression. The real fun was just beginning. Dad was so furious he slammed his cane to the ground. Jiang Tian, take your younger brother inside now. My brother got up and grabbed my arm. Let's go. Dad's room has the fire going. Go warm yourself up. Wait. Son Jinmei raised a hand, smiling as she stopped us. Actually, I think Xiaochen has a point. 30 taels isn't enough, 60 taels it is. My father's smile froze on his face. He stuttered. In-law, let's not joke around. Where would I even get 60 taels? That's not my problem. Son Jinmei crossed her arms. If your son wants to marry my daughter, that's the price. Be realistic. Who else in this village would agree to take your useless son as a husband? Dad wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning in with a pleading look. How about 50 taels then? In his mind, he was already calculating. Next year on Second Black Mountain, maybe he could catch a couple of wild boars, sell some pelts, and part with 3 acres of land. It might just be enough. At the end of the day, there was no way he'd let his son stay single. Son Jinmei glanced around the main room, as if gauging if there were any hidden riches. Finally, she nodded. Since we're neighbors, fine, 50 taels. But my daughter will only wait a year. If the bride price isn't ready by then, she'll marry someone else. Fine, fine. 1 year. Dad's reluctant tone was soaked in bitterness. 50 taels. This is insane. Completely insane, my sister-in-law muttered, her earlier fight forgotten as she repeated the words like she'd seen a ghost. Meanwhile, I was beaming, grinning ear to ear. Exactly, at least 50 taels. Anything less wouldn't do Dahua any justice. Oh, and about this rabbit. It's too much trouble to split up. Auntie, why don't you just take the whole thing home? Sun Jinmei was secretly thrilled. It looks like Jiang Chun knows he's in the wrong and is going out of his way to win me over. With this kind of attitude toward my daughter, won't we have complete control over him in the future? Outwardly, she maintained a stern face, holding her chin high. At least you're being sensible. But you remember this. No matter how much you pay in bride price, you're still getting the better deal. Who else in this village would want to marry the likes of you? She reached out to grab the rabbit, but as she pulled, it wouldn't budge. She looked up and found me staring back coldly, my once amicable expression replaced with an alarming, murderous glance. A chill ran down her spine. Instinctively, her hand recoiled as she stammered. What do you think you're doing? My voice dropped, sharp and icy, like I was a different person. What did you just say? She puffed herself up slightly, but still looked uneasy. What? I said marrying Dahua is a bargain for you. What's wrong with that? You called me a scoundrel, didn't you? I didn't break eye contact, my anger intensifying. Annie, son, you might not know this, but the thing I hate most is being called a scoundrel. Since you've insulted me so this marriage, forget it. What? She stood there, dumbfounded. Hadn't we just agreed on 50 taels? Next year's wedding plans? This brat had been so enthusiastic earlier, even suggesting 60 taels, and was totally wrapped around Dahua's finger. How did it escalate to the marriage being called off? All over one word. Dad didn't know where this sudden outburst came from either. He rushed to smooth things over. Xiao Chun, calm down. Don't speak to your in-law like that. Sun Jinmei, initially stunned, regained her nerve upon realizing Dad was siding with her. What's wrong with calling you a scoundrel? Everyone in the village knows you are one. And now you're. Before she could finish, I slammed a cleaver onto the table with a deafening thunk. She flinched, her words catching in her throat. Fine, I warred. Keep calling me that. I'll chop you up today. Seeing the cleaver, Sun Jinmei turned pale as a sheet. She muttered, crazy, crazy. While dragging Dahua out the door, she shouted over her shoulder, forget it. Don't even think about my daughter now. By the time they stumbled out, she called back again from a distance. You just wait. When you come begging me, 50 taels won't be enough. Feigning pursuit for a couple of steps, I stopped when they scrambled away, turned back inside, and dropped all pretense. My face showed no trace of anger, only amusement. You were faking earlier? My brother stared, dumbstruck. I set the cleaver down and chuckled. Of course I was. People call me a scoundrel all the time. I can't get mad every time. Take it easy, don't let anger get the best of you. My dad looked at my expression and gave a deep sigh. Now what? At this rate, even 50 taels won't be enough. I helped him sit down and said, Dad, you know how long it would take our family to save 50 taels? Selling land and putting the entire family into poverty just to marry someone. What's the point in that? But you just... My sister-in-law finally snapped out of it. You just said you'd offer 60 taels as a betrothal gift. A moment ago, she thought I'd lost my mind. Now, with my sudden mood swings, she must have thought I'd completely lost it. Saying 50 taels for marriage, then suddenly losing my temper and chasing them out? I smiled. That mother and daughter already took the engagement token and refused to return it. Then they tried to raise the price on us. I was just messing with them. Now that word will spread about this. Next time they try matchmaking, who would dare ask for 50 taels as a bride price again? Honestly, finding someone willing to offer that much in the future will be rare. My sister-in-law wasn't dumb. She quickly pieced it together and snickered, covering her mouth. Rare? In this area? Heck, even within 100 miles. I've never heard of any regular family offering 50 taels for a marriage. My older brother caught on a bit slower. If, in a couple years, Chenhua can't find someone to marry her, she might blame her mom for what she said back there. 50 taels. Over just one sentence, it's all gone. Sun Jinmei will probably regret this for the rest of her life, and Chenhua might hold a grudge against her mother forever. I shrugged. That's no longer my problem. Dad just shook his head. You're full of schemes. This might feel good now, but what about later? Where are you going to find a wife now? Dad, don't you worry about me. I'm a man. There's no shortage of women to marry. And besides, even if I did marry Chenhua, if our family had no money left, do you think I could keep someone like her satisfied here? Dad kept shaking his head, not taking my words seriously. In his mind, he was thinking, with your reputation now, being able to marry anyone at all would already be a blessing. Who are you to even think about being picky? At that moment, two kids came barging in excitedly, shouting, Dad, Mom, I heard that Uncle caught a rabbit. Sister-in-law pointed to the table. It's right there. My nephew immediately pounced on the rabbit, holding onto it like treasure. Wow, it's huge. We're having meat tonight. Meat, my foot. This is going to be sold for grain, sister-in-law quickly corrected. Even though Dad was a hunter, most of what he caught had to be traded for food. The family only ate scraps or the undesirable bits that couldn't be sold. I cut in. Nah, we should eat it ourselves. Let's do it to help Dad recover his strength, and the kids are still growing. Next time I catch something, I'll use that to trade for grain. Honestly, I didn't want to drink another sip of plain millet porridge. It fills you with water but leaves your stomach empty. Sister-in-law hesitated, looking to Dad. After all, we hadn't split households. Dad was still in charge. Dad waved it off. Little Dust caught it, so let him decide. After the earlier mess, he didn't really care about a rabbit anymore. All right then. Sister-in-law nodded enthusiastically, even cracking a smile. The two kids hadn't tasted meat in ages, even if most went to me. Letting them have a little meat would be a treat. She carried the rabbit out to skin it in the courtyard, and the two children eagerly followed to watch. Later, I heard that those two frightened women didn't stop running until my house was completely out of sight. Chenhua, still in a daze, kept muttering, Mom, the rabbit, the rabbit. Jiang Chun said he'd give us the rabbit, and you forgot to take it. What fantasy are you living in? He's lost his temper, like he'd still give you the rabbit? Get back home and drink your porridge. I won't. I want meat. It's all your fault. Why did you have to say that stuff? Chenhua swatted her mom's hand away and plopped down on the ground, flailing angrily. Sun Jinmei placed her hands on her hips, showing no hint of remorse. What's so wrong about calling him a scoundrel? He is a scoundrel. 50 taels. 50 taels. Chenhua's face twisted with frustration, holding out 5 short stubby fingers. I've never seen that much silver in my life. Sun Jinmei pushed her daughter's hand down. What are you so worked up about? Don't underestimate him. He'll panic when he realizes he can't find another wife. Tomorrow morning, I'll have a matchmaker come over. The moment she sets foot inside their home, he'll probably drop to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Really? Of course. And this time, forget 50 taels, 60 taels. Whatever else you want, we'll ask for it. Just like before, you keep stringing him along. Chenhua's eyes lit up, a satisfied smirk emerging on her face as if she was already picturing this happening. She patted the dust off her clothes and stood up. So, what's for dinner tonight? There's still some lard left in the jar. I'll make you some lard rice. Only then did Chenhua reluctantly trudge home, drained of energy. In her head, though, she was still imagining how I'd deal with that rabbit, thinking perhaps I might save it to bring to her tomorrow as an apology. Part 3. The land deed, rope, and the pheasant nest. Hearing she wouldn't need to scrape together 50 taels for me to marry, sister-in-law finally let out a big sigh of relief and even started treating me better. She worked quickly, getting the rabbit stew ready, and brought it out to the table. It's ready. Come, time to eat. Smells amazing. My nephew had been loitering near the table, took a deep breath, and reached out greedily, only to get his hand smacked by my brother with chopsticks. He looked at us pitifully. Grandpa has to eat first. Dad chuckled, filling a bowl with soup. I got up and put 2 chunks of rabbit meat into his bowl. Dad, you're still recovering. Eat more. Then I ladled some soup and meat for both my brother and sister-in-law. Brother, sister-in-law, you two work the hardest. No need, no need. Just soup is fine for me, sister-in-law said, trying to spoon it back into the pot. Come on, eat up. There's always tomorrow. I replied, clamping a rabbit leg and holding it up for the kids. Which one of you wants this? Me. My nephew excitedly held out his bowl. Wait a second, didn't someone just say I was a terrible person? I asked, pausing with a smirk. Without missing a beat, my nephew yelled, Uncle is the best. Uncle is the best. I laughed and dropped the leg into his bowl, then turned to Xiaoyun. She sat there with her head down, hands tightly gripping the bowl's edge, too shy to respond. 12 years old and already learning to keep her pride. I handed her the other leg. Xiaoyun's been helping out at home every day. It's been hard work. Take the biggest piece. Her fingers eased their grip around the bowl. She whispered softly, Thank you, Uncle. Once the food was divvied up, the table fell eerily silent except for my nephew noisily chewing. My dad and the rest of them just kept staring at me like they'd seen a ghost. Is this really the same Jiang Chun as before? I chuckled and pulled the remaining pottery plate toward me. All right, the rest of this is mine. My father and elder brother exhaled simultaneously. There it is. That's the behavior of their son/little brother. I sighed internally. This rascal persona. I really can't let it collapse too fast. If I do, they'll probably call someone to exorcise me. My sister-in-law hadn't been willing to cook the whole rabbit. She only used half, but it was enough for everyone to have a few pieces. I lifted my bowl and took a sip of the broth. Sweet, smooth, fragrant. It was as if my body's deep craving for meat morphed into flavor and exploded in my brain. I had never imagined that a broth without any seasoning could taste this good. I didn't hesitate any longer. I started gnawing on the meat. It was delicious, but as plump as a rabbit looks, it really doesn't have much meat, and the ribs were honestly hard to chew. By the second piece, there was a hint of gamey flavor. Honestly, spicy rabbit heads are better. Stewed rabbit doesn't quite hit the mark. The key issue is that rabbit meat is lean. It's not hearty enough. I pushed the dish away. Still not as good as roast chicken. You guys can have the rest. Yum yum. My nephew, still chewing his food, already had his hand reaching out. That pot of stewed rabbit, it didn't have much fat, but it was the best meal the family had eaten in half a year. The dish was scraped clean, even rinsed with millet porridge to get every last drop of flavor. Not a single speck of grease was wasted. Even the leftover bones were set aside by my sister-in-law. Later that night, the couple in the house next door whispered to each other half the night. Qin Xiaozui was worried that Jiang Chun might sweet-talk Jiang Yulin and end up asking for the land deeds. After all, the few plots of land were the only valuable things left in the family, and the deeds were still in Jiang Yulin's possession. Jiang Tian reassured her, saying, Xiao Chun isn't like that, and it's father's land. What can I say about it? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he rolled over and started snoring. Meanwhile, I was gently pushing open my father's door. Father! A sigh came from the darkness. My father sat up, lit the rush lamp, and pulled out a stack of papers from under his pillow. These are the deeds to the family land, he said as he pulled out a single sheet. Leave 2 acres for your brother and sister-in-law. The rest is yours. Go talk to Chenhua. Win her over. I think that girl has her eye on you. Sweet talk her. I was stunned, looking at the tears welling up in his eyes. Wait, what? He's giving me the deeds to win over Chenhua. Does he want me to grovel and beg? I refused to be a groveler before I transmigrated, and I'm certainly not about to start now. What's the point of transmigrating then? That's just absurd. I immediately took all the deeds, casually stuffed them back under his pillow, and said, Father, what are you thinking? I'm not here for the land deeds. I came to learn how to set traps, like the kind for catching rabbits. My father, who had been sitting there looking utterly defeated and wondering how he'd explain this to my elder brother in the morning, was taken completely by surprise. It took him a while to process what I'd just said. You're here just to learn how to set traps? When I picked up the rabbit today, I found a rabbit hole nearby. I figured if I set a trap there, I might catch something else. Seeing his skeptical look, I added, if I catch something, I'll be the most impressive person around here when I head out. Hearing it was about saving face, my father actually found it believable. This son of his, after all, cared too much about pride. That's why he'd been coaxed by a few words into sneaking back home to steal food rations. My father nodded. If it's a rabbit hole that hasn't been abandoned, it might work. He looked at the oil lamp and added, we'll talk about it in the morning. Burning the lamp at night wastes money. That's when I remembered that this wasn't modern times. To save on lamp oil, most people just went to bed after nightfall. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of a bow hanging on the wall. By the way, teach me archery too, Dad. Walking around with a bow, that's real swagger. That bow was his prized possession, his livelihood. He'd never let me touch it before, no matter how much he pampered me. But this time, he immediately agreed. Sure. I'll teach you. Now get to bed. Satisfied, I left the room. Jiang Yulin blew out the oil lamp and, once again in the darkness, wiped at the corners of his eyes. The youngest son wanted to learn archery, even if it was just because hunting looked impressive. With time, he might nudge back onto the right track. The Jiang family hadn't always been this destitute. In the early years, they'd lived comfortably in Sanshan village. They had built a 3-room house, lived well even after dividing the family assets. My father had fought on the battlefield, earned reward money, and made it back alive. Hunting in the mountains provided extra income. That's how they'd scraped together some wealth. Otherwise, they never would have agreed to a 20-tael dowry. But the original owner of this body had squandered things away, and then my father got injured. From then on, the family had gone downhill. They couldn't even afford to eat. Good thing I'm here now, I muttered under my breath. If the original owner had stayed, the family assets would have been completely gone in less than 2 years. Next door, Jiang Tian snored loudly, but his eyes were actually wide open, staring at the moonlight outside and running mental calculations. Asterisk, did father give the deeds to the second brother? How much did he give? If father handed all of it over, come spring, I'll hire myself out as a farmhand. I can start earning something, and I won't starve. Asterisk. It was broad daylight before I woke up the next day. I glanced at the tortoise shell. The glow had fully recharged, ready for divination. I was about to activate it, but paused. Better to learn how to set traps first. If the shell gave me some kind of time-sensitive prediction, I might not make it back in time, and that would be a waste. Out in the courtyard, I washed up. My sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast. To my surprise, the bones I thought I'd stripped clean from last night's meal had been used to make soup again, now paired with a wild vegetable porridge. Not a single thing wasted. But I couldn't deny, I felt a little grossed out. A bowl of vegetable porridge with an oily sheen. I just couldn't bring myself to eat it. I grabbed the millet porridge instead and took a big gulp, only to nearly gag. It scratched all the way down my throat. I could barely swallow it. When I have money, I swear to get some proper refined grains. My sister-in-law nudged my brother with her foot, but he didn't even look up. Frustrated, she directly asked my father, "What did Lang want when he came to your room last night?" He even lit a lamp. My father took his time, sipping the porridge. He said he found a rabbit hole while picking up the rabbit and wanted me to teach him how to set traps. That's it. My sister-in-law glanced at me, still skeptical. What else? My father replied blandly, picking up some wild vegetables. He might have been surprised last night, but he wasn't going to let that stop him from acting calm in front of his daughter-in-law now. My big brother's face finally relaxed after being tense all morning. My nephew, meanwhile, heard the word rabbit and immediately perked up. "Second uncle, are you going to catch more rabbits?" "I'm going to set traps. No guarantee I'll catch anything." My brother finally looked up from his porridge. "How about I go with you? I'll chop some firewood while we're at it. Don't follow me. I'm just walking around." I responded impatiently, trying to stay in character. My sister-in-law finally seemed relieved, her eyes curving into a smile. "All right, catching rabbits is good. I'll take half of the rabbit and its pelt to trade for some grain, enough to last us 2 more days. Hold off on borrowing grain for now, husband." Borrowing grain required offering land as collateral, a debt no one would willingly take on unless absolutely necessary. After dinner, Dad waved me over. "Come here, I'll teach you how to make a snare." Whether it was the meat he ate yesterday or just a good mood, his face looked much better. With great enthusiasm, he explained, "Snaring rabbits and small critters doesn't have to be too complicated." By the time I had learned well enough, it was already midday. I helped Dad back to the house and then went to my room, summoning the tortoise shell and pointing at it with my finger. Whoosh! 3 divination sticks shot out. Small fortune. At the foot of Little Black Mountain, several pheasants often gather in the bushes to keep warm. Try approaching near dusk. There may be some to catch. Moderate fortune. A roe deer is wandering about the southern side of Little Black Mountain. Bring a hunting bow. You might be able to harvest it. Great misfortune. The former wolf king has been forced to the northern foothills of Little Black Mountain. Acquiring its pelt will bring you a fortune, but beware its attacks. 2 fortunes didn't change. Both the roe deer and the wolf king were still there. Just wait. Once I've learned archery, neither of you will escape me. That wolf pelt? Worth dozens of silver taels, easily. The roe deer? Another 1 or 2 taels. Unfortunately, I wasn't strong enough to handle the moderate fortune yet, so I put those tempting thoughts aside. I grabbed the stick marked small fortune, the pheasant. Right now, something that doesn't depend on much skill suits me best. During winter, wild pheasants huddle together for warmth, often 3 or 4 in one spot. If I can catch all of them, it'd be enough to feed the whole family a hearty meal. But pheasants scatter into the air at the slightest alarm, flying off like sparks. However many I can catch, I will. Should I bring my big brother along? No, that would make it hard to explain how I discovered the nest. Better to skip the complications. Firstly, I don't want to ruin my persona too fast and risk being seen as possessed, and secondly, I truly wouldn't know how to make up a good excuse. I can always divine again tomorrow. The divination stick's glow melted into my body, and now I had a location carved into my mind. I searched the yard and collected some sturdy bamboo sticks and pre-made grass ropes. Dad had taught me the simplest bamboo snare. You loop a grass rope into a noose, brace 2 bamboo sticks to hold it, and as soon as an animal runs through, the sticks spring up, suspending it in midair. Works great for rabbits. Just as I was about to leave, my nephew popped out of nowhere and wrapped himself around my leg like a little monkey. Uncle, are you going to catch rabbits? Take me with you. I can help. One solid meal of meat yesterday, and this kid's already bold enough to pester me. I turned around and sure enough, Xiaoyun was hiding in the corner, peeking at me with big, expectant eyes. The pheasant nest wasn't far from the foot of the mountain. With these 2 kids tagging along, there might be a chance to grab an extra bird before they scatter. I nodded. All right, I'll take you too, but you must follow orders. If not, I'll bring you back immediately. Got it, got it. We'll listen for sure. What about you, Xiaoyan? Want to come? She jumped out at once. I'll help watch him. My nephew glared at her. I'm already 6. I don't need you to watch me. Ah, sis, why'd you pinch me? I smiled slightly but quickly straightened my face. Quiet. Okay. At the rabbit burrow, I set up the traps, scattering a few millet grains near the snares. My nephew sniffled and asked doubtfully, "This will catch a rabbit?" Just wait. With some luck, a rabbit will wander in, and it won't escape once it's caught. I had picked sturdy bamboo, half buried in the ground, strong enough to hold a rabbit of 3 or 4 pounds without issue. I set up 3 snares in areas with rabbit tracks before standing upright again. Let's gather some firewood and head down the mountain once we're done. Huh. My nephew looked disappointed. We haven't even seen a rabbit yet. I'll bring you back tomorrow to check the snares. Maybe we'll see a live one then. The 2 kids were coaxed and went off to gather sticks nearby. After trudging around all afternoon, they looked pretty worn out. Heading back down the mountain, I was walking ahead and froze in my tracks. Oh, pheasant tracks. Where? Where? My nephew darted over eagerly. Sure enough, a pair of chicken-like claw prints appeared near my feet. Xiaoyan leaned down to get a closer look, but I blocked it with my foot. They went this way. Follow me. I led them toward the mountain's base, and the kids hurriedly followed, not wanting to miss out. Soon enough, we reached a concealed hollow. Stepping inside, the north wind immediately stopped. No wonder the pheasants were sheltering here. We moved through a few dry thickets, and then I spotted the bushes mentioned in the divination. No surprise, the pheasants were nestled under there, huddling together for warmth. Shoo, there's a feather. Xiaoyun whispered excitedly, covering her mouth while pointing at a feather on the ground. My nephew quickly covered his mouth too. Pheasants. There must be pheasants here. Keeping low, I pretended to observe and then pointed ahead. Pheasants hate the cold. They have to be hiding under that bush. Xiaoyan, go left. 1-1, go right. When I push aside the bush, you 2 jump in and grab them. The 2 kids nodded vigorously, their hands still clamped over their mouths. I crouched down, crept forward, and then suddenly yanked aside the bush with both hands. Without hesitation, I lunged forward and threw myself on top. Chirp. Caught off guard, the pheasants shrieked and flapped wildly. Something was trapped under me, but the rest took off like mini explosions, scattering in all directions. Xiaoyan moved quickly enough to pin one, dropping flat onto the ground with it. My nephew squealed as he grabbed at another, but only managed to yank out a tail. The pheasant jerked free, leaving its plume behind, fluttered a few more yards, and then bolted into a mad dash on foot. He chased after it, but tripped over his feet, falling flat. By the time he got up, there was only a tuft of down feathers left behind. It got away. It got away. He wailed, tears streaming down his face. I stood up with 1 pheasant in each hand, another one still pinned beneath my chest. 3 in total. Xiaoyan stood up as well, proudly holding up her catch. It was still squirming, unsuccessfully trying to escape her iron grip on its neck and wings. By now, it had pecked her hand so many times there were several red marks. She bit her lip, and with a quick twist, wrung its neck. I hadn't expected my little niece to be so ruthless. I gave her a thumbs up. You've got guts, Xiaoyan. Then I pulled my nephew off the ground. Let's go, we've got chicken soup tonight. I waved the birds in my hands for emphasis. At this point, I didn't even bother maintaining my persona around the kids. My nephew hiccuped, but managed to stop crying as he looked at the birds. Still, he pouted. But some still got away. This nest had 7 birds, all huddled together. My quick action caught me 3. Xiaoyan got 1. So the remaining 3 were the quick flyers that escaped. It's all right. We'll catch them next time. Before heading back to the village, I tucked all 4 pheasants into my big fur coat to conceal them. The last time my appearance stood out, failed to escape, I gave up resisting altogether. Maintaining the rogue persona makes things easier. At least no one dares to mess with me. Besides, in these famine years when every household barely has enough grain to survive, let alone meat, strutting back arrogantly might invite trouble. Sure, my bulging clothes look suspicious, but as long as it's not blatantly obvious that I'm hiding something, I can explain it away. As I entered the village, I noticed quite a few people pointing at me and murmuring. I thought for a moment that I'd been exposed, so I tightened my jacket. But listening carefully, it seemed like they were gossiping about Sun Jin-mei and her mother. Their chatter was sprinkled with laughter. I didn't pry further and just quickened my steps to head home. Before I even stepped through the door, I could hear my sister-in-law's unrestrained laughter from the yard. She was washing some bitter roots while chatting with my older brother, who was stacking firewood. "What's got you laughing so much?" I asked offhandedly. She burst into another fit of laughter. "Ha ha, you don't know? Widow's son got into a fight with the matchmaker Wampa." "Huh? What happened?" After listening to people muttering on the way back, I hadn't expected to hear the same topic at home, so I asked out of curiosity. Still grinning, my sister-in-law recounted the story. "So this morning, Widow's son asked the matchmaker to find someone for her daughter. The matchmaker brought over a bachelor from the neighboring village. But as soon as Chindawa opened her mouth, she demanded 50 taels as a bride price. Wampa was furious, telling her to take a look in the mirror before making such demands. Widow's son shot back, saying Wampa's eyes were better off growing warts than being useful. And then guess what? Wampa said their whole family combined wasn't worth 50 taels. Things got heated, and they started fighting on the spot. Even that bachelor ended up scuffling with them after his wasted trip. Seems like the mother and daughter duo took a loss this time." She couldn't help but laugh again as she added. Wampa even declared that no matchmaker within 10 villages would bother with them anymore. And after Wampa left, Sun Jinmei and Chun Dawa reportedly had another big argument amongst themselves. Who knows if it turned physical? I just shook my head and chuckled. I only casually remarked about them, yet they really believed they deserved a 50-tael bride price. 50 taels. That's more money than most folks would see in a lifetime. Clearly, their previous demand for 30 taels wasn't just opportunistic haggling. They truly thought they were worth that much. But all that drama had nothing to do with me. It's better to keep my distance from people like them. As the gossip wrapped up, my sister-in-law finally noticed Little One trailing behind me, pouting with teary eyes. "What's the matter? Did you fall? A grown boy like you shouldn't cry over a tumble. Come here, let me take a look." Her attempt at comfort only made one burst into louder sobs. "The chicken ran away. The chicken ran away." "What chicken?" "A pheasant. I grabbed its tail, but it got away." He opened his hand to reveal a small clump of feathers he had been clutching onto, refusing to let go. My sister-in-law instantly understood what happened and sighed with pity. "Why didn't you ask your second uncle to help catch it? A pheasant's worth nearly 101. That's enough to get over 10 pounds of millet." Xiaoyun butted in quickly. "Second uncle did catch it. I helped too. It was just him who let it escape." At this moment, I was already pulling a pheasant out of my fur-lined jacket. The smell hit me the moment I unwrapped the garment, a pungent combination of feathers and chicken musk that almost made me tear up. "A chicken?" My sister-in-law perked up and hurried over, rubbing her hands excitedly. Xiaoyun added proudly, "We caught 4. 4. My elder brother came over too, craning his neck to see as I pulled pheasant after pheasant out. They were all lifeless now, necks crooked and eyes rolled back. "There really are 4. My sister-in-law wiped her hands on her apron, almost disbelieving. "How on earth did you catch them?" "Pheasants can fly and outrun anyone. It's usually impossible unless you're a skilled hunter with a bow." Before I could say anything, Xiaoyun started waving her arms animatedly. "Second uncle is amazing." On the way down the mountain, he spotted pheasant tracks, followed them into a small hollow, and there was a whole group of them hiding there. We charged in and grabbed them. Second uncle caught 3 all by himself, I caught 1, and little brother, well, he didn't catch any and let 3 escape. One's crying grew louder at the accusation. "You found a pheasant nest? You've got some luck there," my older brother said, clearly impressed. "It wasn't luck, it was second uncle's skill." Xiaoyun, that little traitor, already considered herself part of my team. My sister-in-law rolled her eyes but still smiled as she said cheerfully, "Erlang, what do you plan to do with those pheasants?" "Pheasants might not be as big as rabbits, but they're much more valuable. Selling one to a tavern in the county town could fetch roughly 15 pounds of millet. Even with the current inflated prices during the famine, you'd still get at least 12. 4 pheasants could provide enough grains for the family to get by for a while. Eat them, of course. What else would we do?" I said, pretending to be clueless. "Tonight we'll stew one and have soup, and tomorrow we'll stir-fry another for the meat." My sister-in-law furrowed her brows. Who would dare indulge in such extravagance during these lean times? But knowing my personality, she could only turn to my older brother for help. My brother hesitantly reasoned. "Second brother, the family is out of grain." Feigning realization, I said, "Oh, in that case, you can handle the other 2 however you see fit. But since we 3 were the ones who caught them, we're keeping 2 to eat ourselves." Xiaoyun and Wen edged closer to my side instinctively, aligning themselves with me. I could tell they felt guilty about the family's food shortage, but at the same time, we also deserved a little indulgence. Tonight, at least, we'd get to enjoy some proper meat. All right then, my sister-in-law exclaimed, lighting up immediately at the compromise. 2 pheasants could still be traded for a good 25 pounds of millet, not to mention the fact that tonight's stew would let everyone enjoy a rare bit of luxury. Perfect timing. I dug up some bitter roots earlier. We can add them to the soup. My elder brother added. I'll head into town tomorrow to trade the other 2 for millet and sell the firewood as well. What about Dad? I asked. He's at the village outskirts practicing archery. Says he needs to stretch his muscles a bit. Probably preparing to coach me in archery, I figured. Out in this freezing weather. I muttered worriedly, especially since I'd borrowed his fur coat for my mountain trip. What's wrong with a little cold? My body can handle it just fine. Came my father's voice as he strode into the yard, carrying a horned bow slung across his back. But his limp said otherwise. His injured leg still required a walking stick for support. According to him, he'd once been chased by a bear, tumbling down a mountainside and injuring his leg. But not before shooting the bear in the eye. Most villagers suspected the bear part was exaggerated. Even my brother and I weren't entirely convinced. Grandpa, look. Second uncle caught pheasants. Xiaoyun chimed in enthusiastically. Impressive, my father nodded, but his brow furrowed ever so slightly, looking like he had more on his mind. Father gave a slight nod. Hunting isn't about luck. Don't get too full of yourself. Got it, I replied, my eyes fixed on the buffalo horn bow behind him. Sister-in-law, pick the plumpest chicken and stew it for father to build up his strength. Father's serious expression faltered instantly as the corners of his mouth tried to curl up into a smile again and again, only for him to quickly suppress it. Ridiculous, he muttered, leaning on his cane as he made his way to the main room. But with his back turned to me, his smile finally broke free. He knew I was buttering him up for that bow, but it didn't stop him from being pleased. My sister-in-law picked the plumpest chicken, plucked its feathers, and prepped it for cooking. For the other 3 chickens, my older brother shoveled some snow over them to keep them fresh. One was saved for us to eat later, and the other 2 were meant to be sold. Dinner was millet porridge again, complemented by a pot of simmering mountain chicken stew with wild bitter greens, a rare winter find. As the stew was served, the rich and savory aroma filled the room, far more enticing than yesterday's hare. A golden layer of oil floated on the surface of the soup. Even though it wasn't just one, I caught myself swallowing hard in anticipation. I took a cautious sip of the broth, and my tongue nearly melted from the bursting flavors. So rich. How did you make this? Just added an extra pinch of salt, that's all, my sister-in-law said casually. Ah, that explained it. The rabbit stew yesterday had practically no salt. Now that they knew they'd soon barter for more grains, her confidence had grown, and a little extra salt brought out the chicken's flavor tenfold. This is delicious. Wen downed a bowl in no time and held out his bowl for seconds. Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. You didn't catch even 1 chicken, and you're still shamelessly eating so much. Wen pouted, on the verge of tears. I handed him a drumstick as I said, if you don't eat it, I will. My sister-in-law shot a glare at Xiaoyun. You're always running your mouth. I did catch one. Even uncle praised me. Xiaoyun puffed up her chest, proud. Fine. You get a drumstick too, said sister-in-law. Looking at my older brother, I asked, how do we get to the county tomorrow? Our village, Sanshan, was under Yongnian County's jurisdiction, but it was 30 li away. The official roads had been neglected for years, making them rough and hard to navigate. No wonder the original me had once collapsed drunk on the roadside after walking all that way with grain and getting some meat and booze in trade. The poor guy was probably half drunk and half exhausted. We'll walk, of course, my older brother replied. If we leave by dawn, we can make it back by dusk. A 30-li trek carrying firewood would take at least 5 or 6 hours one way, not counting the time spent trading. Staying overnight in the county would cost money, which was scarce in these times. I had initially been excited to visit the county, but the thought of walking all the way doused that enthusiasm. I'll skip this trip. Borrow father's fur coat for the journey, I said. All right, my brother nodded. It's clear you've changed, second brother, but you're still as lazy as ever. He had his own padded garment, though not as warm as father's authentic fur-lined coat. At that moment, father spoke up. Come learn archery from me tomorrow. If you can master it, I'll give you the bow. Really, Dad? Huh, you think archery is easy? If you're just going to slack off after a while, don't expect to ever touch that bow again. I'll work hard on it. I promise. The chicken stew filled our bellies, leaving all 6 of us looking flushed and healthier than ever. Gone were the pale complexions of before, and our faces were lively and animated for once. That night, as Jiang Tian and his wife lay in bed, Chun Xiaotsui couldn't keep her smile away. 2 days of meat in a row. We couldn't have even dreamed of this before. I feel lighter already. Weren't you worried earlier that Xiaoqin just wanted to con us out of the land deed? Jiang Tian teased. With the way he used to behave, I had no reason to trust he'd suddenly change. He's 18 already. It's about time he wised up, Jiang Tian pointed out. Yes, he's wised up. If he can catch game like this every day, life will be so much better. You're dreaming. Even when father was in his prime, he'd come back empty-handed 8 out of 10 trips up the mountain. You think it's that easy to bag game every day? Chen Xiaotsui thought for a moment and had to agree. It must have been plain old luck. Jiang Tian didn't argue this time. Unlike her, he'd hunted alongside their father and understood how much of it came down to sheer chance. Sometimes you'd stumble upon prey immediately. Other times, you'd search the entire day with nothing to show. Hey, what if? Chen Xiaotsui mused as she lay down. If second brother really decides to become a hunter, the family land would all be ours to farm, wouldn't it? Jiang Tian, knowing where her thoughts led, snorted. Even if we farm it, half of the harvest would still go to Shaoqin. That's still better than tenant farming, where we only get to keep 30%. Having meat 2 days in a row had revived a faint glimmer of hope in Chen Xiaotsui's previously disheartened heart. By the way, Jiang Tian added, keep an eye out for a good match for Shaoqin. Don't worry, I'm already looking around, she replied. After a moment of thought, she added, that said, if second brother keeps catching game like this, I won't need to do a thing. Girls will come knocking on our door. The next morning, as the wind eased up, Jiang Tian left the house with a bundle of firewood and 2 mountain chickens in hand. At the village's edge, another villager heading to the county stopped him. Jiang Dalong, I smelled meat cooking at your house yesterday. What's the occasion for meat when it's not even a festival? In these times, the aroma of meat traveled for miles, and the scent of chicken stew couldn't be hidden. Jiang Tian proudly patted his waist. Only then did the villager notice the 3 mountain chickens he had tied at his side and exclaimed, mountain chickens? Is Jiang Yushu better now? Everyone in the village knew that old Jiang Yushu was skilled at hunting. While others might fail 8 or 9 times out of 10, he often came back with something. No, my younger brother caught them, 4 in total. We stewed the fattest one yesterday, and the taste, unbeatable. Jiang Tian couldn't find the words to describe it, and instead just tisked, which made the other man swallow hard. Are you selling them? Why else would I bring them out? For neighbors, I'll sell them for 121 each. That way, I won't even need to haul them to the county. 121? That's no small price. It's worth about 15 pounds of millet. If I sell them to a tavern in town, I can get at least 150 for them, Jiang Tian replied. Ultimately, the villager declined. Winter had been harsh, the harvest poor, and the local government had imposed an additional ensoi tax to fund operations. Every household was scraping by, and spending over 101 on a luxury like meat wasn't feasible. Jiang Tian hadn't truly expected him to buy one anyway, and continued toward the county with the chickens on full display, intent on drawing every villager's attention. This, after all, was part of the plan devised by Jiang Tian and Chen Xiaotsui. With Shaoqin unmarried and his reputation recently tarnished, people had to see his skills firsthand. In these tough times, having the ability to put food on the table was the most valuable skill of all, and everyone in the village now knew that Jiang Chun had. Hunting skills can make it easier to find a match for marriage in the future. At that moment, I was still asleep, completely unaware that the news of me having snared for pheasants had already spread throughout the village by morning. Just as dawn broke, there was an impatient knock at the door. Uncle, half asleep and groggy, I stepped out. What's up, Nungwen? You forgot about the traps you set yesterday? Hurry up the mountain before the rabbits escape. I glanced at the pale morning sky and wrapped my coat tighter around me. It had turned colder again. My elder brother had taken the dog's fur coat with him, so scaling the mountain might be a bit chilly. But I recalled the snares I set near the rabbit holes yesterday. Who knows, they might have caught something. It would be a shame if others snagged my game first. It's too cold. I'll go. You don't have to, Nungwen said with conviction. I went back to my room to put on proper attire and opened the tortoise-shell geomantic tool. As a soft glow emerged, I tapped lightly, causing the light to disperse and 3 bamboo lots to launch outward. Slight luck. 2 5-year-old Gastrodia alata plants have matured at the summit of Little Black Mountain. A visit might yield some rewards. Moderate luck. A roe deer is wandering on the south side of Little Black Mountain. Bring a hunting bow. Success is possible. Great misfortune. A lone and starving alpha wolf, expelled from its pack, roams the northern foothills of Little Black Mountain. Acquiring its pelt could be profitable, but extreme caution is required. It's dangerous in its current state and might attack. The roe deer was an appealing choice, but I lacked the ability to handle it right now. As for that alpha wolf, the situation had escalated to starving now. A hungry wolf is even more dangerous. I wasn't inclined to meddle with this predicament. However, what if it dies of starvation? This great misfortune could turn into great fortune. If the wolf couldn't find enough food on Little Black Mountain, it might just starve to death. In such a case, I'd have a shot at scavenging its pelt. But the uncertainty was too high. I would leave that for another day. Finally, my eyes settled on the gastrodia lot. It seemed like a valuable medicinal herb. From what I recalled in the host body's memories, pharmacies might buy it, though I had no clue how much it would fetch. Unfortunately, being on the summit, it would certainly be much colder there. I hesitated about whether to make the trip today, but decided to take out the lot concerning the gastrodia immediately to free up tomorrow's slot. When I opened the door, Nungwen was still crouched nearby. Feeling a bit soft-hearted, I said, "The wind is strong today. You won't handle the chill well on the mountain." "I can handle it." He sprang up, defiantly patting the thick cotton jacket he was wearing, which had been generously padded by his dad and mom to keep him warm. He wasn't quite as thin-skinned as I'd thought. Considering how it would only get colder in the coming days, I feared I'd soon have to stop bringing him up the mountain at all. So I nodded. "All right, come along." I turned to ask Xiaoyan, "Are you coming with us?" Xiaoyan fretted for a moment before biting her lip. "Mom's gone out too, so I'll stay home and take care of Grandpa." "Good," I said reassuringly. 12-year-old rural kids already matured quickly around here. "Dad, I'm heading up the mountain," I hollered. My father emerged from the back room. "It's so cold. What are you climbing up there for?" "Checking the snares I set yesterday," I replied, detouring into the kitchen to grab a handful of millet before stuffing it into my pocket. Without the fur coat, the cold bit into me more sharply as soon as I stepped out. But at least winter was still in its early days and tolerable for now. If it got any colder, we'd need to keep a constant fire at home, at which point any firewood we collected couldn't be sold. It would have to go towards surviving the winter instead. There's an old saying, "In spring you plow, in summer you sow, in autumn you harvest, but in winter you idle." Winter might seem leisurely, but for families in lean years, it was the hardest time of all, when grain stores dried up, wild greens became scarce, and the cold demanded constant firewood. It wasn't uncommon for people in the villages to survive only to be felled by hunger or frostbite. Lost in these thoughts, I reached yesterday's trapping area with Nungwen. We checked 3 snares one by one, completely empty. The melting snow had erased even the faintest traces of rabbit tracks. "Ah, nothing at all," Nungwen cried, dejected. "Successful hunts are rare." I consoled him. "It's the reality of hunting. Empty snares are a much more common sight than full ones." I didn't move the traps, but scattered a few grains of millet near every well-worn path I could find. I had also lugged along a shovel, tentatively planning to dig up the gastrodia plants if the weather looked agreeable. But halfway up the mountain, my legs began trembling from the exertion, and Nungwen's nose had begun to drip. The gales cut through us mercilessly, and just one cotton layer between me and the wind wasn't enough. With conditions against me, I gave up with a sigh. The mountain summit was desolate in this dead of winter, so my guess was no one else would bother digging up the herbs just yet. "Nungwen, how about we check the pheasant nests?" he suggested. "Sure." I agreed without much optimism, treating it as just an excuse to walk. When we reached the hollow in the foothills, all we found were a few scattered chicken feathers, no birds in sight. Nungwen pouted, thoroughly disappointed. "Hey, not every trip up the mountain's going to score big," I reminded him. "If hunting were that easy, every family would be feasting on meat daily." "Fine," he muttered, his initial excitement thoroughly deflated. His ambitions to catch fat prey had nowhere to go on this trial-and-error day. So for the first time, I descended the mountain empty-handed. Meanwhile, in another wooded area, Xiao Tsui-chun was scavenging for wild vegetation. In winter, she focused on root vegetables, tedious to locate and even harder to dig out. Before long, her hands had grown cherry red from the cold, so she tucked them into her sleeves for warmth. Nearby, another woman digging in the same area came over with a sly grin, her tone tinged with mockery. "I hear your second son sold off your food rations. How are you okay with that?" Leaning back against a tree, Xiao Tsui allowed a small but proud smile to slip. After all, she had deliberately come out to dig greens today to invite such gossip. She feigned indifference. "Oh, it's just millet. And yesterday, Erlang caught 4 pheasants on the mountain. Those will fetch us plenty of grain in town." The other woman froze, eyes wide with shock. 4 pheasants. It was your family cooking chicken yesterday? I was wondering where that meaty smell was coming from. I thought I'd started hallucinating from hunger. Then she shook her head with regret. "What a waste. Do you know how much grain each one of those birds could have traded for? At least 10 jin of millet apiece." Looking pained, Xiao Tsui sighed dramatically. "I said the same thing about trading them. But Erlang insisted that with Dad and the kids recovering, we couldn't skimp on nourishment. We set aside 2 for trading today, braised 1 yesterday, and saved another to fry this morning. Oh, and the day before, he snagged a rabbit too. But if you ask me, chicken tastes better." The woman sucked in a breath, brimming with jealousy. "That it does. Pheasants fatten up for wintertime. so their meat just melts in your mouth. Looking at Xiaotsue, she added slyly, "No wonder you're looking much rosier these days. Been eating well, haven't you?" "It's all thanks to Erlang's skills," Xiaotsue replied modestly, her satisfaction barely hidden. "Impressive indeed. Who would have thought that rascal?" The woman cut herself off, catching her tongue right before uttering something impolite. After all, everyone had heard the story, how Jiang Chun had once promised 50 silver for a marital dowry to secure a bride, only for the engagement to be called off when son Jin Mei declared him unworthy. Well, as long as he's inherited the elder's craft, is our family ever going to run out of meat to eat again? Most of the villagers believed Jiang Yolin's tale of blinding the black bear was exaggerated, but everyone acknowledged that he was the best hunter for miles around. If Jiang Chun could learn even a fraction of his skills, he'd surely become a renowned hunter as well. Of course, our second son has got talent, no doubt about it. Jiang Chen's parents, Chun Xiaotsue and Jiang Tian, had come up with a plan: build up Jiang Chen's reputation and then find him a wife. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that his image in the village was quietly shifting from troublemaker to a skilled man with real ability. After dinner, my father led me to the clearing behind the village. I stood under a large tree, holding the horn bow that he'd used for over 10 years. He squatted on a stone step, applying rosin to the arrows, with 20 or so wooden arrows neatly arranged inside a bamboo basket. The iron arrowheads gleamed from being carefully sharpened, and the tail ends were tied with dried goose feathers. The first time I held this bow, I was eager to pull it back to see how it felt. "Don't rush to draw it just yet." My father tossed an arrow to me. "Catch it. Feel its weight. Get familiar with its balance." The mulberry wood shaft felt heavy and solid in my palm. An arrow is lifeless, but a person isn't. You have to understand its balance. Know where it's heavier, where it's stable. Only then can you shoot straight without it wobbling mid-flight. He stood up, took the bow, tucked his crutch under his arm, and pressed the bowstring down against the ground while pulling the bow's ends. The horned bow creaked softly, its sound reminiscent of old bones stretching. "This is a two-stone bow. If you can hold it steady for half an hour, we'll try shooting." Mimicking his stance, I placed my left hand in front and my right hand on the string. Just as I was about to pull, he pressed down on my shoulder. "Don't tense up your arms. Use your back muscles. Relax your shoulders, drop your elbows, and anchor your stance with your waist. Your lower back needs to feel like a willow branch in early spring, soft to the eye, but full of resilience." It took me several attempts to find that sense of resilience. Opening the bow wasn't about straining my arm muscles. Instead, it required exerting subtle force from my waist and lower back, while my whole body felt supported, neither stiff nor shaky. The bow creaked again, but this time began to bend slowly under my strength. My father picked up a small stone and tucked it into the crook of my elbow. "Hold it tight, don't let it fall." Before even 15 minutes had passed, my arms started trembling uncontrollably. In the cold midwinter air, sweat dripped down my chin and soaked a deep patch into my cotton jacket. "You're holding it too low." I raised the bow a bit higher. "Fix your focus. See that knot in the tree trunk?" He pointed to a fist-sized scar on the bark. "That's the eye of your prey. Stare at it until, in your eyes, it grows as large as a millstone." I fixed my gaze on the knot. The exhaustion that had invaded my body suddenly faded, as if a stream of clarity had flowed through my mind. Instinctively, I held my breath. My trembling subsided, and I entered a state of extraordinary concentration. The knot seemed to grow larger and larger in my vision, almost as if I were looking through a telescope, until every detail became crisp and vivid. When it finally appeared as large as a millstone, I released the string. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air. However, it wobbled after flying less than 2 strides before tumbling into the dirt. I instinctively let go of the bow, and it spun half a circle in my palm. Pain shot through my shoulder like it was being torn apart. Quickly, my father came over to massage my shoulder. "From now on, every time you come back from hunting, you must rub your shoulders. Better take a hot bath too, or you'll suffer hidden injuries as you age." After a short rest, I got back on my feet. "Dad, let's do it again." Since crossing into this world, my senses seemed sharper than most people, especially when I focused. At that moment, I could hardly wait to put my newfound advantage to the test. My father nodded approvingly. This time, it wasn't just some passing whim. "Next step is to train your accuracy." He tossed an empty clay jar in front of me. "Focus on the jar's rim. I'll throw pebbles around it. Keep your eyes on the jar, but follow the pebbles with your gaze. And remember, don't move. Your bow and hands must stay steady." Pebbles clicked as they struck the ground near the jar, and my vision instantly shifted to track them. Lively eyes don't mean staring fixedly at one spot. Your gaze should be like a cat stalking a mouse, focused but still able to sense what's around. The forest belongs to the beasts, not the hunters. Those who can't see in all directions or listen to every sound end up dead in the woods. Eerily, I seem to have a gift for this. My eyes stayed locked onto the rim of the jar as if connected by an invisible web, while following the movement of each pebble smoothly. The small stone tucked into my elbow never even shifted. All right, try shooting again. My father gestured towards an old locust tree. Don't worry about hitting the mark. Just make sure the arrow flies straight. Taking a deep breath, I positioned my left hand on the bow and used 3 fingers on my right to hook the string, sliding an arrow into place. Focusing once more on that scar in the locust tree, I watched it grow larger in my vision, from millstone size to eventually as big as a wagon wheel. Holding my breath, my waist twisted gently as the string released with a sharp twang. The arrow buzzed through the air, piercing into the locust tree, the shaft still slightly vibrating upon impact. It hit, just 3 inches shy of the scar. Huh. My father's eyes gleamed briefly, though he quickly cleared his throat. Not bad. Practice more, and you'll gain a semblance of my skill. By then, you can strut your stuff around town. Turning away to retrieve the arrow, I caught the brief grin he tried hard to suppress once his back faced me. The arrowhead wasn't deeply embedded. With a casual tug, he pulled it out. The strength still wasn't there yet. Rubbing my chin, I thought to myself, I'm 18 years old, the prime age for sharp vision and quick reflexes. On top of that, my senses had been enhanced since crossing over, significantly boosting my potential in archery. The issue was purely strength. If I had more power earlier, I would have nailed that scar dead on. I need to keep training. Thankfully, my technique and shot focus were far superior to the average person. All I had to do was build up my strength, and the path to mastery would be wide open. The thought filled me with excitement. My father resumed applying rosin to the arrows. Every arrow you recover needs care. Apply rosin to the heads, smooth out the tail feathers, and you'll be able to use them longer. He handed me another arrow. You've grasped the technique well enough. From here on, it's all about practice. When I served in the army, they handed us 1 horn bow, a quiver of arrows, and left the rest to battle after battle. Locking onto the tree scar again, I repeated the steps, relax shoulders, drop elbows, engage the waist. With each shot, he corrected my form again and again, tirelessly. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, my arms could barely lift anymore, and we headed home. I tried placing the bow back in his room, but he stopped me. It's yours now. Treat it well, and remember to tend to it daily with rosin. Initially, he probably wanted to test me for a few more days, but seeing my natural talent, he was happy to pass the bow on early. Thanks, Dad. With this bow in hand, I felt ready to take on anything this new world might throw my way. Now that I have the horn bow, I can truly call myself a hunter. Pa, Erlang, come back quickly for dinner. It was already late, and dinner time had to be postponed. Nungwen was starving, circling around my sister-in-law. Ma, is there meat tonight? What are you thinking? What family can afford meat every day? Oh, he lowered his head in disappointment. Just earlier today, he'd been bragging to his playmates in the village all morning about how great the chicken soup smelled, thinking there would be more tonight. Had he known there wasn't, he might have eaten less yesterday. But today I stir-fried some chicken offal with veggie roots and a bit of lard. My sister-in-law turned to glance at me. Erlang, shall we save the other chicken for tomorrow? Eating too much in one go is hard to digest. Then be sure to make it tomorrow, I said. Sister-in-law, you know me. If I go without tasty food for too long, who knows what I might end up doing? Her face darkened immediately. My father's satisfaction in his son's abilities from earlier turned into annoyance again as he hobbled his way into the house with his cane. I want to eat. I want to eat, yelled Nungwan, his mind still fixated on the chicken offal, bouncing around eagerly. He didn't expect my sister-in-law's mood to sour so quickly. She whacked him on the head. What's the rush? Wait for your father to come back. No sooner had she said this than my eldest brother entered the house, carrying a sack over his back. Nengwan, clutching his head, ran to greet him. Pa, hurry up and eat. Hold on, take the grain back first. My elder brother went into the kitchen to put down the millet, only then sitting down. Taking a sip of kanji, he finally spoke. The price of grain has gone up again. 2 mountain chickens along with the money from selling firewood. Altogether 300 coins, enough to buy only 26 jin of millet. That's it. My sister-in-law became instantly tense. We'd been eating decently for the past 2 days, and tonight she'd cooked the kanji thick. At this rate, 26 jin would only last 10 odd days, even if rationed carefully. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I chimed in. I'll head to the mountain again tomorrow and hunt some game. Now that Pa's given me the bow, I'm not limited to hunting just mountain chickens anymore. This time, my sights were set on roe deer, those elusive creatures I'd often glimpsed in my auguries. Now that I'd learned archery, it was time to bring them to the dinner table. Besides, I needed to build strength. From now on, I want to eat meat every single day. Surviving solely on rough millet wasn't going to cut it. Catching a roe deer would provide food for days. It's not that easy, Pa said curtly. Just eat your meal in peace. My brother and sister-in-law didn't respond, nor did they dissuade me. It seemed they figured that even if I came back empty-handed, going up the mountain was better than sneaking off to sell household belongings. After dinner, I spent another half-hour practicing with the bow before finally going to bed. The next morning, the first thing I did upon waking was check the tortoise shell. Flickers of light pulsed. It was ready for use again. So, it looks like I can only use this power once per day. I touched it with my finger, and the lights coalesced. That dim star that had hovered over the shell this whole time. It finally lit up, and words appeared next to it. Destiny Star, Mountain Dweller. 3 divination lots popped out. Minor luck, before nightfall, head to Jinshire Pond with a fishing spear or net. There might be something to gain. Moderate luck, there are roe deer currently wandering the southern side of Mount Xiaohe. Bring a hunting bow, and you might have a good catch. Major misfortune, a lone wolf has appeared on the northern slope of Mount Xiaohe. Obtaining its pelt could make you a fortune. However, the wolf is severely starving and highly dangerous. Approach carefully, or you might be torn to shreds. Destiny Star? Mountain Dweller. So that's referring to my current status. It seemed that the scope of the auguries centered around this Destiny Star. If my status were to change in the future, perhaps the range of the divinations would shift as well. It also felt like there were conditions to lighting up the star. It didn't happen immediately upon my transmigration. Instead, it only lit up just now. I didn't know what triggered it. The secrets of this tortoise shell seemed endless and impossible to decipher for now, so I focused my attention on the divination lots. The one for Angelica, which I hadn't used yesterday, had refreshed today, along with an additional minor luck option. Jinshire Pond, located midway up Mount Xiaohe, where loose stones and water accumulated to form a deep pool. It was known to harbor fish and shrimp, fresher and tastier than those from the river. In summer, many villagers came to catch fish there, but in winter, almost no one dared approach. Falling in would likely mean death. Fish tasted best when fried with oil, but we didn't have much oil at home, so I initially thought little of this option. However, with only 1 chicken left in the house, once we ate that, our supply of meat would be gone by tomorrow. Without fresh meat soon, we'd be back to eating gruel and wild greens. I hesitated, but ultimately decided to go for it. Fish was meat, too, and my body needed nourishment while I trained with the bow. The lot dissolved into light, which seeped into my body. A vision of Jinshire Pond appeared in my mind, a deep, shadowy pool, in which a fish over a foot long floated on the surface. Its back was greenish-gray, and it weakly opened and closed its mouth. Its tail barely twitched, flipping over in the water to reveal the silvery white belly, only to flip back again. So it's dying? No wonder the lot described it as minor luck. If this grass carp had been full of energy, I wouldn't have been able to catch it, and it might have even dragged me into the water. Falling into a pond in midwinter could be a death sentence. But since it was sickly, this would be easy. Alright then. Today's plan. Pick Angelica and catch fish. Taking the machete, slinging my longbow on my back, and bundling up in my dogskin coat, I headed out. Erlang, are you off to the mountain? My sister-in-law called after noticing I was awake. Yeah, I'm going to check if I can bring back some more meat. Have breakfast first. I'll get you some food for the road. After I finished eating, she handed me a cloth bundle. Inside were 3 millet dough balls mixed with wild greens. I drizzled a bit of chicken fat on them, so they'll keep you going. Ever since I'd called off the engagement with Chuanda's daughter and brought back 4 mountain chickens, my sister-in-law's attitude toward me had done a complete 180-degree turn. Thanks, sister-in-law. Don't wait for me tonight. I'll be back late. If time allowed, I planned to check the southern side of Mount Xiaohe for traces of roe deer. Saving an augury lot would mean squeezing in one more gain. As I walked out of the village with my bow, more than a few curious eyes followed. News about me getting my act together had already spread through half the village, thanks to my sister-in-law and elder brother's gossip. Heading up the mountain again? Did that rascal really turn over a new leaf? An old man muttered. The person beside him quickly cut in. Lower your voice. The widow's son called him a thug once, and he chased her around with an axe. The old man lowered his volume, though still unconvinced. But he really is a. Before he could finish, I glanced his way, casually placing my hand on the machete at my hip. He quickly swallowed the rest of his words and forced an awkward laugh. Xiao Chun, heading to hunt, eh? Uncle Chan, I replied with mock thoughtfulness. Didn't you just say you still have 2 chickens at home? Ha ha ha. Chen Song laughed nervously. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I smirked. This thug persona of mine certainly had its uses. Showing just enough edge made interactions much simpler. In the village, hardly anyone dares to mess with him. After Jiang Chun walked away, Chun Song relaxed his expression and muttered, This isn't change, is it? Those birds he caught? I'm afraid they're not wild pheasants, but probably raised by some family. No way. I saw Jiang Dalong sell them in the county myself. Those were definitely wild pheasants. So you're saying he really knows how to hunt? Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and a rat's offspring knows how to dig. Jiang Lao's son having hunting skills. What's so unusual about that? That's nonsense. You all might not know, but I do. A figure popped out from the roadside. Zhang Sampo. That rabbit he had the other day? It wasn't hunted. It was roadkill, and he picked it up. Zhang knew. He had seen that rabbit and clearly knew how it died. And as for those so-called pheasants, they were just sitting in their nests, easy enough for a child to grab. And he calls that hunting. Ever since Jiang Chun threatened him last time, Zhang Sampo couldn't let it go. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. If he had gone up the mountain earlier, he could have claimed that rabbit. In his mind, Jiang Chun had stolen his rabbit and then had the audacity to threaten him with a knife. As his grievances festered, Zhang became more resentful. And now, Jiang Chun wanted him to pay the money back? Not a chance. Chen Monsong chuckled. Zhang Sampo, wasn't he your little brother? How come you hid behind a tree just now and didn't go exchange greetings? Who's his brother? We cut ties ages ago, Zhang Sampo said indignantly, hands tucked into his sleeves. Truthfully, Jiang Chen's fierce demeanor had shaken him, and earlier, he simply didn't dare show himself. Oh, I see. Then it looks like Jiang Chun really has changed. Not hanging out with you anymore. That's probably for the best. Chen Monsong, what are you implying? Zhang Sampo shouted. But before he could say more, Chen Monsong had already slung his firewood bundle onto his back and left. My first stop up the mountain was at the snares I had set earlier. The first? Empty. The second? Still nothing. The third? Completely bare. This is tough. I felt pretty down about it. Hunting is tough. The tracks of rabbits were clearly visible, and I had placed snares directly along their routes, even camouflaging them. But after 2 days, I had still caught nothing. I let out a deep breath and scattered a few more fresh grains of millet, telling myself I'd take the snares down and wait until spring if tomorrow yielded no results. I moved further up the mountain. After nearly 2 hours of climbing, my back was soaked with sweat. Steam escaped from my collar in waves. When the icy wind bit into me, I exhaled mist, my face stinging like it was cut by knives. I pulled my hand out of my sleeve and rubbed my face hard before climbing onto the last rocky outcrop, finally reaching the summit of the middle peak of Little Black Mountain. The wind became even fiercer. Looking back, behind Little Black Mountain loomed a much larger mountain, nearly double its height. Its dense trees clustered together, forming a dark, almost impenetrable canopy. Even during the day, it seemed dim and forbidding. No telling how many venomous creatures and deadly predators lay hidden there. That was Big Black Mountain. Just gazing at it from afar was intimidating. But danger often comes hand in hand with opportunity. Larger prey would mostly be found in Big Black Mountain. Medium-sized game like roe deer had already become increasingly rare in Little Black Mountain. One day, I'll need to head over there, I resolved as I set my sights on the distant mountain. After catching my breath, I began searching for the 2 Chinese wild yams, Gastrodia alata, I had seen in the divination. Following the signs on the talisman, I took about 100 steps down to a wind-sheltered slope. Closer to the summit, the trees were dense, and rotting leaves had piled up to create a layer almost 6 inches thick. It felt like wading through a bed of cotton. I gripped my spade and gently brushed aside some of the wilted ferns. The talisman's glowing guide flickered faintly before me, yet I still hadn't spotted the yams. Could they be hidden under a rock? I wasn't trained in medicinal herbs, and my knowledge of the Gastrodia alata plant came entirely from the talisman's guidance. I didn't know its biological habits. At the glowing indicator, I found a loose greenish stone and pried it up. Beneath it was a ring of shallow, light brown fungal roots, resembling the base of a wizened vine. Excited, I thought. The talisman did mention Gastrodia alata grows in symbiosis with decayed wood fungi. It must be here. Squatting down, I used the spade to carefully dig along the stone's edges. As decayed leaves crumbled away, a round, plump object rolled out of the black, damp soil. Covered in moist dirt, I rubbed it clean with my sleeve, revealing its yellowish-white base. One end had a pointed bud tip, while the other featured a concave navel. Sure enough, it was Gastrodia alata. I worked even more cautiously now, tracing the fungal roots deeper into the soil. When I encountered a hard root and rhizome, I shifted the spade 3 inches away, gently prying to lift the soil while preserving the plant and roots. As I sifted away the loose dirt, I unearthed 2 Gastrodia alata plants growing together. They were as thick as a child's forearm, with outer skins intricately striped like tree growth rings. 5 years old. Worth some money. Carefully, I stashed them in a cloth bag, quietly recovered the ground with leaves, and replaced the stone. Maybe 2 more would grow here in the future. No doubt. This trip was already worth it. Satisfied with my haul, I decided not to head directly to Golden Stone Pond just yet. Instead, I continued along the wind-protected slope towards the southern side. My divining signs had indicated that there were roe deer on the South Mountain. While I hadn't consulted the talisman for an exact location, doing a little reconnaissance wouldn't hurt. However, the mountain's southern side was a vast cluster of ridges and undergrowth, far more overgrown than the village-facing side. I wandered aimlessly for an hour, finding only a few dry droppings and no sign of any game. Looking towards the distant stretch of thicker shrubbery, I hesitated. If there were really roe deer here, it would probably be further south, but that would take me much farther from the village, and I still needed to catch some fish later. I stopped and decided to leave it for next time. With my current skills, even if I did encounter a deer, it wasn't likely that I'd be able to catch it. Just as I was about to turn back, something caught my eye. About 10 paces ahead was a mound in the snow. Something wasn't right about it. I immediately grew alert, reaching back to instinctively grip my horn bow and notching an arrow before pulling the string taut. Hey, don't get worked up. The snow moved and spoke as it stood up. It was a man, dressed in a rabbit fur coat with a blackwood bough slung across his back and a short knife hanging at his waist. He looked to be about 30 years old, his face purple from the cold and his skin cracked and rough. Sharp eyes you've got there. Which hunting village are you from? He asked with a grin. 3 Mountain Village, I replied, though I didn't lower my bow. Running into another hunter deep in the wild wasn't necessarily a good thing. Plenty of fights had broken out over game in the past. 3 Mountain Village? Huh, you don't look familiar. Which hunter family are you from? I didn't answer, just stared at him silently. The man chuckled. The name's Jia Fan, from Changha Village up ahead. He pointed southward. At his introduction, I loosened the bowstring slightly, replying, Jiang Chun. Hearing my name, Jia Fan's interest peaked. He looked me over, asking, Jiang Yulin, he your kin? My father. I thought so. Jiang the Elder hasn't been hunting in ages. Looks like he passed the craft on to you. That bow of yours, I recognize it. Come on, show me what you've got. Let's see some skill. I rolled my eyes at him. What am I, here to perform for him now? Still want me to put on a show? I took a couple steps back, spreading my hands. I've just learned this, not good enough for the stage. I need to head down the mountain. You hold the fort here. Don't rush off. We haven't drawn any blood today, have we? He caught up with me. I wasn't about to brag about digging up 2 rhizomes of gastrodia. Seeing me stay silent, he laughed heartily. Don't sweat it. It's always like this when you're new to hunting. He pulled 2 turtle doves from his belt and handed them to me. Here, a meeting gift. Pass on a word to your dad for me. Tell him I'm waiting to head back to the Black Mountain with him. Turtle doves are quick and land high up, making them hard for the average hunter to hit. This Jia Fan wasn't a bad shot, and he'd been to the Black Mountain with my father. As I mulled this over, he pushed the birds toward me. Take them. Why act so formal with me? I couldn't exactly be frosty when he meant no harm, so I accepted them with a nod. Thanks, Uncle Jia. Just 2 birds, no big deal. He patted my shoulder. Oh, by the way, you be careful around the hollow pit ahead. Better yet, don't go there at all. You might fall in. A hollow pit. Either a big hole caused by a landslide or a leftover trap for large beasts. Falling into one could mean death or serious injury. Sometimes they turned out to be dens for tigers or bears, places hunters would avoid at all costs. I made a show of looking nervous. Oh, really? Then I'll go check out somewhere else. Haha, no need to get worked up. The first step of hunting is patrolling the mountain. Walk around enough, and you'll get a feel for the place. I'm going to change my own spot anyway. You've scared off all the turtle doves here. After a few more polite words, we went our separate ways, moving in opposite directions. As soon as I turned away, the nervous look on my face vanished, replaced by furrowed brows. Jia Fan must have spotted the trail of a roe deer and didn't want me stumbling across it. I'd better move fast. My plan was set. Tomorrow morning, I'd check the roe deer trail, mark its location, and get to work. Even if my archery skills were amateurish, as long as I got close enough, that hide and muscle would be no match for a properly placed arrow. On the way toward Goldstone Pool, I decided to swing by the snares I'd set up. Before I even got close, I heard a faint squeaking sound. Excitement surged within me, and I hurried forward. Sure enough, one of the snares had been triggered. Suspended in midair, a gray-black creature with a bushy tail was desperately thrashing against the rope. Its tail slapped against a tree trunk frantically, while the noose around its paws and body tightened, leaving red marks. A gray squirrel, probably drawn in by the millet bait. I untied the snare and held the squirrel in my hand, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Despite its fluffy tail, its body wasn't much bigger than a large rat, barely any meat on it. With turtle doves already in my bag and plans to catch fish later, this thing wasn't worth my effort. Besides, squirrel meat is sour and tough. No one would eat it unless they were desperate from hunger. The squirrel looked up at me with wide, shiny black eyes, its nose twitching as it let out weak squeaks. A smile tugged at my lips. You poor thing. All right, I'll let you go. I tossed it away with a flick of the wrist. The squirrel took off like its life depended on it, darting through the snow. I slung my bow over my shoulder and quietly followed from a distance. The little creature sped through the forest, weaving between trees with startling agility. Most people would have lost track of it after a short distance, but my eyesight was far better than the average person's. I kept my focus on it like a thread stuck to its tail, even from 20 or 30 paces away. After running a good 300 or 400 steps, the squirrel leapt onto the branch of a tree, looked around nervously, then dove into a hollow section of a nearby dead tree trunk. I stepped out from the shadows, grinning. So this is where you live. The dead tree had clearly been standing lifeless for years, leaning against a much larger tree. I gave it a gentle shove, it wobbled slightly. Unsheathing my hatchet, I struck the trunk hard. Thunk! The tree shook. The squirrel that had just made it home let out a sharp squeal, darted out in panic, and clambered onto a nearby tree. This time, it didn't flee but stayed put, its small bead-like eyes fixed on me, its tail fur bristling aggressively. Another strike, and the dead tree snapped open. From the hollow trunk tumbled a cascade of pine nuts, pouring out like a mini waterfall. Not a bad stash at all. I remembered hearing in my past life that squirrels loved to hoard food for winter, often stuffing tree hollows with seeds and nuts, sometimes so much that they forgot where they'd hidden it. Letting this one go was no act of mercy. I'd been banking on it leading me straight to its larder. More and more nuts spilled out. I pulled out a cloth bag to catch them, picking up the ones that had scattered on the ground. By the time I weighed it in my hands, I had a good 4 or 5 pounds of nuts. Not bad for such a little guy, I muttered. The squirrel, still perched above, chittered furiously at me, its tail puffed up like a bottle brush. Though I couldn't understand squirrel language, I figured it wasn't anything polite. Seeing the nearly emptied tree hollow, I felt a twinge of guilt. Glancing upward, I chuckled. I spared your life. Of course, I've got to collect a toll. Squeak, 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 came its shrill reply. Keep yapping, and I'll bag you for dinner. I threatened, raising my bow in mock anger. The squirrel bolted, leaping onto another tree but still glaring mournfully at its hollow, eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. Not my problem. I shook the sack of nuts, grinning. Though not exactly meat, nuts like these were rich in oils and turned deliciously fragrant after a quick roast. If I could press the oil out, I'd have the perfect addition to pan-fried fish or a hearty broth. Just the thought was enough to make my mouth water, my stomach growling in agreement. I plopped down right then and there, ignoring the angry curses from above. Pulling out the vegetable cakes my sister-in-law had made for me, I took my time eating. Crafted from millet and wild greens, they were a chore to chew through, though the drizzle of chicken fat helped them go down. One after another, 3 cakes later, my belly finally felt less empty. Taking a swig of water, I glanced up at the squirrel. It startled at my gaze, clearly sensing my lingering bloodlust, and hurriedly bounded further away. To catch fish, I need a proper fish spear. For a dying fish, it wouldn't need to be high quality, just something straight, sturdy, and the right size to wield. Roaming through the woods, I eventually found a partially broken wild jujube tree. Its trunk, as thick as a bowl, had a natural 3-pronged split at the tip, perfect as makeshift tines. 3 quick strikes dropped the tree, and I trimmed off the excess branches. Sharpening the forked ends into pointed spurs, I carved 2 shallow grooves into the handle for grip and swung it experimentally. Not bad. Spear in hand, I made my way toward Goldstone Pool. Goldstone Pool was larger than I'd imagined, sprawling a good acre. No wonder it bred such big fish. The water, a deep murky green, reflected the sky like glass, with scattered dead leaves floating on its surface. A gentle wind passed over, and the ripples revealed faint movements beneath the water. I picked up a loose stone and hurled it toward the cluster of leaves. Plunk! A large grayish-green fish flicked its tail, splashing up water before vanishing into the depths. But I wasn't worried. Its pale belly, struggling upright, showed its swim bladder was shot. It wasn't going to stay down for long. Just as expected, minutes later, it surfaced again, pale belly up, struggling feebly near the water's edge, just out of reach of my spear. I grabbed another stone, aiming for head to the shore. 3 times I moved closer, and by the time it surfaced again, the grass carp was no more than 2 feet away from the bank. I edged towards the pond, took a slow breath, and carefully lowered the harpoon into the water. The tip of the harpoon pierced the surface, and the grass carp flicked its tail, but couldn't swim far. With a firm motion of my wrist, I angled the harpoon downward, striking the fish squarely in the belly. Splash! Water sprayed against the back of my hand. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the weakened grass carp suddenly convulsed and struggled violently. Its tail fin struck the water with loud, resounding slaps. but the harpoon tip held it firmly in place. Despite nearing death, the strength of the fish underwater matched that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. My arm muscles bulged with all my restraint, and I dared not loosen my grip. It wasn't until the fish's energy waned that I gave a strong lift, hauling the fish out of the water with the harpoon. Its silvery belly glinted in the sunlight, while crimson beads of blood dripped onto the frozen pebbles below. It was even bigger than I'd estimated. Out of the water, I could see that it was almost 2 feet long, likely weighing around 14 or 15 pounds. Just as I was about to carry the fish home, a sharp chill made me wince. Ah, darn. I looked down and realized, in my excitement, I had stepped into the muddy bank of the pond and soaked both my boots. The bone-chilling cold seeped in through the leather. This wasn't good. I needed to hurry back. In weather like this, wet boots could freeze against the skin if left on too long, leaving frostbite that would put me off my feet all winter. Finding a sturdy branch, I threaded it through the gills of the fish, slung it over my back, and made for the mountain path with all the speed I could muster. By the time I reached the village entrance, the sky had taken on a dim, dusky hue. People scavenging wild herbs and firewood were also returning home, visibly weary. The harvest had been poor this year, and no one's granaries were particularly well stocked. Everyone was trying to gather as much winter food and fuel as they still could. Soon, the cold would force them to hunker down for the season. The brisk sound of my hurried steps startled the villagers, causing a few to glance back, only to spot a massive, grayish fish flopping around on someone's back. The sight stopped people in their tracks. What a big catch. That's enough to last the winter, isn't it? After getting their fill of gawking at the fish, their eyes finally moved to me. Isn't that the younger Jiang boy? Bringing back more game again. Second Jiang, where'd you catch that beast of a fish? The pond, I said, not slowing my stride. Really? There's such big fish in Goldstone Pond. How come I've never seen one like that? The skeptics followed close behind, their tones edging on flattery. Second Jiang, we're all neighbors here. Spill the secret, will you? There's almost nothing left to eat at our place. Goldstone Pond, I repeated, shrugging. Got lucky, caught one. Truthfully, other than the nearby river and that pond at the village edge, there weren't many places a fish that size might come from. Anyone familiar with the area could have guessed. Are there more? I smiled wryly. Goldstone Pond's never been short of fish. Whether you catch one or not, it's all about skill. Disappointment flickered across their faces. This weather alone made venturing into Goldstone Pond laughable. Falling in its freezing waters was as good as a death sentence, so nobody dared try. Well, nobody except someone like me with nothing to lose. Uncle, one, a boy playing in the village, heard the commotion and came running. He cheered when he saw the grass carp slung over my back and nearly leaped at me in excitement. Let me carry it for you. No need, I said with a smile. You go home quick and ask your mom to heat up a basin of warm water. When he noticed the fish was longer than he was tall, he realized he wouldn't be able to lift it and promptly nodded. Enthused, he darted off towards home. The crowd, resigned to their inability to fetch their own prize catch, once again fixed their eyes on the nearly 2-foot-long fat grass carp over my shoulder. Fish might not taste as rich as other wild game, but in the depths of winter, any meat was precious. Somewhere in the throng stood Zhang Sanpo, glowering, his nostrils flaring. Aware the fish on my back set his thoughts in motion, I suddenly noticed him glance at my soaked boots. Before I could react, he pushed forward, grinning. Jiang Chun, what a big haul you've got there. Don't bother me. I grunted dismissively. He acted like he didn't hear. Laughing slyly, he added, haven't seen you in a few days. Why so distant now? His gaze fell onto the bulging sack tied at my waist. What you got there, huh? Don't tell me you caught a rabbit too. Let me have a look. I'm not taking it from you. With my right arm supporting the fish, I used my left to shove his shoulder. Get lost. Seizing the opportunity, he staggered theatrically and plopped onto the ground, raising his voice. I just asked a simple question. Why'd you hit me? Jiang Chun, you get a few nice catches, and now you don't care about old friends, huh? As he spoke, he grabbed hold of my leg, clinging tightly. I glared down coldly at him. So he thought pulling some cheap antics would work on me? Around us, the onlookers instinctively backed up a couple of steps, assuming a spectator's stance. Some muttered, weren't these two friends before? How'd it come to this? Jiang Chin's probably outgrown dealing with riffraff like him. Second Jiang's boots are soaked through. If he doesn't get home to warm up soon, he might end up frostbitten. I entertained the idea of kicking Zhang Sampo squarely under the chin, but my arm was weighed down with the fish, and now my leg was locked by his grip. A single wrong move might have thrown me off balance. If I really ended up wrestling on the ground with him, he'd have won this little scheme outright. As I was deliberating, a voice rang out from the edge of the crowd. Hey Zhang, what? Picking on an outsider because you think nobody speaks for us? I looked up. It was my father and elder brother. My father leaned on his cane, trudging step by step towards us. He used the term outsider because, in our village, the Chun family was the majority, the Zhang family second most established, while my family, the Jiangs, was a household of one. In rural villages, outsiders often faced bullying. That said, no one in Three Mountain Village had dared outright target my family. My father's reputation as a hardened ex-soldier, with rumors of men he'd killed, combined with his skills as a hunter, made him a figure no one wanted to cross. Who's bullying who? It's your son who hit me. Zhang Sampo's tone clearly faltered, but he lifted his chin obstinately. Save that petty crap for someone who buys it. My father continued forward at an even pace. His weather-worn face hardened, and with a sharp motion, he swung the cane upward. Gripping it firmly by its thinner end, he declared, I raised hells you'd never dream about. His words weren't fully out of his mouth before the cane came crashing down toward Zhang Sampo's head, whistling audibly with the force of its swing. There wasn't a shred of hesitation in that strike. Wait, Dad, I shouted hastily. The thick end of the cane was heavy. It would have left Zhang severely injured if it landed. For all his scheming, I hadn't intended to escalate things into manslaughter now that we had an audience watching. If the man died, dealing with the local authorities would quickly become a mountain of problems we didn't need. Wham! The cane slammed into the ground, dirt scattering on impact. My father hadn't held back one bit. Thankfully, much like the grass carp earlier, Zhang Sampo mustered all his strength at the critical moment and rolled out of the way. Lying a few feet off to the side, his chest heaved as he caught his breath, his gaze filled with unadulterated fear toward my father. My father scoffed, readjusted his grasp on his cane, and jabbed it firmly into the ground, continuing, Boy, do not make me remind you. More chickens than the ones you've killed, and you still want to mess around with me? Get lost. Zhang Sampo didn't bother with a reply, clutching his pants as he scrambled to his feet and ran off. The crowd was momentarily stunned but burst into laughter as soon as they saw him fleeing. Did he wet himself? A grown man wetting his pants, huh? Old Jiang is savage. Wasn't he about to beat someone to death just now? So what if he kills someone? It's not like it's the first time he'd done it. Big brother came over and took the grass carp I was carrying on my shoulder. Come on, let's head home. Feeling relieved of the weight, I quickly trailed behind him. As soon as we got home, my sister-in-law came out with a large wooden basin of steaming water. Hurry inside. Soak your feet. Stepping into the main room, I carefully pulled off my leather boots, completely soaked through and ice cold. My feet were so numb, I could barely feel them. Dad was already seated in front of me, his rough, calloused hands reaching out to rub warmth back into my frozen feet. Feet like this can't go straight into the hot water. You'll feel worse if you do. Let me get them warmed up first. Instinctively, I tried to pull my feet away, but he held them down firmly. What? You embarrassed now that your old man is rubbing your feet? Fish soup, pine nuts for oil, and the young girl shenyank you. My eyes started to burn as warmth filled my chest. In my previous life, my parents divorced when I was very young, and they each moved on with new families. I barely experienced what having a home felt like. But in this life, with this father, this big brother of mine whom I met after crossing over, I was finally getting a taste of what it truly meant to have a family. Awkwardly, I let out 2 hollow laughs. Dad, aren't you worried we'll get struck by lightning if you act like this? Huh. If lightning had an issue with you, you'd have been fried ages ago. Once my dad deemed my feet were warm enough, he guided them into the basin of hot water. The intense warmth stung at first, but slowly, the numbness faded, and sensation began to return. Phew. I leaned back, swirling my feet in the basin, and looked at my sister-in-law. How'd you have hot water ready so quickly? I was just finishing up cooking, and the stove already had warm water going. When mentioned needing hot water, I threw in some extra firewood to heat it up, she replied. Firewood these days was precious, so people often added water to the pot after cooking to warm it with the stove's residual heat, making it just right for washing later. Big brother followed us inside, tossing the massive fish off his shoulder onto the floor with a solid thud. Wow, that's huge, Xiao Yun exclaimed from the courtyard. I told you, it's even bigger than me, exclaimed one, bursting with excitement. He couldn't wait to have meat to eat and brag about the taste of fish to his friends the next day. My sister-in-law inspected the frozen grass carp with a delighted glow. Erlang, you caught it? Yup. Took some effort, I replied casually. Honestly, it hadn't taken much effort at all. The fish had already been on its last legs, and my boots had only gotten soaked because I unnecessarily took an extra step out of excitement. This is great. Now we've got meat for the winter. She was thrilled beyond words. In this place, fish was the cheapest kind of meat. It wasn't exactly delicious, but for ordinary families, it was one of the few meats they could indulge in during the new year. Being able to put fish on the table meant abundance year after year. Plus, she'd been spreading some slightly exaggerated praise about me to secure a marriage alliance for me. After today's display, Everyone would know I was someone with real skills. If anything, her compliments would seem understated. But Dad wasn't as overjoyed. Catching fish in winter? Have you lost your mind? The waters near Jeanshire Pool are treacherous. One wrong step, and you're gone for good. Thinking about it now, I couldn't help but shudder. Had I taken 2 more steps further, soaked as I was, there was a real chance I'd have fallen in. If your winter coat gets soaked, it's a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Flashing a sheepish grin, I reassured him, "Don't worry, Dad. I know my limits." I only managed to spear this one because I happened to see a grass carp belly up as I was passing by. "You little rascal." Dad shook his head. "Stay away from the water in winter. The Jeanshire Pool is deep. If you fall in, no one will save you." "Got it." I nodded, outwardly complying but inwardly pondering. The pool was full of fish. If it froze over eventually, could I break through the ice and catch them while they surfaced to breathe? I'd seen plenty of videos in my previous life of people fishing like that, though I wasn't sure how thick the ice around here would get. If it was too thin, it wouldn't support my weight. Too thick, and breaking through it could become impossible. I decided to shelf the idea as a last resort for when there were no other hunting options. Dad seemed like he wanted to scold me some more, but I quickly changed the subject. "1, Xiaoyan, come here." "Second, Uncle." The 2 little ones dashed into the main room like a gust of wind, standing at attention. Ever since I brought home several successful hunts, their previous dismissive attitudes toward me had turned into pure reverence. To them, I was now the most capable adult in the household. I pulled 2 pigeons from my coat. "Take these to your mom. Have her roast them up for you." "Whoa, pigeons." Wen's eyes lit up as he grabbed them, shouting all the way to the courtyard, "Mom, we're getting roasted pigeons." A single pigeon only yields about 2 ounces of meat, but for kids, it was a luxury to savor. My sister-in-law appeared, holding the pigeons. "Are you sure these aren't wasted on the kids? 4 ounces of meat. That's enough to flavor an entire dish. Let them eat it. Keeps them from fighting over my stir-fried chicken later." I shot back. Putting on airs, I added, "Besides, with a fish that big, how could we still be short on food? Fish meat is cheap. Don't sell it. Let's just enjoy it at home." She nodded. Fish really wasn't worth much, about the same as millet per pound, so trading it for grain didn't make sense. "All right, just that fish takes a lot of oil, and without oil, it won't taste good." "Oh, right." I suddenly remembered the pine nuts around my waist and handed her the cloth bag. Opening it, she gasped. "So many pine nuts and hazelnuts. Where did you find them?" Any nuts she collected on her usual trips up the mountain took years to accumulate in such quantities. I raided a squirrel's stash. "Let me see." One, still holding the pigeons, squeezed his head in to take a look, exclaiming, "Mom, are you going to roast these too?" In the past, whenever she'd gather even a handful of pine nuts, she'd roast them in the old kitchen wok and let the kids snack on them. But this time, she patted his head and scolded, "You've eaten enough treats. These are going to the oil press so we can get cooking oil for winter. Keep a couple handfuls for them, and trade the rest for oil," I said with a smile. "All right," she beamed. It was my haul, after all, so I had the final say. And with her kids getting a small treat, she was all the happier. "You guys rest up. I'll start making some fish soup." She left, her steps light with joy. Big brother chuckled next to me. "You've really been racking up the goods lately, huh?" It was true. After years of wasting time as an underachieving, carefree drifter, the past few days had seen me bringing in haul after haul of actual necessities. Of course, this wasn't all for them. I had bigger plans. Well, what can I say? Maybe I've got a knack. Or I in tavern. I swayed my tail proudly, wearing a self-satisfied expression. My father's gaze landed on the 2 pigeons. "You hunted those." He already knew I had a knack for archery, but to take down pigeons this quickly was quite impressive. "Nope. I ran into another hunter on the mountain, name's Jiafan. He said he knows you." I recounted my encounter with Jiafan. Father sneered after listening. "That Jiafan?" "Yes, we've hunted together a few times around Ariai Mountain. He's excellent at tracking. He can always find prey if there's a trace to follow. But he's not exactly a straight-dealing man. Telling you all that, he probably spotted tracks and didn't want you interfering." I feigned a sudden epiphany. "Roe deer. It's got to be roe deer." "Roe deer." My father's eyes lit up. Winter is prime hunting season for roe deer. Normally, they would have been driven deep into Ariai Mountain by now. Didn't expect there'd still be some around Xiaohe Mountain. "I'm sure they're roe deer tracks." I recognized them. In truth, I hadn't seen any tracks at all, but that didn't stop me from speaking confidently. "What a shame." Father sighed, shaking his head. "I can't go up the mountain anymore, so Jiafan gets to keep it all to himself. If those deer are lingering there, it could be a whole family, maybe even a herd." "Father, let me try." His eyebrows arched. "You? Barely learned to walk, and now you want to run. Just think of it as arrow practice. No point practicing aimlessly every day. I'm only worried about crossing paths with Jiafan. What if he..." Competing over prey in the mountains could lead to confrontations, and I wasn't sure I could take him, so I sought father's guidance. My father chuckled. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare harm you. Go ahead and try. I'll tell you how to hunt roe deer. They're sharp, but also quite foolish. Once you find the right approach, they're actually easier to hunt than other wild animals. He spent quite a while explaining, only interrupted when my sister-in-law brought in a clay bowl. The fish had been fried in lard until golden, then simmered in a thick, creamy soup with bits of greens floating on top. It smelled divine. Time to eat. I cooked millet rice. The fish soup over rice is just perfect. Save the chicken for tomorrow. We've already got enough for today, she added, glancing at me cautiously, as if afraid I'd be upset. I waved it off. Sister, sit down and eat with us. Go on, eat. Father waved her away dismissively before turning back to me. Remember, once you find tracks of a roe deer, you've got a 30% chance. But, he shook his head again. Your archery skills are too poor. From 50 paces, your arrows couldn't even pierce its hide. After dinner, give me your arrows. I'll sharpen the tips for better penetration. Even if it's not a fatal hit, you could track it by the blood trail. Grandpa, my nephew, one, grumbled, holding his bowl. Eat first. Eat. Sister-in-law ladled a hearty bowl of soup for him. Father, have more. It's good for your leg injury. Good, good. Father's smile couldn't be hidden. The life he had been yearning for. Erlang, you've worked the hardest. Eat up. I took a bowl for myself. The broth was rich and white, glistening with a layer of oil, shimmering slightly from the heat. Blowing to cool it, I sipped. The warmth spread immediately, the savory sweetness of the fish filling my mouth, sliding down my throat, warming me from stomach to soul. The fish meat had been simmered until tender and fell apart at a prod from my chopsticks. Mixed with greens, it melted on my tongue. I was so hungry that even the slightest hint of fishiness went unnoticed. Fish from Jinshir Pond has a flavor of its own, I remarked between bites, rising for a second bowl. 2/4 hours later, when rubbed his stomach and groaned. So full, so full. His little sister, Xiao Yun, shot him an eye roll. You ate the most, of course. Hee hee, it tasted so good. Mother's cooking and second uncle's catch. He suddenly remembered, perking up in curiosity. Mother, is the roasted pigeon ready? Sister-in-law's face turned stern. Eat any more and you'll burst. Save it for tomorrow. When pouted, clutching his stuffed belly in disappointment, but eventually nodded. By dawn the next morning, the temperature had dropped dramatically, and snow began to fall. I slept in a bit, until someone knocked on the door. Second uncle. Someone's here. I sat up, frowning. The original owner of this body didn't have many friends, mostly a gang of troublemakers, and others avoided him like the plague. Could Zhang Sampo, bitter over yesterday's humiliation, have come back for trouble? My blood heated at the thought. In 2 lifetimes, I'd tasted poverty and hardship, but I'd never cowered. If someone dared come stir up trouble again, did they think I was easy prey? A glint of cold resolve flashed in my eyes as I grabbed a hatchet before yanking the door open and storming to the courtyard. My sister-in-law, seeing me heading out armed, sensed something was wrong and followed worriedly. As I stepped outside, my piercing gaze swept the yard, but I didn't find the scene I expected. Instead, standing timidly by the gate was a young girl. She wore a thick cotton jacket over a blue and white Ruchuan skirt, with frayed sleeves and washed-out fabric. Small and slight, she was almost drowned by her oversized outfit, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Her wooden hairpin barely went past her ears, leaving her slender neck exposed. Her nose was tipped pink from the cold, making her lips look even rosier, and her delicate face resembled a piece of soft jade dipped in water. She huddled against the door to shield herself from the wind, clutching a fabric bundle tightly to her chest, toes scuffing at the thin layer of snow underfoot, darkening it. Hearing footsteps, she lifted her eyes abruptly, her lashes fluttering nervously as if to speak, only to see me bursting out, hatchet in hand, face fierce as a demon. She gasped, stumbling back several steps, almost falling over. Seeing it was just a lone girl, I froze for a moment, then quickly reached out to steady her. Her face flushed a fiery red, her ears burning too, as she twisted her fingers into the patch on her sleeve. In a voice barely audible, she murmured, Let go. I withdrew my hand immediately. She swayed slightly but managed to stand upright, looking at me with a mix of fear and unease. What were you going to do? It was only then I realized I was still holding the hatchet. Embarrassed, I casually tossed it onto the steps with a clatter. Nothing, just came out to see who it was. You call this just seeing who it was? With a hatchet in hand? Her fear deepened, the look in her eyes growing more wary. Erlang, calm down. My sister-in-law caught up. Seeing me and the girl staring at each other just 3 steps apart, she too frowned in confusion. What's going on here? I thought it might be those thugs causing trouble again. I turned back to the girl. Miss, may I ask your name? Her face flushed even more. Shinyanxiu. Ah, the autumn ink on the grindstone. To write poems by nightfall, a fine name. I muttered softly. Words, such as that name, sound so much better than big flower or second flower. Her eyes lit up. In this remote village of Sanshan, where most people were illiterate, she hadn't expected the so-called rogue to say something like this. It seemed that rumors weren't always reliable. However, the straightforward compliment caused her cheeks to flush all the way to her ears. The sister-in-law smirked mysteriously. Erlang, have you been to the city too much? You're starting to sound like you're on stage in a play. It was then I snapped back to reality. This wasn't some costume drama, nor was I a white-robed scholar. It's just that the young woman in front of me looked so out of place in this countryside setting. It threw me off for a moment. The sister-in-law turned her head. Shin girl, coming over so early. What's the matter? Shin Yinxiu seemed to shake herself back to focus. I heard yesterday. Her eyes darted toward me briefly, her voice stuttering. That you caught a fish. My father's been sick lately, and I was wondering if I could exchange some of its meat to make soup for him. She held up a wrapped package. I brought 2 caddies of millet, just for a bit of the meat near the tail. Oh, asking for fish meat, I see. The sister-in-law said with a smile. The tail doesn't have much meat, and it's all bones anyway. Luckily, I've already chopped off the fish head. It's perfect for soup. I'll get it for you right away. Shin Yinxiu's face brightened, though she seemed a bit uneasy. Thank you, Andy. We don't have much millet left. Can I pay you instead? She started rummaging through her clothes. Come now. We're all from the same village. Why fuss over such things? Come inside. I'll get it for you. Shin Yinxiu hesitated, her steps slow and wide as she made a large arc around me, following the sister-in-law into the yard from a careful distance. I rubbed my nose, amused. Am I really that scary? Then I followed them inside. Seeing that my sister-in-law had started chatting with her, I retired to my room, shut the door, and ignored the rest. Closing my eyes, I opened my tortoise-shell divination. Today's fortune, small misfortune. Small misfortune. On the side slope of Xiahishan, there is a white fox hunting. If you go now, you might track it down. Bring a hunting bow, and there could be gain. However, venturing up the mountain in heavy snow poses risks. Small misfortune. In the southern area of Xiahishan, there are presently some deer roaming. Bring a hunting bow, and there may be harvest. However, ascending the mountain in the snow could be dangerous. Major misfortune. A lone wolf has wandered to the northern foothills of Xiahishan. Obtaining its pelt could bring great wealth, but the wolf is in a state of extreme hunger. Approach cautiously or risk being torn apart. Well, damn. 3. Misfortune, fortunes. Looks like I should stay home today. It must be due to this heavy snow. It snowed all night, and by now, the accumulation outside must be quite deep. It's definitely a bad day to venture out into the mountains. Better take a rest. Even if the reading only advised small misfortune, I have zero intention of taking chances. However, I still took note of the second fortune about the deer. It might shift to minor boon when the snow clears. I'll go then. Putting the shell back, I could hear the conversation continuing in the yard. This is too much, Annie. There's still so much meat left on this part. Shin Yinxiu's voice rose, protesting against the excessive generosity. I really can't take advantage of you like this. You're overthinking it. Just take it, the sister-in-law said dismissively. Then her tone dropped slightly. Besides, I kind of have a favor to ask you. Shin Yinxiu instinctively glanced toward the door to my room. She'd heard rumors about Jiang Chun, the second son of the Jiang family, how he had a bad reputation and had been unable to find a wife. Supposedly, even with a dowry offer of 50 taels, their last matchmaking attempt had ended in failure. Was the Jiang family trying to make her match with him now? What should she do if that was the case? Then again, Jiang Chun wasn't exactly unpleasant to look at. He was skilled in hunting and had just earlier said, "Autumn night over the inkstone, grinding ink to make poetry." He didn't seem like the other villagers at all. If only those rumors about him weren't so awful. As these thoughts spiraled, Shin Yinxiu felt her head spinning into a confusing mess. My kid, Chen Xiaotsue suddenly called out loudly. Jiang Nungwen. The little boy playing in the snow by the door quickly scurried over, his nose running as he sniffled. Yes, Mom. It's him, the sister-in-law announced. His father gave him that name, Nungwen, literally capable of scholarly pursuits, hoping he'd one day learn to read and write. But look at him. He's never gone to school. Next spring, I'd like to send him to Mr. Shun's school to start learning. Huh. Shin Yinxiu froze. Oh, so that's what this was about. Her face reddened even further. What was she just thinking moments ago? Since fleeing to Sanshan village with her father, they had indeed opened a small private school where her father taught children to read. But bad harvest years had meant that only a few wealthy families could afford to send their kids to school. Life for her and her father had grown harder with every passing day. Don't worry about it, Miss Shun. Once the child starts next year, we'll definitely pay that. What was it called again? Shuxiu, Shin Yinxiu said softly. Yeah, that tuition fee or whatnot, Shin Xiaozue said, nodding. Do you think that's all right? Of course it's fine. The child really is old enough to start learning, Shun Yinxiu replied. She thought about it. While her father's health wasn't great, he was still capable of teaching a few students literacy. If he couldn't, then she could manage instead. Meanwhile, Nungwen, off to the side and still sniffing, suddenly burst into tears. I don't want to study. I don't want to study, Wah. Chen Xiaozue yanked him back and clamped a hand over his mouth. Enough. It's settled. Case closed. And just like that, the deal was done. The sister-in-law glanced at my closed door and hollered. Erlang, it's snowing cats and dogs out there. Go walk Shin girl home. Oh, what? Oh, that's right. Shin Yinxiu and her father, Shun Lang. Their stories one I almost forgot. The Shun father and daughter, who fled here, settled in Sanshan village the year before last. Shin Lang used to come from a wealthy family and was a scholar, but now he makes a living by running a private school in the village. As I was thinking, my sister-in-law's voice called out. Pulling open the door, I saw Shin Yinxiu holding a cloth bag, waving her hand in a flustered manner. No need. It's no trouble. I glanced at the drifting snow and said, I happen to be heading out too. It's on the way. Let's go. Before finishing my sentence, I had already put on my fur coat. She initially wanted to refuse, but perhaps recalling the time I rushed out with a hatchet, she didn't dare to say a word and silently followed. Once outside, I said, let me carry it for you. Chen Xiaozue was truly generous. Shin Yinxiu had given her 2 pounds of millet, and in return, she gave back over 4 pounds of fish heads and tails. Fish meat itself isn't worth much, and fish heads and tails are even cheaper, but on a snowy day like this, it was considered a rare act of generosity. Shin Yinxiu wanted to decline, but seeing my hand already extended, she had no choice but to hand over the cloth bag. Are you afraid of me? I asked with a smile. She seemed startled, quickly denying, no, I'm not. I chuckled twice and didn't tease her further. Taking the cloth bag, I deliberately stepped back 2 paces. The village was full of prying eyes, and with everyone idle in the winter, walking too close would surely spark gossip by tomorrow. Seeing me create some distance, she finally said softly, it's just that you seem different from the rumors. What do the rumors say about me? A ruffian, a scoundrel. Halfway through, she seemed to realize it might offend me and quickly added, that's what they say, not me. And in reality, a bit fierce, but polite, and you can hunt. You're a capable person. I smiled. In this village, being able to hunt was indeed considered a skill. Have you studied before? She asked. I've studied a little. When I was young, Jiang Yulin did send me to a private school, but I was inconsistent, learning only a few characters. I think you're quite suited for studying. The way you speak. She blushed as she trailed off. Picked it up from the opera stage. I replied casually. Being able to remember it is already impressive. At that moment, a small courtyard with green stone walls appeared before us. It was even larger than the Jiang family's, though several tiles were missing from the roof, giving it a neglected appearance. It turned out to be the ancestral home of Chun Dahua's family, which the Shun father and daughter had bought. Well, such rural ancestral homes aren't like farmland. There aren't many buyers. I'm here, she said, turning back. I had wanted to ask where they had fled from and what the situation was like outside, but I was afraid of touching a sore spot. In the end, I didn't ask and handed the cloth bag back to her. She took it, said goodbye, and entered the courtyard. In the main room, Shin Yinxiu pushed the door open, letting the cold wind rush in and blow a few sheets of paper off the table. The man sitting at the table coughed twice. Father, why are you out of bed? She hurried forward. Shin Lang curled his lips slightly. Caught a cold, that's all. It's not like I'm dying. I can't just lie around all day. He put down his pen and brushed the snow off her shoulder. It's snowing. What were you doing out so early? She lifted the bag. I heard someone in the village caught a big fish. I traded some millet for the fish head and tail to make soup for you to nourish your health. My health is perfectly fine. He refuted her with words, but then asked, we don't have much millet left at home, do we? It's fine. If we ration it, it'll last through the winter. Shen Lang sighed. Sure, you've had it tough. Back when they first arrived in Sanshan village, he had boldly bought a house and served fine rice at every meal. But running a private school didn't earn much, and as their savings dwindled, life became harder. Being with you isn't tough, she said with a smile. When this cold clears up, I'll make a trip to the city. There are still some personal items I can sell. Yes, and we need to get more medicine. If it snows a couple more times, we might not be able to get to the county. Shin Lang nodded, unwilling to dwell on the topic. He glanced at the cloth-wrapped package and exclaimed, what a big fish head. It's not easy to catch fish in winter. A hunter in the village named Jiang Chen caught it at Jinshi Pond. Jiang Chen. Shin Lang thought for a moment. Isn't he the rascal who sold off all his winter provisions? He usually didn't pay much attention to village affairs, but this incident had stuck in his mind. Father, don't you always say that rumors can be misleading? I think he's different from what people say. Perhaps my attitude earlier was decent, so she defended me with a remark. Shenlang shuddered. Chioer, don't be fooled by his sweet talk. People like him, who are idle and unskilled, are the best at deceiving others. Father, what are you thinking? She shook her head, carrying the cloth bundle toward the kitchen. I'll go make the soup. You should rest. Don't meet him again in the future. Shenlang reminded her from behind. She pretended not to hear, but inwardly she muttered, Father isn't wrong. He really is quite good at sweet talking. I saw her enter the house from outside the door and turn to go back home. The snow was getting heavier, and I completely gave up the idea of going up the mountain. As soon as I got home, I heard Jiang Ningwen wailing, No, I won't go to school. Then came Chun Xiaozui's stern voice. You'll go in the spring. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. If you keep being stubborn, don't even think about eating meat at home anymore. Just as I entered the door, Jiang Ningwen looked at me with tearful eyes. Second uncle. I looked helpless. Where's your dad? In the room. In Jiang Yolin's room, there was a small brazier the size of a rice bowl. It had no open flames, just leftover charcoal mixed with ash, emitting a faint warmth. On the table were 5 arrows, their arrowheads gleaming coldly, clearly freshly sharpened. Come here, he beckoned. I've sharpened all 5 of these. Even if your strength is a bit lacking, within 50 paces, they can pierce through meat and break the skin. He added, but they won't last long. At most, 2 uses before they're done. Use them sparingly. Looking at the cold, gleaming arrows, I realized how far I still had to go in mastering the craft of hunting. After carefully putting the arrows away, I said, It's a pity it's snowing today. I can't go up the mountain. This is a good thing, he said, gazing at the snow outside the window. If you can't go, neither can Jia Fan. The heavy snow will cover all tracks. Once the snow stops, he'll have to start tracking the roe deer all over again. This is your chance. If you find it first, you can hunt it first. If you win this round, you'll officially become a hunter. I thought about it and realized he was right. The key was that while Jia Fan might lose the roe deer's trail, I wouldn't. I had already kept that divination stick safe and could track it at any time. As soon as the snow stopped, it would be the perfect time to hunt the roe deer. All right, I'll go practice archery in the yard. The only thing I could do now was seize every moment to ensure that when I found the roe deer, I could take it down with one shot, leaving no chance for Jia Fan. As I was heading out, Chun Xiaozui looked up and asked, Erling, what do you think of that Shin family girl? What about her? She smiled, still shy with your sister-in-law? Then she shook her head. But that girl is pretty, just a bit too thin. I'm afraid she might not be good for childbearing. If you do marry her, you'd better fatten her up before having kids. My brow twitched. People in this village really had straightforward thoughts. I quickly interrupted, Sister-in-law, let's put that aside for now. I'm off to practice archery. Unable to go up the mountain, I didn't idle around and practiced archery in the courtyard. Jiang Yulin sat in front of the veranda, occasionally offering a few pointers. After practicing for a while, he stopped commenting altogether. He himself had learned through unconventional means, picking up archery skills through real-life combat. But it seemed I had an innate sense for arrows, a natural talent that allowed me to improve rapidly, so rapidly that he feared teaching me too much might stifle this natural instinct. The most challenging part, however, was mastering the use of force. My build was much sturdier than Jiang Yolin's, but channeling all my strength into the bow was an art that required years of practice. In the end, he could only say, practice diligently and take it slow. I nodded. I understood the principle. Applying force relied on technique, not brute strength, and it required gradual training. Of course, no matter how good the technique, a weak foundation wouldn't suffice, so I needed to eat more meat to build up my strength. Hungry. Let's eat, I said, waving my hand to stop. All right, we'll have meat for lunch. Jiang Yulin agreed without pushing me further, afraid I'd lose interest and revert to my old, unruly ways. After lunch, I lay down for a while before resuming practice. There wasn't much else to do in these times. Staring at the ceiling wasn't an option. Snow fell continuously for 2 days. For both days, the divinations predicted minor misfortune. On the first day, I drew a lot about a fox. A fox in Xiaohe Mountain was foraging for food. Its tracks were clear in the snow, so going up the mountain might yield results, but the heavy snow posed risks. On the second day, the lots refreshed. Minor misfortune, a rabbit is trapped on the southern side of Xiaohe Mountain. Minor misfortune, a roe deer is spotted on the southern peak of Xiaohe Mountain. Bringing a hunting bow might yield results. Moderate misfortune, the wolf king hasn't eaten for days. Obtaining its pelt could bring great profit. I paused for a moment. First, I considered the rabbit, another trapped rabbit. In this weather, it's probably frozen stiff. Not surprising. Every winter, mountain folk would find frozen rabbits on the mountain. The roe deer and wolf king were familiar from previous divinations. Snow has sealed the mountain, so the roe deer must have moved, and the lots refreshed? I thought regretfully. The previous lot I drew was likely invalid now. Unlike herbs, live animals weren't as predictable, and drawing lots in advance wasn't as effective. Finally, my gaze fell on the wolf king's lot. It had shifted from major misfortune to moderate misfortune. It seemed the wolf king hadn't found food in Xiaohe Mountain. Already injured, its chances of survival were slim. Once the snow stopped, I might even be able to claim its pelt. With that thought, my disappointment vanished. In the end, I chose the rabbit lot. Since I couldn't go up the mountain today, the other two targets would likely move, but the frozen rabbit would still be in the same spot tomorrow, making it a risk-free pick. However, as the lot dissolved into light and entered my mind, I cursed under my breath. Damn it. It wasn't trapped. It was caught in one of my snares. I hadn't had any luck with them before, but the heavy snow had worked in my favor. This lot had played me. Forget it. Wasting one chance isn't a big deal. I can't go up the mountain today anyway. I consoled myself. On the third day, the snow began to let up. The snow was about 3 inches thick, and the temperature had dropped further. Early in the morning, I drew lots again. Today's fortune, neutral, minor blessing. Jinshi Pond has frozen over. Breaking the ice might yield extra rewards. Minor blessing. A roe deer is spotted on the southern side of Xiaohe Mountain. Bringing a hunting bow might yield results, but the snow makes travel difficult. Moderate misfortune. The wolf king hasn't eaten for days. Obtaining its pelt could bring great profit, but beware of its desperate counterattack. Jinshi Pond again, breaking the ice to fish. I dismissed the first lot after a glance. Although it was labeled minor blessing, it wasn't without risks. Last time I caught grass carp, I nearly got frostbite on my feet. After this heavy snow, I understood even more clearly that fortunes could change at any moment, and one must always be prepared. A single misstep could spell disaster. With Jinshi Pond ruled out, there weren't many options left. I began gearing up: a dogskin coat, oxhorn bow, hatchet, snares, cloth bag, water pouch. Everything was ready. Today was the day to hunt the roe deer. As I was leaving, Jiang Yulin called out, "Don't rush. Spend the first day tracking. Don't expect to succeed in one shot. Jia Fan will have to start tracking again too." Without looking back, I replied, "Got it. Don't wait for me for dinner." The snow on the mountain reached up to my calves, making the path much harder to traverse than usual. By the time I reached the southern peak of Little Black Mountain, an hour and a half had passed. The world was a vast expanse of white, dazzlingly clean. The previous footprints had been completely buried, while the new ones stood out starkly, impossible to hide. Only then did I summon the tortoiseshell and take out the divination stick for the roe deer. The stick transformed into light and surged into my body, conjuring a snowy scene. A horned male roe deer appeared, quite large, likely weighing 50 kilograms. Beside it was a female roe deer, and between them was a half-meter-tall fawn, its fur a soft light brown, fluffy and adorable. 3 of them. I held my breath. No need to be greedy. Just catching the male would be enough. Roe deer antlers are worth a lot. In the vision, the 3 roe deer walked through the snow, nibbling on dry branches and digging through the snow for food. Scattered on the snow were a few cracked hazelnut shells, their edges still bearing fresh tooth marks. I need to head further south. I wonder if I'll run into Jia Fan. If he had his sights set on this group too, he'd definitely be on the mountain today. Longhe village is closer to this area, so he might have arrived even earlier than me. I quickened my pace, following the guidance. Another hour passed, and finally, a trail of plum-shaped hoof prints appeared in the snow, larger than those of a wild rabbit, with forked tips. Found them. I took a deep breath, wiped away the clearest print, and crouched to follow the trail. The wind whistled through the forest, carrying pine needles that brushed past my ears. I circled halfway around, positioning myself downwind to avoid exposing my scent. I kept my body pressed low. The back of my dogskin coat was deliberately chosen to be white-gray fur, blending almost seamlessly with the snow. After crawling about 300 steps, I finally spotted the 3 roe deer. One of them had 2 short horns standing upright on the back of its neck, its fur gleaming a tea-brown under the sunlight. The very male roe deer from the divination stick. I was still 100 steps away, not yet within my confident shooting range. Holding my breath, I inched forward bit by bit. Crack! A tree branch snapped underfoot, making a sharp sound. The male roe deer abruptly raised its head, its ears standing alert like 2 leaves, its amber eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The female roe deer stepped forward slightly, its front legs bent, ready to leap at any moment. The fawn, however, curiously looked around, even taking small steps toward the source of the sound. I burrowed into the snow, hiding my entire body. You. The female roe deer called out, and the fawn stopped, resuming its snow digging. Gradually, the three relaxed their vigilance and lowered their heads again. I estimated the distance, 55 steps, still downwind. Any closer, and I might startle them. Taking a deep breath, I rose very slowly. I drew an arrow and knocked it to the bow. The bowstring bit into my fingertips, leaving red marks as the horn bow bent into a full arc. My gaze fell on the male roe deer's neck, hesitated briefly, then shifted down to its front leg. At this distance, I couldn't guarantee a fatal shot. If I missed and scared off the prey, the trip would be wasted. The front leg had the thinnest flesh. Hitting it wouldn't be immediately lethal, but I could track it by the blood trail. In this snowy terrain, once injured, it wouldn't get far. Having decided on the target, I entered a state of focused concentration. The male roe deer seemed to enlarge before my eyes, filling my entire field of vision. I could even see the blood vessels in its front leg, the blood flowing in pulses. Buzz! The mulberry wood arrow skimmed the snow, kicking up a trail of snowflakes that formed a white tail. Thud! It struck the left front leg squarely. The male roe deer reared up in pain, letting out a heart-wrenching cry, then turned and bolted into the dense forest, leaving a dark red blood trail in the snow. The female and fawn were also startled, crying out as they fled into the distance. Those two weren't my targets. As long as I could catch the male, that would suffice. But in the next moment, a second arrow flew past me. Thud! It pierced through the female roe deer's chest cavity. It ran a dozen steps before collapsing, its body still twitching. I turned around to see Jia Fan standing up from the snow, grinning. You're better at tracking than me, but your archery needs work. You were following me? I frowned, surprised that I hadn't noticed him behind me all along. Jia Fan shrugged. I got here earlier than you. You just got lucky. Besides, I left the male for you. He then ran toward the female roe deer. The male is yours, the female is mine. As for the fawn, whoever hits it gets it. The male roe deer was still running, while the female roe deer was already dead. I had no time to chase the fawn. Without bothering to talk to him, I fixed my gaze on the direction the male roe deer was fleeing and gave chase. It was limping and sprinting wildly through the snow, its hooves kicking up snow mixed with blood droplets, leaving specks of red on the withered branches. After less than 100 steps, its front leg gave way, and it collapsed to the ground. The specially sharpened arrowhead proved effective, piercing deeper than I had expected, completely draining its strength to run. I pulled out a second arrow and drew the bow. This time, I aimed for the neck. The male roe deer saw me draw the bow again and charged at me like a mad creature, its short antlers gleaming coldly. I didn't move, watching it grow larger and larger in my field of vision. Holding my breath, the bowstring vibrated with a twang. The arrow pierced through its throat, emerging from the other side, the fletching still trembling. The male roe deer took 2 steps, its massive body collapsing forward, sliding half a foot on the snow. Its forehooves twitched a few times before it stopped moving. Only then did I dare to take deep breaths, sweat dripping onto the snow. It seemed like just 2 arrows, but I hadn't relaxed since spotting it. Now, my whole body felt drained. I walked over, nudged it with the tip of my boot. It was dead. I sat down to rest. After recovering for about 15 minutes, I untied the hemp rope, bound the male roe deer, and began dragging it back. The snow acted as a sled, making it easier. When I returned to where the female roe deer had been killed, Jia Fan was panting heavily, running toward me while tying up the female roe deer on the ground, his eyes darting nervously in the direction the fawn had fled. What's wrong? He didn't answer, gesturing toward a hollow. I looked over. There was a gray-black mass lying in the shadows. Focusing my gaze, I realized it was a wolf, much larger than an ordinary wild wolf, its shoulders as broad as a half-grown cow. Its fur was dull gray, matted with snow and mud, and half of its right ear was missing, the jagged edge crusted with black scabs. In front of it lay the fawn, its neck bitten through, blood pooling into a dark red patch on the snow. My breath caught. The Wolf King, it's here. That dark figure was the old Wolf King, the one cast out of its pack as foretold by the divination sticks. It had made its way south. Cold sweat broke out on my back. If I had encountered it before finding the roe deer, I would have been the prey. Or perhaps it had been following me all along, waiting for a better moment to strike. Old wolves are craftier than humans. I had hoped it would starve to death, but now that it had tasted blood, it could survive a while longer. The Wolf King sensed the commotion, paused its gnawing, and slowly raised its head. I saw its face clearly, a horizontal scar across its nose, yellow-black, jagged fangs, and blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. Its amber eyes were clouded with shadows, a fierce glint emanating from within. The moment our eyes met, it bared its teeth and growled lowly, the fur on its back standing on end. A chill ran through me, goosebumps covering my arms. That was the predator's aura, instinctively making me freeze, forgetting even to move my feet. Run already, Jia Fan shouted. The Wolf King. If it's not full, it'll eat people next. I snapped out of it, grabbed the roe deer, and started heading down the mountain. Together, or it'll chase us. The two of us bolted downhill. Perhaps it was already full, or maybe it was simply too old, but the Wolf King didn't pursue us. After several hundred steps, when the mountain peak was out of sight, I finally realized that one glance had left me drenched in cold sweat. Scared. Jia Fan squatted down, panting. First time seeing the Wolf King, and you didn't wet yourself? Guess you're tough. Never seen a wolf that big before, that's all. What's there to be scared of? Sure, you weren't scared. He hoisted the roe deer onto his shoulder. Let's get down the mountain quickly. It won't stay long. I stared at his back. I'm going to hunt that Wolf King. Want to join me? Jia Fan turned around, looking at me as if seeing me for the first time. A calf unafraid of a tiger. If you don't value your life, go ahead. I'm not going to die with you. Old wolves like that, the older they get, the craftier they become. They can deceive, set traps, and command an entire pack of wolves. The mountains are their territory, don't provoke them. He turned and walked away. This time, I owe you a favor. Next time you have prey, call me. If you die in the Wolf King's jaws, I'll add a shovelful of dirt for you. I started moving, dragging my own roe deer. Hunting a wolf isn't just talk. I had just been forced into a cold sweat by a dying old wolf. But as I calmed down, a fire ignited in my heart. How dare a mere beast consider me its meal? That fire turned into a killing intent. I couldn't swallow this indignation unless I took it down. Besides, a Wolf King roaming the mountains, treating humans as prey, made the back of my neck tingle with unease. I couldn't let it stay. It had been cast out of its pack, had no allies, and was so old it could barely move. A single fawn wouldn't sustain it for long. If I prepared properly, I might just be able to kill it. On the way down the mountain, I picked up the rabbit that had been caught in the snare. Crossing the river, someone noticed me dragging something behind me. When they got closer, they saw it was a still bleeding roe deer. Roe deer? Where did you hunt it? Isn't it obvious? Look at the arrow in its neck. Someone answered before I could speak. There are still roe deer on Little Black Mountain? I thought they all ran to Second Black Mountain. Jiang Erlang has inherited all his father's skills. Truly impressive. I heard all these comments. The excitement from the Wolf King incident had subsided quite a bit, but I couldn't help feeling a little proud. No wonder people who catch big fish can lose their way for a whole day. It must be the same for those who hunt valuable game. Anyway, no one called me a rascal along the way anymore. The older ones addressed me as Jiang Erlang, and those around my age called me Jiang's second brother. Second uncle. Second uncle. As soon as I reached the village entrance, Jiang Ningwen was the first to rush out. Ever since I brought back a pheasant, he had been waiting at the village entrance every time I went up the mountain. His little face was red from the cold, and as soon as he saw me, he ran up to me. Go get your dad to help me. I'm exhausted. Dragging a 50-something-pound male roe deer out of such deep snow was no joke. It was only then that Jiang Ningwen noticed the roe deer behind me. His mouth opened wide in amazement. Wow! He wiped his nose and sprinted home, slipping on the way and falling into a snowdrift. He got up without even brushing off the snow and kept running. Dad! Second uncle caught a roe deer. Jiang Tian quickly came out to meet me. He froze when he saw the roe deer. You hunted this. Unless it ran into the arrow itself? I let go of the rope and handed it to him. We're roasting roe deer meat tonight. Tell sister-in-law to use plenty of salt. I was never polite with my elder brother. He didn't mind. After all, I used to treat him much worse, even stealing from the family to exchange for money. Now, he already thought I had improved. If I suddenly started acting like a model younger brother, he might even suspect I wasn't myself. A crowd followed us to the door, clicking their tongues in amazement. Just as I was about to go inside, someone couldn't help but ask, Jiang Erlang, are you selling the roe deer meat? Sell some, will you? Let us have a taste. We haven't seen meat all year. Genuine wild game is more flavorful than fish, rabbit, or pork. Stocking up for the new year would be perfect. I looked at Jiang Tian. Asked my brother. Jiang Tian hesitated. Let me figure out how to handle it first. If we sell any, I'll let you know. Back home, the first step was processing, skinning, and removing the antlers. Selling the whole deer to a county and could fetch at least one tael of silver. If we broke it down into loose meat and skinned it, the inns wouldn't take it, but we could sell it in the village. The two of us went inside, while outside, someone sighed. That Jiang Erlang really has some skills, even managing to hunt a roe deer. He hasn't come back empty-handed in a while. No other hunter has such talent. Whoever marries into the Jiang family will be truly blessed. Eating meat every day from now on. At this, everyone's eyes lit up. Jiang family's second brother still didn't have a wife. A woman pinched her husband's arm fiercely. Look at him. Even in heavy snow, he can drag a deer back. And you? If I came across one, I could hunt it too, the man retorted stubbornly. But deer aren't that easy to encounter. That kid just got lucky. Lucky? His family has so much meat they can't finish it. And you call that luck? Our family is barely surviving this winter. Unable to withstand her barrage, the man finally gave in. Fine, I'll go up the mountain tomorrow and see what I can do. In Sanshan village, there were 5 registered hunters. There used to be more, but the wild game in Xiaohe Mountain had dwindled over the years, and no one dared venture into Ariai Mountain. Coupled with the annual hunting tax, only these 5 families remained. This winter came early, and most people had already put away their bows. Now, seeing me drag back a deer, their thoughts were stirred again. If they didn't want to go themselves, their families would surely push them to head up the mountain. After closing the door, Jiang Tian stared at the deer in the yard, still in disbelief. Xiao Chun, did you really hunt this? Of course. The arrows were even sharpened by Dad. He lowered his head and saw the Jiang character carved on the mulberry wood shaft. You're amazing. It wasn't doubt, but rather disbelief. These days, my younger brother's personality was still as prickly as ever, but his skills seemed to change daily. Rabbits, deer, pheasants. Our house was now piled with meat. Selling this deer would provide enough grain to last through the winter. If we could safely make it through this season and plant crops in the spring, we wouldn't have to worry anymore, as long as we didn't encounter a famine year. Jiang Yulin came out and was momentarily stunned by the sight of the deer. How did you find it? As an experienced hunter, he knew that once you got close enough, my archery skills made hunting a deer relatively easy. But Xiaohe Mountain, small as it was, had both southern and northern peaks. Even in snowy weather, finding a deer in just one day wasn't simple. Just lucky, I said, shrugging, attributing it all to luck. He scrutinized me for a while before nodding. Luck is indeed important in hunting. Jiang Tian grinned. Shall we take it to the city to sell tomorrow? He added, you don't have a wife yet, so you can keep half the money, and the rest can be exchanged for millet to last through the winter. No way, I shook my head. We'll skin it, eat the meat, keep half, and sell the rest in the village. Keep half. Chen Xiaotsui gasped. Half would be over 20 pounds. How long would it take to finish that? Her expectations were still stuck on having one meat dish a month. From now on, we'll have meat for lunch and dinner every day, 1 pound a day. The 3 of them almost simultaneously widened their eyes. 6 people eating 1 pound a day seemed too little to me. To Chen Xiaotsui, it was an extravagant waste. In ordinary times, even landlords eating white bread every meal would be considered indulgent. And here I was suggesting 1 pound of meat a day? If word got out, people would criticize us harshly. She looked to Jiang Yulin for help. Father's face darkened too. How much wealth did we have to dare waste like this? He coughed. For ordinary families, once a month is already good. How about we do it every 10 days? Even the village head's family only eats meat this often. We'll save the money from selling the deer for your future wedding. I frowned. Even father was opposing me, and reasoning wouldn't work for now. I had to lean on my persona. I flung my hands up and furrowed my brows. If I don't eat what I hunt, why bother hunting it? Might as well go back to being a rascal. As soon as I said this, Jiang Yulin immediately softened. All right, we'll do as you say. What he feared most was me reverting to my old ways. A little waste was nothing. As long as I stayed grounded, it was fine. Besides, eating half and selling half wouldn't leave us starving. Chen Xiaotsui sighed deeply, accepting it. Only then did the fire on my face turn into a smile. See? Selling it doesn't bring the same satisfaction as eating it. At a time when strength was lacking, I couldn't afford to skimp on food. I turned to the 2 kids. What do you 2 think? Eat or sell? Raise your hand if you want to eat. Jiang Wen was the first to raise his hand. Eat meat. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at Chen Xiaotsui, hesitated, and raised half a hand. I laughed heartily. See? It's not just me being stubborn. 3 votes to 3. Half to eat, half to sell. Perfect. Chen Xiaotsui glared at her daughter but had no choice but to agree. Fine, we'll do as you say. But I'm not handling this deer. Jiang Yulin was already used to my temperament. Whatever displeasure he had was quickly forgotten as he looked at the deer and grinned. I'll take care of it. Skinning a deer is a skill. If you mess it up, it won't fetch a good price. Chen Xiaotsui worried. Dad, your leg. He tossed aside his crutch and limped a few steps. It's almost healed. I quickly shoved the crutch back into his hand. Use it. If you strain it now, and the bone grows crooked, you'll regret it. All right, I'll sit and peel. This task could only be done by him. The Zhang family had a unique skill in skinning. I didn't leave while he worked. Instead, I moved a stool to watch closely. This skill might come in handy in the future. Before nightfall, he had peeled off the entire roe deer skin in one piece. He told me to hang it up to dry, and I said, perfect, I'll sell it on my way to the city tomorrow. He wiped the blood off his hands and asked, You're going to the city? Before the heavy snow completely blocks the road, I need to make a trip to the county. I have a twin-stemmed gastrodia hidden in my coat, which I didn't dare mention to my family. Going to town is the perfect opportunity to sell it. I'll also bring back some refined rice and flour. Eating millet every day is truly unbearable. There's something even more important. I want to test whether my divinations still work or change once I leave Sanshan village. Here, all the divinations point to hunting. Will they reveal something different in another place? Jiang Yulin was worried. You're going alone? The last time I went to town, I sold all our winter provisions. If I get dazzled by the city's glitz and revert to my old ways, what then? I'm selling deer hides and rabbits, and I'll exchange millet while I'm at it. He thought for a moment and didn't stop me. He knew he couldn't, and he could only hope I was truly going to trade for food. Go ahead. Take the hides to the East Market leather shop and mention the Jiang family name. They'll give you a fair price. Got it. I nodded. Where can I borrow a cart? He frowned. It's so close. Why do you need a cart? I was speechless. The county is nearly 30 miles away, yet in his words, it's so close. Walking there empty-handed is one thing, but how am I supposed to carry back rice and flour? I need to carry millet too. He glanced at me, knowing my pampered habits wouldn't change overnight. He finally said, then go to the village head's house and ask. They have a donkey cart. Bring 2 pounds of venison, and they should lend it to you. 2 pounds of venison is worth about 60 coins, enough to exchange for 5 pounds of millet, not a small price. But borrowing a cart is still better than walking on 2 legs. Do you know how to drive a cart? No. Take your elder brother and Xiaotsue with you. You might as well stock up on winter supplies. After a couple more snowfalls, the mountain will be completely sealed off. I nodded. That works too. Splitting up the tasks would save time. That evening, after a meal of roasted venison, I felt my life was complete. Everyone else got a big piece each, eating so much that oil dripped from their mouths. Even Chun Xiaotsue said it felt like a dream. The next day, Jiang Tian hung up half a deer in the village, weighing 26 pounds, priced at 30 coins per pound, and also available for millet exchange. Before long, a crowd gathered at the door. Seeing only half a deer, someone asked, why just half? Where's the rest? Chun Xiaotsue quickly replied. Erlang said to keep half for the family to eat. Wow, someone clicked their tongue. Your family eats meat every day? Who dares to live so extravagantly? Erlang hunted it himself. We couldn't stop him. Truly a spendthrift. At this rate, the family fortune will be gone sooner or later. Someone retorted, if being a spendthrift means having skills like that, do you have those skills? They stepped forward. Brother Jiang, cut me 3 ounces, make it fatty. Jiang Tian grinned and picked a good piece with his knife. All right, 3 ounces. 20-some pounds isn't much, but everyone buying only took 3 or 5 ounces, just to have a taste. In these times, who could afford to take a whole pound home? Because of this, everyone thought keeping over 20 pounds for ourselves was truly wasteful. Say what you will about being wasteful, but whoever marries him might really get to eat meat every day. For a moment, the villagers' minds were abuzz, thinking about matchmaking for me. But no matter how they craned their necks, they couldn't find me. At that time, I wasn't home. I was at the Chun family's house in the village center. Chun Fengtan was the head of Sanshan village, the wealthiest man here, a small landlord, with 2 mules, a donkey, nearly 100 acres of land, and the title of village head. He held the most power in this small village. The Chun family's house looked imposing even from afar, with stone walls and 3 steps leading up to the front door. I knocked. Uncle Chun, are you home? The door was opened by a young man, shorter than me, dressed in coarse cloth. His gaze at me was sharp. Jiang Chun, what are you doing here? I wasn't sure how I had offended him, but since I needed something today, I smiled and raised the meat in my hand. Brother Chun, I just hunted a deer and brought some for you to try. Seeing the meat, Chen Yutong's expression immediately softened, and he casually took it. You've got some good luck. It seemed this second son of the Chen family held a grudge against me, likely from the original owner's troublemaking days. I couldn't remember the details, so I mentally noted it down for later. A voice came from the main hall. Second son of the Jiang family, come in and sit. I entered and glanced around. Aside from being spacious, it wasn't much different from my own home. Chen Fengtian was in his early 60s, with dark skin and deep, knife-like wrinkles on his forehead. Although he was a landlord, he looked no different from an old farmer. That's thoughtful of you, bringing venison over. He instructed Chen Yutong to take the meat. Sit down, have some hot water? I waved my hand. No need, Uncle Chun. I mainly came today to borrow your donkey for a day. I'm heading to town tomorrow. He pondered for a moment. All right, do you need the cart? Yes, I'll bring back some things. All right, I'll have Yutong hitch the cart. Come by tomorrow morning to take it. I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Chun. I'll head back now. Chen Yutong stared at my departing figure, unable to hold back. Dad, why are you lending him the cart? The roads are tough in winter. What if the donkey gets hurt? Chen Fengtian shot him a glare. We already took the meat. How could I not lend it? Chen Yutong clutched the meat in his hands, swallowing hard. The family might appear wealthy, but his father was extremely tight-fisted. They only ate meat 3 times a month, and his mouth had long been craving it. How could he resist meat delivered to their door? He muttered. If he hadn't suddenly wised up, those few paddy fields of the Jiang family would be ours next year. Chen Fengtian squinted his eyes. What's the rush? I don't believe his luck will last forever. With the way he's squandering, no matter how deep his family fortune is, it won't hold up. Just wait and see. All landlords, regardless of their size, loved nothing more than buying land. Land was the foundation of wealth and something that could be passed down through generations. So naturally, the more, the better. In ordinary years, selling fields and land would earn you the reputation of being a wastrel, and even if you wanted to buy, it was difficult. But this was a famine year. Back when he was just an ordinary commoner, Chen Fengtian would curse the heavens whenever a famine struck. Now, he actually hoped for the occasional famine. During a famine, people were willing to mortgage their land in exchange for grain. This winter alone, he had lent out nearly 100 bushels of millet. Come spring, those people would still need to borrow seeds for planting. But starving people, driven mad by hunger, couldn't calculate their debts properly. At an interest rate of 9 out, 13 back, unless there was an exceptionally rare bumper harvest next year, most of the land mortgaged to him would end up belonging to the Qin family. The only regret was that the 2 most fertile acres in the village were still in Jiang Yulin's hands. Originally, the Jiangs had come to his door, ready to borrow enough millet to last the winter. Who would have thought that in just half a month, Jiang Chun would turn the tables, going from a scoundrel who had sold off all his food to becoming the capable man of the village. Even Chen Fengtian was a bit taken aback by the change. Chen Yutong was about to leave, but stopped. Dad, Zhang Sampo is here again, saying he has no grain to get through the winter and wants to borrow some money. Chen Fengtian frowned. Give him 2 pounds of millet to send him off, and don't let him come back. He didn't get the job done and still has the nerve to act like a scoundrel. Does he really think we're easy to bully? At the Chun family's back door, Chen Yutong threw out a black cloth bag impatiently. This is a reward for my father's kindness. Don't come back again. Our family owes you nothing. Zhang Sampo, who was hunched over outside the door, was just about to speak when the door slammed shut with a bang. The ingratiating smile on his face froze instantly. Clutching the door, he shouted, Second brother Chun, you promised me. I helped persuade Jiang Chun to sell his food, and you said you'd give me 1 tael of silver. 1 tael, as promised. Chen Yutong sneered. Keep dreaming. We didn't get the land, so where's your silver? Look at the Jiang family now, feasting on fish and meat every day. Do they look like they're about to sell their land? Zhang Sampo hesitated. But that's not my fault. I did everything I could. Behind the door. Get lost. My father and I are still speaking to you politely, but if you keep pestering us, wait until my big brother comes back, and it won't be like this anymore. The sound of footsteps faded into the distance. Zhang Sampo shuddered. Chen Yutong's elder brother, Chen Yukuan, managed a brothel in the county town and had 7 or 8 strong men under him. If he really angered him, Zhang Sampo might end up missing an arm or a leg, or worse, dead in some gutter where no one would ever find him. Hearing the footsteps recede, he slumped down in despair and picked up the bag of millet. When the bag hit the ground, a lot of it spilled out. Not only was the weight insufficient, but it was also mixed with a good portion of bean husks and fodder meant for livestock. Clutching the millet, Zhang Sampo's eyes filled with venomous hatred. Jiang Chun, why won't you just die? Why didn't you freeze to death on the road? It's all your fault I've ended up like this. Ever since he wet himself in fear last time, he hadn't dared to show his face outside. Even his wife despised him for being a disgrace and ignored him all day. Now, after suffering such humiliation again, he was starting to lose his grip. But he didn't dare vent his anger on the Qin family. They had power. He could only hate Jiang Chun. Why hadn't he frozen to death that night? He had even gone out of his way to undo Jiang Chen's buttons before leaving. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Sampo shuffled away step by step. Thinking about the sarcastic remarks he'd face from his wife when he got home, his legs lost their strength, and he simply slid down against a tree, sitting in the snow with his head buried in his knees. Jiang Chun had just left the Chun family's house when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Zhang Sampo. What's he doing here, borrowing grain? He knew the Qin family was the biggest creditor in Sanshan village, and many families with poor harvests had come to borrow from them. At an interest rate of 9 out, 13 back, with land as collateral. The Jiang family had almost gone to borrow as well. The IOU had even been written, but Jiang Qin's arrival had stopped it. Even today, seeing Chen Fengtian made him feel a bit uneasy. Big brother is too honest, Jiang Qin thought to himself. Landlords like this are just waiting for famine years to gobble up land. This year, the Chen family is probably going to make a fortune. But he didn't have the energy to care. This was how things had been for centuries, and he couldn't change it alone. He just needed to take care of his own small plot of land and make sure it didn't get swallowed up. As we approached the house, it was already close to noon. The half-deer hanging outside had been reduced to a cleanly stripped skeleton. These days, no one cared for bones, so we kept them for ourselves to make soup, eating every bit of remaining meat and marrow. Just as I was about to enter the house, I caught a familiar figure out of the corner of my eye. Shin Yinxiu? She was still wearing the same cotton jacket over her ruchuan, but the wooden hairpin on her head had been replaced with a silver hair ornament shaped like a sparrow's tail, adding a touch of elegance. She seemed to have rushed over, her breath visible in the cold air. Brother Jiang, is there any deer meat left? Jiang Tian pointed to the nearby bones. Only these are left. You probably don't want them, right? She looked at the skeleton, disappointment flashing in her eyes. She had indeed come too late. Chen Xiaozue quickly pulled her husband back. There is. We saved half for ourselves, but we can spare you some. Shin Yinxiu immediately said, I'll take a pound, pulling out 30 copper coins from her sleeve. As Chen Xiaozue was cutting the meat, she noticed me returning and called out, Erlang, how did it go? It's settled. We'll pick up the cart and head to town tomorrow at dawn. Great. She handed the meat to Shin Yinxiu. Miss Shen, do you want Erlang to escort you back? No. Shin Yinxiu waved her hands repeatedly. She knew her sister-in-law was trying to play matchmaker, but her father wouldn't agree. Suddenly, she remembered something. You're going to town tomorrow? Can I come along? I'll pay for the ride. I asked, your father's illness hasn't improved? She nodded. The snow made it worse, and we're almost out of medicine. All right, you can come along, I replied casually, figuring it wouldn't hurt to bring one more person. I'll come early tomorrow, she said, bowing slightly. Thank you, Brother Chun. With that, she quickly headed home. When she returned, she only told Shen Lang that someone in the village had borrowed a donkey cart to go to town and that she had paid for a ride. This was common in the village, so Shen Lang didn't suspect anything. He was deeply reluctant for his daughter to go out in public, but with the worsening cold and dwindling food supplies, he could only sigh and repeatedly remind her to be extremely cautious. The next day, before dawn, Jiang Tian and I went to the Chun family to pick up the donkey cart. It was an old donkey pulling a rickety wooden cart, but in Sanshan village, only 3 or 4 families owned livestock. When we arrived at the house, Shin Yinxiu was already waiting, dressed in an even thicker cotton jacket, making her look even more petite. Chen Xiaozue took her hand. Yinxiu, sit here. Auntie brought a cotton cushion for you to lean on. She helped her onto the cart. The cart had no seats, so she could only sit hugging her knees. The cotton cushion made it much more comfortable. Jiang Tian drove the cart from the front, while I sat on the edge, my legs dangling. It was my first time riding a donkey cart, and while it was novel at first, my backside soon started to ache from the bumps, so I jumped off to walk, hopping back on when I got tired. Chen Xiaozue was in high spirits. She usually had to walk to town, so being able to ride today was a delight. She chatted with Shin Yinxiu nonstop along the way, asking all sorts of questions. Shin Yinxiu answered awkwardly, eventually unable to keep up and looking to me for help. I chuckled. Sister-in-law, Miss Shin got up early. Let her rest for a bit. Chen Xiaozue slapped her mouth. Oh, right, my bad. Yinxiu, lean on me and take a nap. I won't talk anymore. No need. Shin Yinxiu waved her hand, casting me a grateful glance. I had thought the donkey cart would make the journey faster, but it still took 2 hours. By the time we reached the county town, it was nearly noon. Yongnian County was surrounded by a dirt wall less than a zhang high, with several collapsed sections, giving it a dilapidated appearance. Even though I had some memories of it, seeing it in person was still disappointing. This was supposed to be the largest county town nearby, yet it lacked any semblance of prosperity. Then again, considering the number of refugees in Sanshan village, this area was already a remote corner of the Zhou dynasty, so its desolation was understandable. Once inside the town, there was finally a bit of liveliness. On both sides of the street, vendors either sat or stood, most of them thin and gaunt, with stalls displaying cornbread, baked goods, needles and thread, cheap fabric, small bundles of firewood, as well as handmade bamboo items and goods from the mountains. The uneven road added to the bustling atmosphere. Jiang Tian pulled the donkey to a stop. I'll go with your aunt to sell the hide and antlers. You take Miss Shun to the pawn shop, then to the pharmacy, and handle your own errands. Meet at the city gate before the hour of Shun. On the way, Chen Xiaozue had already clarified Shin Yinxiu's plan. First pawn items to get money, then buy medicine. There was plenty to do, so splitting up would save time. All right, I nodded. I also needed to go to the pharmacy to sell that twin Tianma root, so it was convenient. Jiang Tian spent 2 coins to leave the donkey cart at the city gate, and took Qin Xiaozue to the East Market. I took Xin Yinxiu to the pawn shop in the West Market. Passing by a noodle stall, I said, "I'm hungry. Let's eat first." Xin Yinxiu raised her money pouch. "I'll pay." I laughed. "All right. Thank you, Miss Shun, for treating me to noodles. You really do go to listen to opera often." Having just helped her out of a predicament, the two of us had grown closer without realizing it. Being of similar age, and with the two elders having gone off, we both felt more at ease. I don't have money to listen to opera. I just hear others hum a few lines. Listening to opera requires going to a brothel, which I don't acknowledge. Sitting down, I called out, 2 bowls of noodle soup. Before long, 2 steaming bowls were served. The rising steam made Xin Yinxiu slightly turn her head away. I grabbed my chopsticks and started eating. After walking all morning, I was already starving. The noodles were chewy, coated in broth, and slid smoothly into my mouth. The freshness of the bone broth spread in my mouth, warming my stomach instantly. There was no meat, but the bone broth was genuine and tasted good. I quickly finished the bowl, soup and all. Xin Yinxiu was still eating in small bites, her face slightly flushed, showing a hint of charming innocence. I found myself staring at her in a daze. She seemed to notice, but didn't look up, only raised her hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her face turning even redder. I quickly snapped out of it, my mind focused on the most important matter, divination. Being so far from Sanshan village, I wondered if divination here would be different. As the thought crossed my mind, the tortoise shell appeared before me, covered in mysterious symbols, glowing faintly, ready for divination. Only I could see this scene. Xin Yinxiu continued eating her noodles, oblivious. I gently tapped the tortoise shell, which began to shake. This time it took longer than usual, eventually revealing 3 divination signs. Today's fortune. Neutral minor luck. In the East Market, a vendor is selling medicinal herbs, among which is a wild ginseng root that no one recognizes. Moderate luck. On the West Market Street, someone is selling a hunting knife. Buying it may lead to gains. Minor misfortune. At Huaxiang Tower, a wealthy young woman has fallen into a life of debauchery. Rescuing her could bring substantial rewards, but beware of subsequent retaliation. Looking at this entirely new set of divination signs, I felt a surge of excitement. It had indeed changed, completely different from when I was in the mountains. It now referred to matters in the county town. But upon closer inspection, I noticed some similarities. The first 2 signs were still related to mountains, one involving medicinal herbs, the other a hunting knife. I pondered, could it be because my current identity is that of a mountain dweller? Clearly, this tortoise shell was tailored to me. When I lacked food, it divined prey. Now that I was in town, it guided me to matters related to hunting. If my identity changes, the direction of the divinations will likely change too. Following this logic, the last sign about rescuing someone from debauchery might also be tied to my mountain dweller identity. However, I skipped over that one directly. How could I possibly have the ability to rescue someone from a life of debauchery? Brothel owners are often connected to criminal organizations. Meddling recklessly could cost me my life. But as for the first 2 signs, I wouldn't miss either. The county town isn't large, and the markets are concentrated in the east and west. A quick round should suffice to find them. Xin Yinxiu spoke up. "I'm done eating. Shall we head to the pawn shop first?" She nodded, placing 10 copper coins on the table. As we stood up, the stall owner came over to collect the payment. The pawn shop was located in the center of the Western Market, a small building with 2 steps leading up to it. Inside, behind a deliberately elevated counter, sat an elderly man in a brown robe. He rose slowly and unhurriedly, saying, "What would you like to pawn?" "At Spring Breeze Pawn Shop, we accept gold, silver, copper, iron, pots, pans, and clothing." Shun Yinxiu stepped forward and raised her hand to remove the silver hairpin adorned with kingfisher feathers from her hair. The silver base was shaped into a flower branch, with 5 leaves made of kingfisher feathers, 3 pearls dangling between the leaves, and a small red agate embedded at the top of the pin, which made her look even more beautiful. As she removed the hairpin, her long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, and a faint fragrance wafted into my nose. At my age, full of youthful vigor, I couldn't help but feel a surge of heat. No wonder she had been wearing it for the past 2 days. She must have been reluctant to pawn it and wanted to wear it a little longer. She rubbed it in her palm for a while before tiptoeing to hand it over. The shopkeeper pinched the end of the hairpin with 2 fingers, turned it half a circle in the light, and let out a low hum from his throat before speaking slowly. "Silver base flower branch. The kingfisher feathers are frayed, the pearl pendants are damaged, and the agate is cracked." Shun Yinxiu's face turned red with anger, and she tiptoed to snatch it back. "You're lying. It's perfectly fine. Give it back. I won't pawn it." I stepped forward, shielding her within my shadow, and grabbed the shopkeeper's wrist. Today, I was still dressed as a hunter. wearing a dogskin coat and carrying a horned bow, which made me look 3 times more intimidating than the average person. The shopkeeper immediately shut his mouth and forced a smile. Just jargon, just jargon. Please don't take offense. If you really want to sell it, I'll offer a fair price. Glancing at the burly man standing beside her, his attitude shifted quickly. 3 taels, 6 months pawn period. How about it? I was startled. This hairpin was worth 3 taels, roughly the price of 3 deer. It seemed the Shin family's past status was not simple. They must have been from a wealthy household. Though surprised, I kept my expression unchanged. Too low. I didn't know the market price, but I understood pawnshop owners. After all, the original owner had frequented this place to squander money. Ah well. The shopkeeper seemed to make a big decision, gritting his teeth. 5 taels, that's the maximum. I turned to look at Shin Yinxiu. Shielded by my shadow, she suddenly gained confidence, and her voice grew louder. 8 taels, or we'll go to another shop. All right, 8 taels. The shopkeeper's expression changed, and he cheerfully agreed. I immediately realized it was still undervalued. But the shopkeeper had already called for an assistant to bring out a brocade box, carefully placing the hairpin inside and announcing, 1 silver flower branch hairpin, 8 taels of silver, monthly interest 3%, pawn period 6 months. If not redeemed after the period, it will be sold. Write the ticket. The pawn ticket, along with the loose silver, was pushed over, completing the transaction. Shun Yinxiu carefully stored the silver and casually tucked the pawn ticket into her clothes, seemingly not planning to redeem it. 8 taels was already a considerable sum, and given the Shun family's current situation, they could only rely on pawning old items to get by. Outside the shop, she turned back to glance at Spring Breeze Pawnshop, exhaling deeply. The white breath from her lips dispersed, as if she had released all the pent-up frustration in her chest. Turning back, she said, "Thank you." I raised an eyebrow. "Why thank me? If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have gotten that price." She lowered her eyelids, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of her sleeve. Pawnshop owners were all shrewd, able to tell at a glance who was easy to manipulate. If I hadn't been standing beside her, even trying to take back the hairpin would have been a hassle. I chuckled, my gaze falling on her loose hair. Just saying thank you isn't very sincere. Her ears turned red under my gaze, and she hurriedly turned away, fumbling to retrieve a wooden hairpin from her pocket. Her fingers hesitated on the cold hairpin for a moment before she clumsily gathered her long hair and pinned it behind her ears. Strands of hair slipped over her shoulders, carrying a faint fragrance. "Then, how about I treat you to lamb noodle soup?" Her voice was very soft, as if negotiating, with a hint of pleading. She probably couldn't handle this level of teasing. "Of course, but I'm too full today. Let's do it next time." I decided not to push further. This young lady had weak defenses. A little teasing made her blush. But precisely because of this, I couldn't help but tease her. She finally finished tying her hair and turned back, her expression brighter. "Then next time, where to next?" I glanced around. "The pharmacy is in the Eastern Market. Let's browse the Western Market first." In the East Market, there are many selling mountain goods, and the pharmacy is also there. The West Market, on the other hand, is where miscellaneous goods gather. Originally, she planned to go to the pharmacy to sell gastrodia after finishing her errands, but the divination slip said someone was selling knives, and it was a moderately auspicious sign with no risk, so she had to take a look. "All right, this is the first time I've come to the county town with someone other than father." The two wandered casually, finding everything fresh and interesting, occasionally stopping at a stall. When they reached the center of the West Market, they saw a crowd gathered around a stall. Someone laughed. "2 taels of silver? You must be crazy about money." "Exactly. Where did this swindler come from, trying to scam people in Yongyan County?" I squeezed sideways into the crowd and saw a man squatting in the middle, holding a wooden box in his arms. "What are you selling?" The man, wearing a tattered cotton jacket, looked a bit embarrassed being surrounded. "Knives." My eyes lit up. Had I found it already? "Let me see." I squatted down and asked him to open the wooden box. Inside, a layer of straw was laid, and there was a short knife, no longer than half a foot, resembling a hunting knife, but the blade was heavily rusted. I frowned. "Why is it so rusty?" The man looked troubled. "This knife was passed down from my ancestors. It's been left and used for a long time, so it rusted like this." "How much are you selling it for?" "Well, if it weren't this rusty, it would have been taken by a pawn shop long ago. It wouldn't be sitting here at a roadside stall." "2 taels." He held up 2 fingers. The onlookers burst into laughter. "This broken knife, and you want 2 taels for it? Even 2 coins would be too much." I sized it up. "What makes it worth that price?" The man seemed to be encountering someone seriously asking about the price for the first time. He quickly explained, "My father said this is a treasured knife. I think it should be worth it. If it weren't for the fact that we can't make it through the winter and my wife is bedridden, I wouldn't be selling it." His voice grew quieter and less confident as he spoke. The lowest I can go is 1.5 taels. Just buying medicine costs 1 tael, and I still need to buy some millet to get through the winter. 1.5 taels, 1,500 coins. I looked at the short knife, rusted to the point where it might break at any moment. No wonder he didn't dare to sharpen it. One grind, and it would snap, making it truly worthless. I had thought the divination referred to a treasured knife, but I hadn't expected it to look like this. Even if it had been a treasure before, it was now just scrap metal. Yet the divination insisted that acquiring it would bring good fortune. This only piqued my curiosity further. What secrets could this rusty knife hold? Is this the only thing your ancestors left behind? Yes, my father personally handed it to me, along with its box. Later, when the family fell into ruin, we didn't have the time to maintain it daily. When I opened it again, it had rusted like this. I was almost certain this was the knife, but I still stood up. I'll look around some more and come back before the hour of shun. I didn't rush to agree. What if there were other stalls selling knives at the market? Buying the wrong one would be a big loss, especially since I didn't have 2 taels of silver on me. The man hesitated. Really, the lowest I can go is 1.5 taels. Otherwise, my family won't make it through this winter. I waved him off and walked away. Shin Yinshou hurried to catch up. Do you really want to buy that knife? I'm somewhat interested. A family heirloom for just 1.5 taels. She hesitated. Actually, my father and I encountered something similar when we were fleeing. That time, my father spent 5 taels on an ancient book, only to find out it was artificially aged. I laughed, surprised that she and her father had such an experience. But if it weren't for the divination's hint, I would also think it was a scam. I pretended to ponder. The knife handle is unusual. It shouldn't be ordinary. Actually, I didn't see anything special about it, but the divination said it wasn't ordinary, so it must not be ordinary. She pressed her lips together and stopped trying to dissuade me. As we walked, I suddenly felt a tug on my sleeve. Looking down, I saw her palm open, holding 2 small pieces of silver. If you really want to buy it, I can lend you some. She assumed I didn't have enough money. I smiled, placed my hand lightly over hers, and gently closed her hand as if folding a dumpling, pushing it back to her. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shun. But, when it comes to money, this mountain man has his own tricks. As her hand was pushed back, Shin Yinshou belatedly realized she might have been taken advantage of. Her ears quietly turned red, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Liar, she muttered softly. You don't believe me? I leaned in closer, catching a faint whiff of her hair's subtle fragrance. You talk like you're in a playbook. You must frequent the theater. Occasionally. I hadn't expected her focus to be on the theater rather than money. I couldn't very well say I watch videos, so I admitted to visiting the theater. Her questioning gaze even held a hint of envy. You've never been to a theater? She shook her head frankly. No, my father doesn't let me go to places like that. I've only read playbooks. Then after we buy the knife, I'll take you to see a play. Her eyes lit up instantly, only to dim again. But my father says theaters are chaotic. I'll be with you. What's there to fear about chaos? Come on, let's buy the knife first. As I moved, she immediately followed closely, her eyes filled with barely concealed anticipation. After circling the Western market, I didn't see any other stalls selling knives. I was now certain it had to be that knife. Let's go to the Eastern market. I quickly headed to the Eastern market, stopping at mountain goods stalls along the way to pick and choose, asking about prices. Shin Yinshou was curious. What kind of medicinal herbs are you looking for? I don't know. You don't know? She was baffled. Who looks for medicine without knowing what they need? As I was speaking, I stopped in front of a stall selling balloon flower roots. How much for the balloon flower roots? The vendor fiddled with the herbs. 10 coins per gene. Want a gene? Dried in autumn, just right for use. I glanced around and noticed there were 4 stalls selling balloon flower roots on this street. I had to rely on the divination stick. Summoning the tortoise shell, I drew the small fortune stick. Small fortune. In the Eastern market, among the vendors selling balloon flower roots, one has mixed in a wild ginseng root. The divination stick merged into my body, and a blurry vision appeared before me, pointing to one of the stalls I had previously inquired at. I turned back and stopped at that stall again. The vendor had sunken cheeks, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he dozed off. Among the pile of balloon flower roots in front of him, there was a slender root no longer than my middle finger, faintly glowing in the dim light. Sure enough, the wild ginseng was here. Boss, how much for the balloon flower root? I squatted down and asked. The man glanced up, his face full of impatience. It's you again. Are you buying or not? If not, don't waste my time. I'm just comparing prices. Other places sell it for 10 coins per pound. Then go buy from them. He lowered his gaze again. Mine is 12 coins, no bargaining. Fine. I seem to make up my mind. Yours looks better anyway. Weigh me a pound. At least you have good taste. He chuckled and tossed me a piece of straw rope. Pick it yourself. I guarantee the medicinal effect is strong. I took the rope, grabbed a handful of balloon flower roots, tied them up, weighed them, paid, and left in one smooth motion. As I walked away, the vendor had already sat back down, yawning. Shin Yinxiu had been watching the whole time and couldn't help but ask. These balloon flower roots clearly don't look as good as the ones from the previous stall, and they're 2 coins more expensive. Why did you insist on buying from this one? Is Uncle Jiang sick with a cold? Why are you buying balloon flower roots? She had wanted to ask earlier, but held back when she saw me pay so decisively. No one at home is sick. I held up the balloon flower roots triumphantly in front of her. Do you recognize medicinal herbs? She nodded. I've read some medical books. She started reciting. Balloon flower roots benefit the 5 organs and intestines, replenish blood and energy, and relieve cold, heat, and wind paralysis. If no one is sick at home, why buy them? Once we left that street, I found a secluded corner, untied the straw rope, and spread out the balloon flower roots. Look closely. Which one is different? Different? They're all balloon flower roots. She stopped mid-sentence, her voice suddenly lowering as her fingers touched the one in the center and picked it up. This particular root was nearly half the size of the others. Its surface wasn't the smooth yellow-brown typical of balloon flower roots, but had a slightly dull, earthy yellow hue. The root hairs were thick and straight on the others, but this one had fine, thread-like hairs curled together, with a few tiny purple-brown spots clinging to it. This is... Her hands instinctively became more careful. Wild ginseng. Balloon flower roots cost only a few coins per pound, but a 1-year-old wild ginseng seedling could fetch a tael of silver at a pharmacy. Each additional year would add another tael, and if it reached 10 years, it would be worth 20 taels. Pharmacies never haggled over the price. She looked at me in disbelief. How did you recognize it? It was just sitting there. I replied nonchalantly. If you can recognize it, why wouldn't I? I grew up in the mountains. She didn't doubt this. Mountain folk rely on the mountains for their livelihood, so recognizing medicinal herbs isn't unusual. But recognizing and spotting it at a glance are 2 different things. If I hadn't picked it out, she wouldn't have noticed it even now. To single out this root from so many balloon flower roots requires an extraordinary eye. So, do you believe now that I can earn enough money to buy a knife? I believe you. She nodded instinctively. Earlier, she had heard me say this but dismissed it as boasting. It seems the rumors about you being uneducated and idle are false. She had already concluded that the village gossip was either exaggerated or that people failed to recognize true talent. I almost cried. After all my efforts, I was finally shedding the scoundrel image of the original character. But the part about being a shameless flirt is probably true. She still remembered how I had taken the opportunity to hold her hand earlier. As her embarrassment faded, she couldn't resist teasing me. I must solemnly declare, that is the biggest misunderstanding of all. Yeah, she turned her head away, clearly uninterested in listening. All right, I knew that changing my reputation would be a long and arduous process, so I didn't push further. Instead, I said, shall we head to the pharmacy? Carefully storing the wild ginseng separately, the 2 of us headed straight to the pharmacy. Shin Yinxiu stepped forward first. Shopkeeper, I need some medicine. The pharmacy shopkeeper, with his white hair and beard, was sorting herbs. He turned around and asked, do you have a prescription? She took out a folded yellow paper from her pocket and handed it over. The shopkeeper unfolded it and examined it carefully. How many days worth? 10 days. She figured her father's illness should improve within 10 days. If not, she'd have to bring him to the city for treatment. The shopkeeper prepared the medicine and returned with it. 8 taels of silver, or 900 coins. 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 1 string of coins, or 1,000 coins. However, silver was more valuable than copper. 1 tael could fetch 1,100 coins on the market. Shin Yinxiu handed over 2 silver pieces, weighed them, collected the medicine, and turned to look at me. I stepped forward and took out an oil paper package from my pocket. Shopkeeper, do you buy medicinal herbs? She leaned over to look. It wasn't the freshly bought wild ginseng, which piqued her curiosity. The shopkeeper perked up. What kind of medicinal herbs? I opened the oiled paper package, and the shopkeeper immediately leaned over, recognizing it at a glance. Fresh wild gastrodia? And a twin-stemmed one at that. You're quite lucky. Twin-stem gastrodia is rare. Although its medicinal properties are no different from regular gastrodia, its unique appearance often fetches a higher price when sold to the wealthy. Moreover, in autumn and winter, gastrodia is usually hidden under fallen leaves, making it extremely hard to find. To dig up a wild twin-stemmed one is truly a stroke of luck. I didn't respond directly. Since the shopkeeper also finds it rare, give me a fair price, I said, keeping my hands tucked in my coat without taking the item out. The shopkeeper smirked inwardly, thinking, this kid must have other herbs hidden in his coat. If I don't offer a good price, he probably won't sell. Gastrodia, being a tonic, can easily be resold for double the price. This kind of low buy, high sell deal is not something he'd want to let another shop have. Thinking he had figured me out, the shopkeeper gave up on haggling and took another look at the gastrodia. 5 years old. A single stem would be worth 5 chien. Although twin-stemmed ones have no additional medicinal benefits, they are considered auspicious. I'll offer 1 tael and 5 chien. How about that? Earlier, when I visited other stalls, I had discreetly inquired about the market price. Regular 5-year-old gastrodia indeed ranged from 3 to 5 chien. 1 tael and 5 chien was a high price. It seemed my hidden hand tactic had saved me quite a bit of effort. I cupped my hands in thanks. The shopkeeper is generous. Now, let's see what else you're hiding in your coat, the old man said, stroking his beard. His eyes gleamed, as if he relished the feeling of seeing through everything. I chuckled. This old man was much easier to deal with than the bosses in my previous life. The shopkeeper has sharp eyes. Please take another look and name your price. With that, I took out a wild ginseng casually wrapped in cloth from my coat. The shopkeeper unwrapped it and frowned. What a pity, he said, shaking his head. It was harvested too early, less than 3 years old, and it wasn't dried properly, so most of the roots have fallen off. The appearance is too poor. The person who sold me the bellflower root was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dried the ginseng along with the bellflower roots. Who would have thought there'd be a ginseng mixed in with the bellflower pile? Please name a price, shopkeeper. Keeping it with me would only waste it. The shopkeeper nodded slightly. He thought 2 taels was already a fair price, but he found me honest and likable, someone who could be a long-term business partner. After a moment of deliberation, he said, 2 taels and 5 chien. How about that? Before I could respond, he added, given its condition, this is already a top price. Consider it a goodwill gesture. If you find more herbs in the mountains in the future, bring them to me. I hadn't expected the damaged ginseng to fetch 2 taels and 5 chien. It seemed the saying, mutual flattery benefits both parties, held true. Very satisfied, I cupped my hands again. Since the shopkeeper says so, I won't haggle. Let's go with your price. What I didn't know was that wild ginseng is considered a life-saving treasure, capable of keeping a dying person alive, possibly even reviving them. Even if it couldn't save a life, it could sustain someone's last breath long enough for them to settle their affairs. Families with some means always kept a piece on hand, and even those less well-off would sell everything they owned to buy one in a life-or-death situation. Although the price I got wasn't low, the pharmacy would still make at least double the profit. After closing the 2 deals, the shopkeeper looked at me with increasing favor. That'll be 4 taels in total. He opened a drawer, weighed out some silver pieces, and pushed them toward me. My name is Wang Baoha. I'm Jiang Chun from Sanchon Village. Thank you, shopkeeper Wang. I accepted the silver and introduced myself. I'll remember that. In the future, if you have herbs to sell, come to me. I'll make sure the price satisfies you. I agreed verbally, but had other plans in mind. Wang Baoha seemed straightforward and offered fair prices, so selling him 1 or 2 herbs occasionally was fine. But if I frequently found rare medicinal herbs, I'd need to sell them to different buyers to avoid suspicion. Before pocketing the silver, I asked, shopkeeper, do you know where I can buy a book on identifying medicinal herbs? It would save me from not recognizing them when I go up the mountain. Wang Baoha casually picked up a tattered book with illustrated guide to common herbs written on the cover. Take it. It covers all the common herbs. Study it at your leisure. Thank you, shopkeeper. I thanked him again. Saving money was always a good thing. After putting the silver into my pouch, I noticed Shin Yinxiu still standing there in a daze, as if something had shocked her. Let's go. First, we'll buy the knife, then watch the opera. My treat. I waved the pouch in front of her, snapping her out of it. All right, let's watch the opera. Her gaze at me carried an indescribable brilliance. When I took out the gastrodia and wild ginseng, she was merely surprised, not shocked. Before her family fell into hard times, they often kept such precious medicinal herbs on hand. But the way I handled matters just now left her momentarily dazed, as if she had seen her grandfather from the past. That former master of the Shin family had relied on such skills to extend the life of the faltering Shin family for decades. In the end, it was also because of his excessive maneuvering that he got entangled in a treason case, completely severing the Shin family's roots. But this didn't stop her from being amazed. How could a young man, just over a year older than her, possess such composure and still be regarded as a scoundrel? Returning to the Western Market, I headed straight for the center of the street. The man was still sitting there with his head lowered, and there were no longer any people inquiring about prices in front of him. When he saw me approaching, he immediately rubbed his hands and stood up. You're back? The knife? You didn't sell it, right? No, I promised to keep it for you. He opened the wooden box, revealing the rusty knife. Take another look. If you're serious about buying, it's 1 tael and 3 chien. He looked extremely pained as he named the price. I waved my hand. Since I was already getting a good deal, I didn't haggle further. Let's make it 1 tael and 5 chien. The man's expression lit up with joy, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Thank you, just take it. He quickly handed me the wooden box, and after receiving the silver, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, as if he had struck an incredible bargain. He bowed twice and walked away without looking back. Holding the wooden box, I was thrilled to have obtained the zhongji. Shin Yinxiu saw my excitement and remarked, but it's still just a rusty knife in the end. If it can be passed down as a family heirloom, it must have a secret, otherwise it wouldn't have lasted this long. The zhongji, at the very least, was worth the price of a roe deer. With the guidance of the divination, it wouldn't be a loss. Or maybe that man was lying. She still doubted the scholar's words, finding such a scam too crude. Well, it's bought now. We'll deal with it later. Let's go watch the show first. In the center of Yongnian County, a black plaque with gold characters hung on the vermilion-painted door, Jewel Tower. On either side of the door stood 2 half-foot-tall stone lions, and outside the building, a colorful canopy was set up, with red lanterns hanging beneath it. Several attendants in short blue cloth uniforms were greeting guests, and cheers mixed with the sound of gongs and huqin occasionally drifted out from inside. In Yongnian County, this 3-story opera house was considered luxurious. Shin Yinxiu gazed at it, her eyes full of longing. A servant approached. Are the two of you here to watch the opera? Please come inside. As soon as we stepped through the door, the noise surged from all directions. In the center, the stage was covered with a crimson carpet. On it, an actor with a painted white face, holding a folding fan, wearing a mink hat, and dressed in a black robe embroidered with dark gold dragon patterns, moved gracefully. With each step, the jade belt at his waist emitted a crisp ding. Stopping at the front of the stage, he half recited, half sang in a sharp voice. Judging by the appearance, he was playing a treacherous minister. Which play is this? I asked. The 4th act of The Chronicle of Loyalty, where the treacherous minister is executed, the servant replied. Where would you like to sit? I looked around. In the front were open seats, while the area directly in front of the stage was packed with 8 immortals tables. The open seats also come with tea, 10 won per person. The front tables include unlimited tea and snacks, 100 won per person. The front tables. After walking all day, I didn't want to sit on a small stool. Got it, this way please. For 101, we were seated at the last row of the 8 immortals tables, but the view was still clear. Listening to the lilting opera lyrics, I soon felt drowsy. Beside me, Shin Yinxiu initially seemed preoccupied, but she quickly became engrossed, clenching her fists, her eyes welling up with tears, and gripping the edge of her clothes so tightly it seemed she might tear them apart. What's there to get so worked up about? I muttered to myself. Perhaps entertainment was so scarce these days that operas naturally captivated the common folk. Seeing her tense little face, a different thought suddenly crossed my mind. I reached out and replaced the suffering fabric with my own hand. She seemed not to notice, gripping even tighter instead. The plot thickened, and the audience below was equally stirred. When the loyal minister was wronged, someone shouted in a rough voice, "Scoundrel!" Fruit peels were thrown toward the stage, though the distance prevented them from hitting their mark. When the loyal minister was imprisoned and sentenced to death at the marketplace, the curses grew louder, nearly shaking the opera house to its foundation. Then, when someone petitioned the emperor, who finally saw the light, and ordered the treacherous minister to be executed and his entire family punished, the audience, who had been seething with anger moments before, erupted in unison. Serves him right. That scoundrel finally got what he deserved. Shin Yinxiu, who had been gripping my hand so tightly it hurt, also stood up and cheered. Serves him right. Nearly everyone joined in, almost lifting the roof with their shouts. To me, this kind of plot was nothing new. The emperor was always deceived, only to regain his wise and heroic image after the treacherous minister had destroyed the loyal one. What surprised me was Shin Yinxiu's intense reaction. Could it be that this wealthy young lady, who had fled to the remote Sanshan village, had some connection to the court? As I was pondering this, the act on stage came to a pause, and the cheers abruptly ceased. Shin Yinxiu sat down with the crowd, instinctively placing her hand back where it had been, gripping mine again. The moment she realized, she recoiled like a startled rabbit. Only then did I withdraw my hand, casually remarking, "You've made my hand all sweaty." "You." Her face turned bright red, practically steaming. "You scoundrel." "Wow, really? Steaming?" I stared in amazement, seeing someone's head actually steam for the first time. But when I noticed her on the verge of tears, I finally realized. Girls in ancient times were different from modern ones. It seemed she was genuinely upset. But even her angry expression was oddly endearing. Her long lashes fluttered, her rosy lips trembled slightly, and her chest rose and fell gently. She stared at me with a mix of wariness and grievance. making me want to reach out and pinch her little face. At this point, I didn't dare add fuel to the fire. Softly, I said, do you want to keep watching? There's another act coming up. I tried to redirect her attention to the stage. She glared at me for a long moment before huffing. No, let's go home. Then she turned her head away, muttering under her breath. Lecher. That insult had no effect on me whatsoever. Fine, let's not watch it. Then let's go buy something else. After leaving the theater, she strode ahead angrily on her own. I quickly caught up to her. Was the play good? She finally responded with a word. I'll bring you to watch it again next time, okay? She stopped, turned her head, and stared at me with those beautiful eyes. Then she turned away, showing me the back of her head as she walked forward. Enough. The corners of my mouth lifted. I just need to push a little more, and I should be able to win her over. The rest was the fine rice and flour I wanted to buy. During the famine year, rice had risen to 30 per jean, and white flour to 41, almost as expensive as pork. Ordinary families couldn't afford it, and mostly filled their stomachs with millet. I first bought 20 jean of fine rice and 20 jean of white flour. If we couldn't eat white rice and flour every meal in the future, at least we should have one meal a day with it. Shin Yinxiu originally planned to buy only millet, but thinking of her seriously ill father, she still bought 10 jean of fine rice and added 30 jean of millet. Looking at the sacks of rice on the ground, she was at a loss. With her small frame, how could she carry them? She could only look at me, pouting her lips. Help me. Are you still mad? I grinned. Humph. She was almost over it. I didn't carry it myself, but waved to a shop assistant to push a cart to the city gate. Along the way, I bought 2 roasted chickens and a dozen sesame oil pancakes from a stall, all for just over 300 won. At the city gate, Jiang Tian and Chun Xiaozue were already waiting. Seeing so much grain, Jiang Tian was surprised. Didn't we agree that I would buy the grain? The shop assistant unloaded the grain, took the 5 when I handed him, and left. Jiang Tian stared at the 5 won, feeling the pinch, hiring someone for such a short distance. But knowing his younger brother's personality, he didn't say much. I opened the sack. You bought millet, so I added some fine grain. Seeing the white rice and flour, Jiang Tian's lips trembled. Spendthrift. Who eats so much fine rice and flour in a non-festival year? If others saw, they'd gossip. But he gritted his teeth and held back. Better than me squandering it all on wine and meat in one go. He couldn't help but ask. I sold the hides and horns. Where did you get the money? I gathered some medicinal herbs in the mountains and sold them, just enough. Digging in the mountains in the dead of winter wasn't easy, but I'd been lucky these past few days. He didn't ask further, taking out a couple of 100 won to give me. Seeing that they had bought the cheapest millet and not even as much as my fine rice, I knew they were still reluctant to spend. You keep it for next time. It's getting late, let's go. It was already close to the Shin hour, and we needed to return to the village before dark. All the grain was loaded onto the cart. With the donkey carrying so much, it would struggle to carry people too. Chun Xiaozue pulled Shin Yinxiu. You sit on the cart. No need. She shook her head and silently moved closer to Chun Xiaozue, keeping some distance from me. Chun Xiaozue glanced at me in confusion. She had intended to matchmake the two of us. But why did they seem more distant now? She assumed I had upset her and secretly regretted not reminding me that haste makes waste. Along the way, she kept praising me to Shin Yinxiu. Halfway there, Shin Yinxiu's steps slowed, and she couldn't keep up. You should sit on the cart. I won't. She was stubborn. Then should I carry you up? I leaned closer, slightly tilting forward. She stared at me with her big, watery eyes, as if she couldn't believe I had said that. In one swift motion, she jumped onto the cart, hugged her knees, and sat in the middle of the grain sacks, her face full of wariness. Chun Xiaozue covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Shin Yinxiu buried her head in her knees, her ears turning red, and muttered under her breath, scoundrel. With her on the cart, the journey sped up. We reached the village before dark. Jiang Tian drove the cart. Let's drop off the grain at the Shun family first. Dozens of jean were too much for her to carry alone. Without waiting for a response, he headed there. The cart stopped in front of the Shun family residence. Shin Lang, wearing a black cloak, opened the door. His face was pale, and his lips had no trace of color. Shin Yinxiu jumped off the cart. Father, you're back. Shin Lang coughed lightly, his eyes full of guilt. Then his gaze shifted past her to us. His expression stiffened when he saw me and Jiang Tian, but relaxed slightly when he saw Chun Xiaozue. And these are the Jiang family's eldest sister-in-law, eldest brother, and second brother. Thanks to them, I was able to buy the grain and medicine today. At the mention of the Jiang name, Shun Lang's smile froze. His gaze fell on me, dressed in a dogskin coat and carrying a large bow. Jiang Chun? I stepped forward and gave an awkward bow. Greetings, Mr. Shun. Shin Lang's face darkened, almost dripping water. He stepped down the stairs. Which ones are ours? Shin Yinxiu pointed to 2 sacks of grain. Just as he was about to move them, I had already picked up 1 sack in each hand, walked past him, and headed straight into the Shun family home, shouting, "Yinxiu, where should I put these?" Hearing me call her Yinxiu, Shinlang's face flushed red, and he started coughing violently, almost collapsing. I stepped into the courtyard, unable to suppress a smile. "Old dang, is it okay if I park my donkey cart at your door?" Shin Yinxiu, caught off guard, instinctively replied, "The kitchen is on the left." With one question and one answer, Shunlang's face turned from pale to livid. I came out and saw his face darken with anger. Quickly, I stifled my laughter and said, "Then we'll be heading back now." Shinlang stared at me, his lips trembling. "No need to see us off." He turned and walked into the house without looking back. Shun Yinxiu followed him, but before entering, he turned back and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang and Sister Jiang, for today." "And me too," I added. "Get in here." Shinlang shouted from inside the house. Shun Yinxiu shot me an angry glare before going in, and the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Jiang Tian drove the car, muttering, "Mr. Shun doesn't seem to like Xiao Chun." Chun Xiaotsue rolled her eyes. With Erlang's reputation in the past, which family would like him? Besides, the Shun family is proud and arrogant. Wanting to marry their daughter is difficult. After meeting Shinlang, she also gave up the idea. This was just a fallen noble family, down on their luck, but still holding onto their pride. I, on the other hand, felt a bit smug seeing Shinlang annoyed. "You all don't need to worry about this matter. I'm your elder brother. How can I not worry about your lifelong affairs?" Jiang Tian's face darkened. "Either find another family. You have skills now. Proposing marriage won't be hard." I smiled and didn't argue. As we reached the village center, Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Ningwen were playing in the snow. Jiang Tian shouted, "Why aren't you home yet?" Jiang Ningwen jumped up. "Dad." "Second uncle." I took out an oiled paper package, and the aroma of oil wafted out. He darted over. "What smells so good?" "Roast chicken. Haven't you been wanting to eat it?" He immediately jumped into the car. "Let's go home and eat roast chicken." The 3 children nearby swallowed hard. I took out 3 pieces of oiled flatbread from the package, handing one to each of them. "Hurry home. It's getting dark." Then I gave one each to Jiang Nungwen and Jiang Xiaoyan. Jiang Nungwen devoured half of his in one bite. He noticed I still had several more in my arms. Chun Xiaotsue frowned with concern. "Erlang, even if you have money, you need to save." "It's fine. Let the kids eat." I smiled. The changes over the past few days were gradually becoming apparent, and I no longer deliberately maintained my persona, only using my rascal identity when it was convenient. After unloading the goods, Jiang Tian returned the cart to the Qin family. I looked at the slow-moving donkey and muttered, "When we have money, we should buy a mule, or better yet, a horse." But even the cheapest horse costs dozens of taels, so it's not something I can afford to dream about for now. Entering the house, Jiang Yulin looked at the grain. "Why did you buy so much? And even polished rice. Can a single deer hide exchange for this much?" Then he saw me take out roast chicken and flatbread, growing more anxious. "Where did you get so much money?" "Don't ask too much, just eat." "Sister-in-law, cook polished rice tonight. Make dry rice, add venison and roast chicken. Let's have a good meal." I diverted the topic. Jiang Yulin poked my forehead. "When have we ever eaten poorly? Who else dares to live like this?" Chun Xiaotsue looked at the pile of grain, a sense of security washing over her, and she couldn't suppress her smile. "I'll go cook. By the way, the whetstone is over there." I took the whetstone and opened the wooden box I'd been holding, revealing the knife inside. Jiang Yulin frowned. "What's this thing?" "A knife rusted like this." "A treasure. Treasure my foot. Rusted like this, no matter how good it was, it's useless now. Were you tricked?" I didn't bother fetching water, grabbing a handful of snow to slowly grind on the stone. The white snow quickly turned red with rust water, the rust layer peeling off to reveal a black shiny blade. "Don't grind it like that. If it's rusted this badly, using too much force will break it. If it breaks, it proves it's not a treasure." I didn't stop. To be honest, I was nervous inside too. I spent 1 tael and 5 coins on it. If it really broke, it would be a total loss. Even though I trusted the divination, I was still tense. Crack. After less than 30 strokes, the knife snapped in the middle with a crisp sound. I stared at the broken blade, speechless. The fracture was even rusted, corroded to the core, beyond saving. "I told you it couldn't be a treasure. You don't trust your father's decades of hunting experience." Jiang Yulin gloated. 1 tael and 5 coins, I muttered. "What?" His eyes nearly popped out. "I spent 1 tael and 5 coins on it. 1,501, enough for a family of 6 to survive the winter, now gone with a crack. Could it be that I didn't draw the divination lot and decided to gamble on my own, only to lose completely? The moderate luck wasn't about the knife. It was about something else. "You prodigal son." Jiang Yulin raised his cane, stopping midair, reluctant to hit me, only pointing and scolding. "You got tricked and didn't even realize it. Talking about family heirlooms, it's all artificially aged." I picked up the broken knife to examine it closely, finding nothing special, and could only sigh deeply. But then my gaze fell on the wooden box beside it. Jiang Yulin glanced at the box. "This is decent. Looks like camphor wood, worth 100 or 201. A flash of inspiration struck me. If the scholar wasn't lying, the box and the knife were passed down together. The knife was so rusted. How could the box remain unchanged? Could it be that the box itself was the treasure? But how could the pawn shop not notice? Unless the real treasure was hidden inside the box. I raised the box high and smashed it down hard. Bang! It shattered into pieces. Jiang Yulin was dumbfounded. What a waste. He had just said it was the only valuable thing, and now it was smashed to bits. I bent down to sift through the wood fragments and picked up an intact back panel. It was heavier than the rest. Upon closer inspection, I found a hidden compartment in the middle. Sure enough, the real treasure was inside the box. The divination that led me to buy the knife was truly deceptive. I pried open the compartment with both hands, and a thin silver sheet fell to the ground with a crisp clang. "This is..." Jiang Yulin, who was about to scold me, swallowed his words. I picked it up. It weighed about 2 or 3 taels. A touch confirmed it was silver. 3 taels of silver, a profit. No wonder the box was heavier than an ordinary wooden one. But when I saw the pattern on the silver sheet, my breath caught. The first line bore 3 bold characters, Thunder Fist. Hidden in the compartment was actually a martial arts manual. No wonder the scholar said his family had abandoned martial arts for literature. He wasn't lying. His family likely had a martial arts heritage, but due to fleeing hardships and the sudden loss of elders, no one knew the secret of the hidden compartment anymore. Fist techniques, martial arts. I couldn't contain my excitement. Who hasn't dreamed of being a martial artist? But I wasn't sure if this was just a street-sold booklet or a genuine manual that could teach real skills. Jiang Yulin stared at the silver sheet and muttered, "At least 3 taels in weight." He had just scolded me for being wasteful, but now his eyes were full of delight. "Father, the treasure isn't the silver plate, it's the words on it." I handed it over. "This contains a martial arts manual." Jiang Yulin's eyelid twitched, and his voice dropped as he read the first 2 characters, Thunder. He abruptly stopped, his astonishment even greater than mine. "Come with me inside." His face turned serious as he held the silver plate and went indoors, shutting the doors and windows tightly. He sat on the bed and examined it closely. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Thunder Fist, 6 foundational stances, 9 combat techniques. It really is a martial arts manual." He murmured repeatedly, then looked at me. "This is a stroke of fortune. Could it be that our Jiang family will truly prosper in your hands?" I had shown it to my father to ask if martial arts truly existed in this world. Jiang Yulin had served in the military and had more knowledge than most. "Father, is martial arts real?" He nodded. "Of course. Which prominent family doesn't have their own martial arts heritage? When I was in the army, those with martial skills became squad leaders or sergeants. Those without any foundation could only be common soldiers. Having a family martial art, no matter how strong or weak, allows one to dominate a region. In times when imperial authority couldn't reach the countryside, martial prowess was the ultimate backing. How powerful can one become at the peak? He thought for a moment. "I've heard that top experts in the military can take on 100 men alone, but I've never seen it myself." I felt both excited and slightly disappointed. Excited that martial arts could truly be cultivated, meaning this manual was likely authentic. Disappointed that the peak was only being able to take on 100 men, not the fantastical martial arts of novels. But on second thought, gaining strength alone would be enough. Seeing my silence, Jiang Yulin said, "This is yours. You decide what to do with it." He showed no intention of asking me to hand over the manual. I smiled. "What are you saying, father?" "I plan to share it with my elder brother and Nungwen so they can practice too, and you as well, to strengthen your body." Jiang Yulin looked at me in surprise. In the past, I wouldn't even share food, yet now I was willing to share such a precious martial arts manual. "You're willing to share it?" "We haven't split the family. How could my practicing alone compare to the whole family practicing together?" Jiang Yulin let out a long sigh. "Xiaochen, you've truly changed." That day, I almost froze to death. When I woke up, I realized how foolishly I had been living and wanted to make amends. "Good." Jiang Yulin's face flushed with excitement. "Then let's do as you say. I'll call your elder brother now, so we can discuss it." The father and son studied the unexpectedly acquired Thunder Fist in the house, but halfway through, they both frowned. It stated that the first requirement for practicing martial arts was abundant vitality and blood, which essentially meant eating meat, refined rice, and fine flour, and in sufficient quantities. For beginners, half a pound of meat per day was required. For those more advanced, at least a pound daily, with increasingly higher grade meat and even rare medicinal herbs needed as one progressed. If these requirements weren't met, forcing practice might make one stronger than the average person in the early stages, appearing healthy on the surface, but in reality, it would deplete one's essence. Eventually, a single gust of wind could extinguish the flame. This, Jiang Yulin clicked his tongue. No wonder they say, the poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts. Ordinary families couldn't afford to raise a martial artist. Just the daily meat consumption alone was unaffordable. I also smiled wryly but found it reasonable. Strength doesn't grow out of thin air. To increase it, one naturally needs meat for nourishment. How about you practice alone for now? We still have half a deer at home, Jiang Yulin suggested. It's fine, Dad. I'll just go up the mountain a few more times before it closes. For other families, this martial art manual would be useless, as they couldn't afford to practice it. If others found out, it might even invite envy or disaster. No wonder the scholar's ancestors had sealed it in a box. Once the family fortune was gone, this thing became a hot potato. But I'm different. I can divine fortune and misfortune. With the mountains as my resource, frequent hunting trips would yield enough game. So practicing this vitality-based martial art wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Yulin pondered. Let's prioritize you for now. Come spring, I'll go up the mountain with you. Once we have enough game, you can make some progress, and then your elder brother and one can start practicing. I nodded. That works. Outside, Jiang Tian called. Dad, Xiao Chun, dinner's ready. Coming. Jiang Yulin reminded me again. Don't tell your elder brother about this for now. The fewer people who know before you make progress, the better. I tucked the silver ingot securely on me and followed him out. Dinner consisted of a large pot of stewed venison, roast chicken, and a plate of wild vegetables. This kind of meal was something other families might not even have during the new year. Chen Xiaozue set down a clay pot. Erlang, what's with that broken knife in the yard? I bought it in the county. It's useless, but the box it came in is made of good material. Sister-in-law, you can use it to make a jewelry box. Chen Xiaozue rolled her eyes at Jiang Tian. What jewelry do I even have? Jiang Tian's face turned red. Come spring, I'll redeem your silver bracelet. She had pawned her dowry bracelet when Jiang Yulin was injured, and it still hadn't been redeemed. You said it. She smiled brightly and went to the yard to pick up the broken box. It's made of camphor wood. A carpenter can fix it and make it usable. Although I had smashed the box, only the mortise and tenon joints were cracked, so it could still be resized and repurposed. At dinner, I didn't hold back, shoveling white rice and eating meat until I was stuffed, joining Jiang Nungwen in rubbing our bellies and exclaiming, so full. Second uncle, the roast chicken was so delicious. Jiang Nungwen wiped the grease from his mouth, feeling like he was in a dream. He didn't know that the friends he had built snowmen with earlier had gone home demanding roast chicken, only to be severely scolded and even beaten. Their parents had cursed me as a spendthrift and warned their children never to emulate me when they grew up. Meanwhile, the Shin family's dinner table was unusually quiet. Shin Yinxiu had bought refined rice, and Shin Lang was eating white rice for the first time in ages, but he had no appetite. Halfway through the meal, he said, Yinxiu, you've had a hard time lately, but one day, we'll go back. She softly replied, but held no hope in her heart. Watching the play earlier, she had felt a surge of excitement when the treacherous minister was eliminated, fantasizing that the emperor might suddenly come to his senses and pardon the Shin family. But after thinking it over on the way home, she remembered they were the ones branded as treacherous ministers and remnants of a rebellion. Forget returning to the capital. Even entering a larger city could land them in prison. She wondered how her mother and younger sister were doing now. Seeing his daughter's indifferent reaction, Shun Lang leaned forward. So, don't let that scoundrel deceive you. You're not the same kind of people, understand? Shin Yinxiu looked up, a hint of anger in her eyes. Dad, I've already said there's nothing between us. Stop overthinking. Shin Lang hadn't expected such a strong reaction and spoke hoarsely. That's for the best. Stay away from him in the future. I know, she replied casually, taking small bites of her food. When she said, it's nothing, the hand he held during the play inexplicably grew slightly warm. That bit of warmth seemed to give her a faint sense of reliance in this unfamiliar place. She closed her eyes and cast aside her stray thoughts. I'm full. I'll go prepare your medicine. Shin Lang watched his daughter's retreating figure and let out a long sigh. How could he not know that a grown daughter is hard to keep at home? Maybe we should move somewhere else, but there's nothing left at home to pawn. After finishing my meal, I returned to my room to study Thunderbolt Fist. The first move is a stance called Thunder Unleashed Stance. Following the instructions in the manual, I memorized the key points and began practicing in the room. Feet shoulder-width apart, toes slightly turned outward, knees bent, hips sunk as if sitting on a high stool, spine straight, hands clasped in front of the chest, fingers slightly spread as if holding thunder, eyes looking forward, and the tip of the tongue lightly touching the roof of the mouth. Taking a deep breath, I tried to sink my energy to my dantian, feeling the power gather from the soles of my feet upward, accumulating but not releasing. In less than 15 minutes, a sour ache spread through my entire body, and sweat dripped down like beans. I tried to steady my breathing, but my body still trembled uncontrollably until I collapsed to the ground with a thud. Sure enough, it's not easy. I crawled back to bed to recover and stood again after 15 minutes. Repeating this 3 times, my stomach suddenly let out a loud gurgle. I thought I had made some progress, but upon closer feeling, my expression turned strange. I was hungry. The hunger made it impossible to continue, so I quickly crawled back to bed. I ate enough to last until morning, but I didn't expect 3 rounds of stance practice to deplete it all. But doesn't this just prove I'm practicing correctly? As long as I can convert the food I eat into strength, no amount of hardship is too much. What my archery lacks most right now is strength. If I have enough strength, my hunting will be steadier, I'll catch more prey, and the two will complement each other, leading to faster progress. I couldn't practice anymore today, so I lay in bed, lit a lamp, and studied the manual. Perhaps the scholar's ancestors feared their descendants wouldn't understand, as the illustrations and text were extremely detailed, which now worked to my advantage. I could master it entirely on my own. It wasn't until the oil lamp burned out that I reluctantly put away the manual and went to sleep. At dawn, I opened my eyes and first rubbed my legs. The expected soreness didn't come. Instead, there was a newfound strength in my limbs. I lightly clenched my fists, feeling a faint surge of energy and blood flow between them. It really works. Although I didn't feel an increase in strength, my physical condition had clearly improved. After washing up, I presented my best self and opened the tortoise shell for divination. Current fate star. Mountain dweller today's fortune. Average minor luck. A layer of ice has formed on Jinshire Pond. Breaking it might yield extra rewards to minor luck. On the eastern slope of Little Black Mountain, a fox is foraging. Following its tracks might lead to a reward. Major misfortune. The Wolf King has been driven to Little Black Mountain. Taking its pelt would bring great profit, but it has just feasted and is full of energy. Approach with caution unless you are fully prepared. As expected, a well-fed Wolf King is even more dangerous. A beast's hunt usually sustains it for several days. However, there aren't any other large prey on Little Black Mountain, and a single young roe deer won't last it long. I can completely rely on the divination to monitor it and wait until it weakens before making a move. Last time I descended the mountain, I had already put it on my must-kill list. I can't allow a hungry Wolf King to roam near me. Skipping over the Wolf King, I looked at the other 2 options. Fishing at Jinshire Pond. Fish are cheap and don't fetch a good price in winter. Besides, the thickness of the ice is uncertain, and after my last experience, I'm not inclined to go. That leaves only the fox. In fact, I had already set my sights on the fox. Its meat isn't worth much, but its fur is soft and warm, a favorite among the wealthy. A single pelt can sell for 3 or 4 taels, and the price for a white-faced fox pelt often doubles. I'll hunt the fox today. The divination slip dissolved into light and entered my mind, presenting a vision of Little Black Mountain. A nearly pure white fox moving slowly across the snowy ground, leaping high several times to burrow into the snow, and emerging with a field mouse in its mouth. A white fox with hardly any blemishes. I couldn't hide my delight. This pelt could easily sell for 7 or 8 taels. I opened the door to my room. Sister-in-law, prepare some dry rations. I'll head up the mountain after breakfast. Got it. Chen Xiaozue immediately set up the stove to steam rice, placing half a pound of roe deer meat on top. Nowadays, whenever I go up the mountain, she's fully supportive. After a simple meal, I gathered my gear and left the village. At the village entrance, I ran into another man dressed as a hunter, who greeted me warmly. Jiang Erlang. Heading up the mountain? It was Chen Xinhao, a fellow hunter from the village. Uncle Chen, why are you heading up the mountain too? He gave a wry smile. Isn't it because you brought back a roe deer? My wife keeps saying I'm just lying around at home eating for free and is forcing me to try my luck on the mountain. But in this dead of winter, where can I find any game? The few hunting families in the village had already put away their bows. Wandering around Little Black Mountain was fine, but going to Second Black Mountain was a gamble with your life, and few were willing to risk it. Little Black Mountain had already been thoroughly scoured, leaving nothing easy to catch except for the elusive rabbits. Ever since I brought back a roe deer, everyone's thoughts had been stirred, hoping to try their luck. After all, where there's one roe deer, there might be more. They didn't know that the family of 3 roe deer I encountered had been divided among me, Jia Fan, and the Wolf King. I smiled without explaining. Going up the mountain at this time is all about luck. Who knows, Uncle Chun, You might see a big red today. In hunters' terms, a big red refers to game like goats, roe deer, or deer. Spotting their blood is a moment of pride for the entire village. Chen Xinhao, with a hint of flattery, said, Erlang, how about we team up? I'll assist you, and you can have first pick of any game we find. He was an experienced hunter and knew that in this weather, relying solely on luck wouldn't yield a roe deer. He figured I must have some exceptional tracking skills. Going alone would likely mean returning empty-handed, but following me might at least get him a share. Naturally, I declined. There was only one white fox, and I wasn't about to share it. No thanks, I'm just wandering around. I probably won't be heading in the same direction as you, Uncle Chun. With that, I waved and headed up the mountain. Still, I didn't sour the relationship. In the future, if I hunt wild boars or black bears, I won't be able to handle them alone. Calling on fellow hunters from the village would be a good option. I circled around the foot of the mountain before heading up to the mountainside. After being silently followed by Jia Fan last time, I became more cautious. I first pretended to wander aimlessly before heading toward the direction indicated by the divination stick. By the time I reached the mountainside, it was nearly noon. After eating 2 rice balls and a piece of steamed meat, I began searching in earnest. It didn't take long before I spotted a trail of small, delicate footprints in the snow, 5 toes spread apart, with shallow claw marks. It was a fox. Nearby, there were a few tufts of white fur scattered around. The fur was thick and sturdy, clearly a good pelt. Here it is. I exhaled warm breath into my palms, rubbed my face to stay alert, and slowed my steps, hunching my back like a wildcat as I followed the tracks. The footprints in the snow were chaotic and overlapping. This white fox had been active in the area for several days. These creatures are extremely cunning, highly perceptive, and incredibly fast. The moment they sense danger, they vanish in a flash. I didn't dare make a sound, circling around several times until my back ached. After rounding another clump of bushes, I suddenly noticed movement in my line of sight. I quickly crouched and hid behind an old pine tree. Glancing sideways, I saw it. Under a hazelnut tree 60 paces away, a white fox was pressing down on a plump rat with its front paws, gnawing away contentedly. A small patch of snow was stained red with blood. The fox's fur was sleek and shiny, and the sunlight filtering through the branches cast a faint glow on its back. What a fine pelt! Judging by its size, it was an adult male fox, and the pelt would fetch a good price. Suppressing my excitement, I steadied my breathing, reached into my quiver, drew an arrow, and knocked it onto the bowstring. My left arm extended straight, and my right eye narrowed slightly. Holding my breath and focusing, the fox seemed to grow larger in my vision, as if it were right in front of me. I raised the bow slightly, aiming the arrowhead at its side. The fox seemed to sense something. It abruptly stopped eating, its ears twitching like 2 small radar dishes, scanning its surroundings. Its amber eyes darted around, and its nose twitched rapidly. A gust of wind blew past, and it seemed to catch an unfamiliar scent. Its body tensed, and it sprang into motion, sprinting toward the depths of the mountain. Whoosh! Just as it turned, I released the string. The arrow whistled through the air, and the fox only had time to let out a short, sharp cry before the arrow pierced through its chest and abdomen, burying itself deep into the feathers. The remaining force pinned it to the snowy ground. I quickly approached. It was still struggling, its sharp teeth clattering. Grabbing its neck, I gave it a swift twist, and the sound ceased instantly. Squatting down, I used a knife to part the fur for a closer look. Nearly pure white, with only some grayish-brown fur under the armpits and on the 4 paws, which slightly affected its value. It wasn't a top-grade pelt, but apart from the small wound from the arrow, the rest was intact. When skinning, I could cut along these 2 spots, and it would still be an excellent pelt. 8 taels of silver, in the bag. Grinning, I hung the fox at my waist and hurried down the mountain as fast as I could. Skinning is best done while the body is still warm and the fat hasn't solidified. Any delay would make it harder. On the way down, I ran into Chun Xinhao again. This time, he was accompanied by a lean, dark-skinned man with bright black eyes, about the same age as Jiang Yulin, carrying a large ebony bow on his back. I recognized him. It was Gu Jinshan, a fellow villager and hunter, known as the most daring in the village. It seemed Chen Xinhao wasn't lying. Ever since I hunted that roe deer, the village hunters couldn't sit still. Chen Xinhao approached me. Erlang, why are you coming down so quickly? Did you get a kill? He had a few turtle doves hanging from his waist, which seemed to be his haul for the morning. Gu Jinshan, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed the white fox hanging from my waist and exclaimed, "You caught a white-faced one?" White-faced was the hunter's nickname for white foxes. Mountain folk rarely called their prey by its proper name, as it was said to scare the animals away. Had some good luck today. Only then did Chen Xinhao notice the nearly pure white fox. His tone turned sour. If only he had shamelessly insisted on tagging along this morning, he might have gotten a share. But then again, even if he had swallowed his pride, I probably wouldn't have taken him. All he could do was envy me. Erling, you've really got skills. Your hunting skills are no worse than your father's. Uncle Chun, you're joking. I just got lucky. I'm far from my father's level. Uncle Chun, Uncle Gu, I need to hurry back to skin this. It'll be hard to handle if it cools. All right, hurry on down. Come by my place another day, and I'll have your aunt cook up a feast for you. Sure. Whether he was sincere or just being polite, I didn't have time to dwell on it and headed down the mountain. Gu Jinshan watched my retreating figure with envy. That kid's really lucky, catching a white-faced one in just half a day. That pelt could fetch 5 or 6 taels in the city. Chen Xinhao sneered. How long has it been since you last went to town? The price of pelts has gone up again. I wouldn't be surprised if that one sold for 8 taels. 8 taels. Gu Jinshan clicked his tongue, thinking to himself how lucky he'd be if one day he could catch a white fox, enough to cover his wife's annual medical expenses. The reason he was the most daring hunter in the village was precisely because he had a sick family member who needed constant medication. Chen Xinhao turned his head. Didn't you say you were planning to go to Ariai Mountain in a couple of days? If you can bring along that Jiang family boy, I'll go with you. The two of them had wandered around for half a day without any luck. Gu Jinshan, having wasted his time, started considering heading to Ariai Mountain. Gu Jinshan frowned hesitantly. Ariai Mountain has too many dens, and he doesn't have enough experience. Besides, if we run into a wild boar, his arrows won't penetrate. Wild boars in the mountains often roll in mud, their coarse hair mixed with mud forming a hard armor. Ordinary arrows can't pierce through. Even seasoned hunters usually avoid them. To hunt one, you'd have to lure it into a den and shoot it there. I've only been hunting for a short time. Even if I'm accurate, facing a wild boar would still be a burden. Chen Xinhao shook his head, but he's lucky right now. If he's with us, we might get a bit of that luck. Who knows? We might even run into a horned stag as soon as we enter the mountain. A horned stag, an old deer with antlers, was worth a fortune. Its hide, bones, and especially the valuable antlers could fetch over 20 taels. Even split among 3 people, each could get 7 taels, and it was easier to hunt than a wild boar. Gu Jinshan, who initially didn't want to bring me along, wavered at this vague and uncertain idea. Let's wait and see. I'll go back and ask Gu Chang and Sun Dachang if they want to go. If we can gather 3 people, there's no need to bring him along. He believed in luck too, but he thought I was too young. All right, I'll wait for your news. There were only 5 hunting households in the village. If all 5 families went together, even one wild boar wouldn't be enough to divide. Father, come quickly and skin it. I shouted loudly before even stepping through the door. Jiang Yulin came out leisurely, calling out like you're summoning spirits in broad daylight. I'm not deaf. Skin what? What did you catch? I untied the fox from my waist, a white-faced one. Whoa, his eyes lit up. What kind of luck did you have to catch a white-faced fox in such a short time? Surviving a disaster brings blessings. Mainly, I have sharp eyes. I spotted the footprints from afar, tracked it all the way, and nearly broke my back. Jiang Yulin's face wrinkled with laughter. Not bad. But don't get too cocky. Plenty of seasoned hunters have been caught off guard, let alone you, who aren't one yet. Then he called out, Xiaotsue, heat up a basin of water. Chen Xiaotsue came out and gasped at the sight. What a big white-faced fox, and this fur. It's gorgeous. Women, after all, can't resist natural fur. Jiang Yulin went back to the room and brought out a blackened bamboo knife. Skinning such precious fur requires a bamboo or bone knife. An iron knife is too sharp and could tear the skin, drastically reducing its value. When the water was hot, he laid the white fox flat on the stone slab, first wiping away the bloodstains, then clicked his tongue. This fur is flawless. He felt along the fox's bone seams before using the bamboo knife to make a small incision at the gap between the hind toes. The blade pressed against the leg bone and moved upward as he explained. Skinning must follow the tendons. Rushing will damage the fur, and damaged fur isn't worth much. His hands moved continuously, cutting from the inner side of the hind leg to the groin, then along the midline of the abdomen to the chest. The blade never went deeper than half an inch, only severing the connections between the skin and flesh. Watch carefully. This step requires the most caution. He held down the torso with one hand and grabbed the edge of the hind leg skin with the other, skillfully pulling it down. The white fur seemed to come alive, sliding off the leg bone to reveal pinkish-white flesh, peeling upward bit by bit. At the waist, he applied a little force, and the entire skin, like silk blown by the wind, mostly detached. He then used the bamboo knife to sever the tendons and veins at the head. With a shoo sound, the entire fox skin was removed intact, from the tip of the nose to the tip of the tail, without a single tear. I watched without blinking, feeling it was an extraordinary skill. Learning this would surely take a lot of effort. Jiang Yulin stretched the fox skin over a wooden frame, tying the edges tightly with fine hemp rope, and repeatedly wiped the inner side with a cloth dipped in water. It needs to dry for 3 days, away from sunlight. Air drying keeps it soft. Then he asked, "Are we keeping this skin or selling it? The price for fur is high right now, so of course, sell it. My dogskin coat is enough for me. I don't need this fine fur." "All right, but we'll have to wait 3 days." He patted his waist, knowing that with me practicing martial arts and my elder brother studying and training, household expenses would only grow. "When the time comes, I'll go with you and introduce you to some people. This skin could sell for 7 or 8 taels, and he didn't trust me to go alone. The fur merchants in the county aren't honest and might take advantage of my youth to cheat me." "All right, and you can also get your leg checked. My leg will be fine by spring." "Don't say that. If you end up limping, no one will take me to Ariai Mountain next year. That place is full of valleys. I wouldn't dare go alone." "You brat, are you cursing me?" Though he scolded me, his eyes softened as he looked at the suspended fox skin. The eldest son had long since started his own family and didn't like hunting, so Jiang Yulin hadn't bothered teaching him. Farming is more stable than hunting. The youngest son, mischievous as he was, had suddenly shown promise and even had a talent for it. Now, the Jiang family had a foundation to stand on, and perhaps there was hope for prosperity. I returned just before noon, and Chen Xiaotsue had already stewed another pot of meat. The main dish was rice mixed with millet, which, though still a bit hard on the teeth, was much easier to eat now. The meals these past few days had improved dramatically, and Jiang Nungwen and Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to have gained weight as if inflated. They had been too thin before, and now their skinny frames finally had some flesh. I thought that once their physical condition improved, I would have Jiang Nungwen start practicing martial arts. Whether he succeeded or not, at least it would help build his physique. After eating my fill, I returned to my room and practiced standing postures while my energy and blood were abundant. 3 rounds later, my energy was depleted, but my limbs and bones seemed to generate new strength. I wanted to continue practicing, but the boxing manual stated that overdoing it would be counterproductive, so I began studying the techniques described in the latter half of the silver plate. The Thunderbolt Fist wasn't particularly mysterious. It resembled more of a physical training guide. The posture for Thunder Before the Strike was a stance designed to dissolve energy and blood, quickly converting blood food into strength. The techniques were sparring moves, with 9 forms illustrated in detail. The first form was called Skyward Strike. Step forward with the left foot, push off with the right foot, twist the waist and hips, and thrust the right fist straight from the side of the waist, palm facing downward, with force concentrated on the fist surface, aiming for the chin. A single punch, with the entire body's strength following through, enough to shatter someone's jaw. It wasn't particularly intricate, but was highly practical. I immediately assumed the stance and practiced. After 3 or 4 rounds, my movements weren't perfect, but I could clearly feel that the strength in my punches had increased significantly. Not because my physical strength grew quickly, but because my method of exerting force had changed, making my punches smoother. I practiced until nightfall, followed by another meal of roasted venison. At the dinner table, Jiang Nungwen frowned and said, "Uncle, when will you go to town again? I still want to eat roast chicken." Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaoyan smacked him on the head with her chopsticks. "You're so spoiled. Isn't venison good enough for you? Big sis. You ate quite a lot of roast chicken yesterday too." "Humph, but venison is delicious too," Jiang Xiaoyan replied with a grown-up tone, then picked up another piece of juicy meat. Life was simply too good. She even felt like she was growing a belly. Grilled meat is practically a waste for ordinary families. Most households with a bit of meat would stew it, making sure not to waste even the broth. It's only because I find grilled meat with salt tastier than stewed meat that Chen Xiaotsue is willing to grill it. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at me. "Second uncle, next time you go to town, can you bring back some needles and thread? I want to learn mending from mother." Winter is indeed the season for mending, and it's normal for her to start learning needlework at 12. "All right, I'll bring some next time." "Thank you, second uncle," she replied sweetly, then added, "Second uncle, do you want a wife? Sister Tiu from the east end of the village wants to marry you." "Hiss," I drew in a sharp breath. "That's none of your business. Jiang Xiaoyan is only 12, and the Tsuyu she mentioned is probably just 15. In this era, getting married at 15 isn't considered early, but I can't get past it mentally. It's definitely because they know Jiang Xiaoyan eats meat every day that her little friends are getting ideas." Chen Xiaotsue also spoke up, "Focus on eating. Don't meddle in adult matters." Having been rebuffed, Jiang Xiaoyan fell silent. Chen Xiaotsue wasn't opposed to Tsuyu because of her age, but because she knew I had my eyes on Shen Yinxiu. She had been fretting these past few days. Chen Dahua was asking for a bride price of 30 taels, which, though expensive, at least had a set price. Shen Yinxiu, on the other hand, her father wouldn't be easy to deal with. But this matter would have to wait until spring. She took a bite of her meal and then said, "We're running low on meat at home. How about we eat some wild vegetables for the next couple of days?" She looked at me as she spoke, seeking my opinion. If it weren't for my insistence, she would have lowered the standard long ago. Jiang Wanwen was the first to raise his hand in protest. "No need." This time, before I could speak, Jiang Yulin interjected. "The kids are still growing. They need enough meat. In 3 days, I'll head to town too. I'll sell the fox pelt and buy half a pig, enough to last us until spring." Qin Xiaozue was a bit surprised. While Jiang Yulin had always indulged me, he had never been this generous before. But since the pelt was my catch and he had already spoken, she had no objections. After the meal, I went out to the courtyard. Looking at the low courtyard walls, I decided to return to my room. My martial arts practice couldn't be exposed, so I could only train indoors. Standing exercises were fine, but practicing moves left me cramped for space. I couldn't help but think of the large courtyard at village chief Chen's house. If I had a courtyard like that, practicing martial arts would be much easier. Save up some money and renovate the house next year. At the very least, raise the courtyard walls. The thought passed quickly, and I continued my standing exercises. 3 rounds of standing, 3 rounds of moves, and I finally went to bed, exhausted. I slept deeply and woke up to bright daylight, feeling completely refreshed. Sitting up, I clenched my fists and bent my arms. The muscles in my arms slightly bulged. My strength had indeed increased a bit, and my muscles were starting to show definition. Though the training was tough, it built strength faster than lifting weights in a gym in my previous life. After washing up, I calmed my mind and cast a divination. Current fate star. Mountain dweller today's fortune. Minor auspicious, minor auspicious. The ice layer on Jinshir Pond has formed. Breaking it may yield extra rewards. Minor auspicious. On Little Black Mountain, a pine tree has been felled by wind and snow. Dragging it back would make excellent timbered. Minor auspicious. In the valley of Little Black Mountain, several dried polygonatum roots are hidden under decaying leaves. Going there may yield a harvest. I was a bit disappointed. All were minor auspicious signs, none of great value. The ice on the pond was probably not thick enough for fishing, so I dismissed that. The pine tree seemed promising, though it would require effort. As for the polygonatum roots, after flipping through the manual given by the pharmacy owner, I had learned a lot about common medicinal herbs. Polygonatum sold for less than 100 coins per pound, and even a few roots wouldn't amount to 3 or 5 pounds. If it were someone else, they'd rush to the mountain to dig them up, but I wasn't interested. After some thought, I chose the pine tree. If it was of decent size, it could be worth a tale of silver. Besides, if I didn't take it, someone else might. The polygonatum and fishing could wait. With the snow and decaying leaves covering them, I doubted anyone without guidance could find the roots. The divination sign dissolved into light, and the image of the felled pine tree appeared before me. It had broken about 2 feet from the base and had only been down for a few days. It was good timber, but I couldn't bring it back alone, so I'd have to take my elder brother along and roll it down the snowy slope. As I watched the remaining 2 divination signs disappear, I suddenly realized something and let out a soft, "Huh? Where's the Wolf King?" The daily divination about the Wolf King had suddenly vanished. Couldn't it have died, right? This thought flashed through my mind and disappeared. Last time, although it wasn't in great shape, it was far from being on its last legs. Plus, it had recovered and grown fiercer after eating the roe deer meat. It shouldn't have died in just a couple of days. Besides, if it really had died, the divination should have shown a great fortune, signaling me to collect the wolf pelt. Could it have left Little Black Mountain? Thinking of this, I felt a bit regretful. I had already added the Wolf King to my hunting list, and that pelt would be worth at least 20 or 30 taels. If it just disappeared without a trace, it would be a huge loss. But even if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have risked so much for 20 or 30 taels with my current strength. Hopefully, it will come back. There are only 3 big mountains nearby. If it left Little Black Mountain, it most likely went to Second Black Mountain. The 2 mountains are connected, so there's a chance it might return. After putting away the tortoiseshell and finishing breakfast, I told Zhang Tian about going up the mountain together. He naturally didn't refuse. There's less work in winter, so it's good to gather more firewood while we can. Even if we don't catch any game, we can at least collect more firewood together. By noon, the 2 brothers were still on Little Black Mountain, each carrying a small bundle of firewood on their backs. Zhang Tian glanced at the mountain. That should be enough. Up ahead, it's all pine trees, and the branches are too high to reach. The easily accessible branches had already been taken by others. Today, they had climbed trees more than once, and their energy was nearly spent. Half a day's worth of firewood wouldn't sell for even 20 coins, but they weren't planning to sell it. They'd save it for winter heating. I looked in the direction of the divination stick. Let's walk a bit further. I'll see if there's any game. Jiang Tian thought it was a waste of effort but didn't want to discourage me. All right, let's go. We climbed further up with difficulty, and I deliberately lagged behind. Before long, I heard Jiang Tian exclaim, "Xiao Chun, come quickly." I walked over to find a pine tree fallen in front of us. It wasn't more than half a foot thick, but it was pine, knocked down by the snow. "Can we take it back?" I asked on purpose. "Of course we can. Give me a hand." Jiang Tian was thrilled. This one tree was worth a tale of silver. "Take it back, and when you get married, you can make a bed out of it. It'll last for decades." The fatigue of both of us dissipated significantly. We tied it up with the hemp rope used for bundling firewood and dragged it down the mountain. Luckily, it had snowed. Otherwise, there was no way we could have brought this 100-plus-pound pine tree down the mountain. Even with the help of the snow, it nearly drained all our energy. When we reached the long river outside the village, we had to stop. Looking at the narrow bridge over the river, I hesitated. How do we get across? Walk on the river. The ice should be thick enough. The ice on the river was about half a foot thick and should hold. But having lived in the south in my previous life, I naturally distrusted ice. How about we put the pine tree on the ice and pull it from the bridge? Jiang Tian laughed. You're getting more and more timid. After getting frostbite last time, I'm a bit scared. Having lived 2 lives, I wouldn't be goaded into going down to the river by a single remark. All right then, the rope isn't long enough. I'll go home to get 2 more pieces of hemp rope and find a couple of people to help. Jiang Tian left, leaving me alone to guard the pine tree. Exhausted from the journey, I sat on the pine tree, eating dry rations and resting. At that moment, a familiar figure crossed the bridge. It was Chun Hua, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. Her face was powdered, making her look more radiant than the average village girl in the winter. But her face didn't interest me in the slightest. My gaze swept past her as if I hadn't seen her. Behind her was Sun Jinmei, who seemed to still be half hiding after being scared by me last time. Seeing that I ignored her, Chun Hua stormed over to me. "What do you mean by this?" "What do you mean? What do I mean?" I swallowed the rice ball and glanced at her sideways. "Humph, don't play dumb. I know you're feeling pretty smug now, thinking that catching some game will get my attention." Huh. I was utterly baffled. What kind of twisted logic was this? It left me stunned. "Fine, I'll admit you're more capable now than before." Chenhua put her hands on her hips. "I heard you caught a white fox yesterday. Give me the pelt, and I'll pretend the past never happened. As for the betrothal gift, my mother said 40 taels would do." I broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, self-absorbed women like this exist everywhere. Seeing Jiang Tian approaching in the distance, I stood up. "Move aside. I have things to do." "What did you say?" I said move aside. "I don't have time to deal with you." With people like her, you have to slap the word move in their face. Otherwise, they'll think you're interested and cling to you, which would be a real headache. Jiang Tian was returning with the hemp rope, accompanied by 2 villagers. Seeing Chenhua, he forced a smile. "Aunt's son, Chenhua, what brings you here?" He didn't want me to revert to my old self, stealing from the family to give to Chenhua. Chenhua raised her chin. "Jiang Chun said he'd give me the fox pelt from yesterday. I'm still deciding whether to accept it." Jiang Tian's smile froze, and he turned to look at me, his eyes questioning. The 2 villagers beside him were also surprised, whispering, "Isn't that fox pelt worth 7 or 8 taels?" Jiang Chun gave it away. "Just like that? No way." Chenhua reached out her hand toward me, her eyes carrying a hint of pleading. The original owner had fawned over her for so long, and this was the first time she'd been this proactive. Smack! I slapped her hand away, leaving a red mark. "Brother, she's delusional, daydreaming in broad daylight." Chenhua's proud face suddenly turned red. "Ha ha ha." The 2 onlookers burst into laughter. "I told you that fox fur was worth 8 taels. How could it be given away just like that? This Chenhua, is she so desperate to get married that she's lost her mind?" I couldn't be bothered to respond and walked away, determined not to have anything more to do with her. How much better was the sweet and gentle Yanchio girl, though it would still take some effort to win her over. "Brother Gu, second brother Gu, thank you for your help." I greeted the 2 who had lent a hand. Jiang Tian had called over the Gu family neighbors, the eldest, Gu Dajiang, and the second, Gu Er. They lived with their elderly mother, and their family barely had enough to eat. "It's no trouble, just moving some wood," Gu Dajiang said. "You all must be tired from carrying it down the mountain. Let us handle it. This is really a fine piece of wood, enough to make a bed." "Where did you find it?" My brother spotted it with his sharp eyes. "I didn't even notice it. That's why your family has such good luck." My brother and I also went up the mountain, but only managed to gather some firewood. The 4 of us chatted and laughed, completely ignoring Chenhua. Chenhua's lips trembled as she pointed at me and shouted, "Jiang Chun, if you leave, don't ever come back to find me. Don't even think about seeing me for the rest of your life." I hadn't intended to respond, but I turned back at this and said, "It's a deal." Then I patted the pine wood. "Double blessings." "Ha ha." Gu Dajiang laughed again. How had he not noticed before that this neighbor's kid had such a sharp tongue? Seeing my resolute departure, Chun-Hua screamed in frustration, jumped up, lost her balance, and fell heavily onto the ground. Luckily, there was snow. Otherwise, she might have fractured a bone. Sun Jinmei pointed at her in exasperation. I told you to have a better attitude. Why did you drive him away again? And you still dare to talk? Chun-Hua looked up at her mother with resentment. If it weren't for you scolding Jiang Chun, we would have been engaged next year with a 50-tailed dowry. Sun Jinmei's voice softened. Calling him a scoundrel, does that even count as scolding? He really is. You still dare to say it. I'll tear your mouth off. You're crazy. I'm your mother. Jiang Tian couldn't hide the joy on his face. He had been genuinely worried earlier. Based on his past understanding of me, as long as Chun-Hua spoke, I might really have given away that fox fur, and no one could have stopped me. Fortunately, I had come to my senses and was no longer the reckless person I used to be. He felt there was hope for the future now. The four of us, though it was mainly the Gu brothers doing the heavy lifting, finally dragged the entire pine tree back home, attracting quite a few villagers along the way. Some asked where we had found it, while others questioned if we had illegally cut it down. Jiang Tian ignored most of the comments, but as soon as he heard cut down, he immediately defended us, pointing to the broken stump crushed by the snow as evidence. I bet the village head will come by soon, Jiang Tian muttered. Cutting down whole trees without permission was punishable, and the village heads were responsible for monitoring such activities. Chen Fengtian would likely come to inspect once he heard the news. What's there to be afraid of? The broken stump is right here, I said nonchalantly. Any mountain dweller could tell the difference between a tree felled by snow and one cut down. Those doubts were just sour remarks. True, Jiang Tian chuckled. These days, I had been in the spotlight, but now it was finally his turn. Leave it here, I said, calling for a stop as we dragged the pine tree to the front of the house. The stretch of road into the village wasn't far, but it was flat and required sheer effort to pull the tree, making it even more exhausting than coming down the mountain. We'll head back now, the Gu brothers said, letting go and rubbing their reddened hands. Wait a moment, I stopped them. Take 3 pounds of millet with you. No need, no need. It was just a short distance. Gu Dajang quickly waved his hand. But Jiang Tian had already gone inside and brought out a cloth bag. Unable to refuse, they accepted it. Call us next time you need help. We brothers don't have much, but we do have strength. All right, I said with a smile, seeing them off. Just then, Jiang Tian said, Uncle Zhang is here. Who? Zhang Chongqing. He even held you when you were little. I rolled my eyes. Why did everyone have to bring that up? But I did remember that he was of the same generation as my father, and our families used to be close. What's he here for? Jiang Tian hesitated. You'd better go in and see for yourself. As soon as I entered, I saw a man with a weathered face. My memory told me Zhang Chongqing was younger than Jiang Yulin, but now he looked like he'd aged over 10 years. Uncle Zhang. I greeted him. I just came down the mountain and need to soak my feet. If you have business, you can talk to my father. Walking into my dad's room, Chen Xiaotsui had already prepared hot water. Jiang Tian and I soaked our feet, and I asked, what's the matter? The news about you beating Zhang Pizzi has spread. Uncle Zhang came to borrow money. Borrow money. I finally understood why he was so polite to me, a junior. Chen Xiaotsui further explained. At first, he wanted to borrow from village chief Chen. 9 for 13 return, borrowing 1 silver tael would only get 900 coins. Next year he'd have to repay 1 tael and 3 coins, using land deeds as collateral. But he would need to buy seeds come spring, and with even slightly poor yields, he wouldn't manage to repay, so he came to our house instead. I clicked my tongue. On paper, the interest seemed 30%, but in essence, it was nearly 50%. You borrowed silver written in the contract, but received copper coins, and when repaying, you needed silver. Jiang Tian sighed. We almost had to borrow grain ourselves. If we couldn't repay next year, we'd have to sell our land. Outside, more voices came through. Jiang Tian couldn't hear clearly, but with my sharp senses, I caught the gist. Brother Jiang, I won't ask for any advantage. Still 9 for 13 return using land deeds as collateral, but grant me 1 year grace. I'll repay the principal and interest the year after. My wife isn't in good health. I fear we can't settle within a year. Lending money isn't difficult, but Jiang Yulin sighed, seeming hesitant. Brother Jiang, you know how the village chief made his wealth. If you don't help, my family won't see through next year. Jiang Yulin drew a long breath. All right then, I'll sell the animal hide and lend you 1 silver tael. Also prepare seeds for spring planting. But don't share this around. I don't want to profit from this. All right, it's settled then. Zhang Chongqing's tone brightened. As they were talking, a cheerful voice sounded. What a fine pine log. Must have been a lot of effort dragging it back. It was Chen Fengtian. After brief exchanges among the three, Chen said, I just came to check the pine log. As long as you didn't cut it yourself, it's fine. It's late. I'll head back now. Zhang Chongqing lingered on in idle chatter before finally leaving. Jiang Tian and I stepped out. Jiang Yulin sat back, heaving a deep sigh. Jiang Tian drank a sip of water. Dad, Uncle Zhang helped our family before. It's just one silver tael. Why are you sighing? You don't understand. Jiang Yulin shot him a glance. I spoke up. I fear Uncle Zhang's few acres of land have long been targeted by Qinfengtian. Now that we've intervened, they won't be pleased. Huh? We're all from the same village. It wouldn't go that far, would it? Jiang Tian looked stunned. The tone of Qinfengtian moments ago didn't suggest any displeasure. Not go that far. Do you know where Qin's 100+ acres of land came from? Jiang Yulin sneered. There's no good heart in landlords. Forget it. We'll lend this once and keep low-key from now on. Neither he nor Jiang Tian wished to offend Qinfengtian, who was both landlord and village chief. I didn't say more, but felt it wouldn't be so simple. Meanwhile, returning home, Qinfengtian immediately called for Qin Yutong. Is Zhang Sampo dead? If not, have him come see me. Qinfengtian temporarily made no other moves, so I could only respond as needed. After hauling wood for a day, I ate a big meal, but still felt sore all over. It took 3 rounds of standing meditation before I could fall asleep. A northern wind blew all night, and when I woke up, the temperature had dropped significantly. Shivering, I washed up and took out the tortoise shell. Fate star, mountain dweller today's fortune. Minor luck, minor luck. The ice layer at Jinshi Pond is thickening. Breaking through it might yield a good catch of fish. Minor luck. In the Xiaohe Valley, several polygonatum plants are hidden under decaying leaves. Going there might bring rewards. Moderate misfortune. The Wolf King went hunting in the Arii Mountain during the snowstorm, but failed, worsening its injuries. Bringing a hunting bow might yield wolf pelts, but beware of counterattacks. It's back. My eyes lit up. The Wolf King that left yesterday had returned to Xiaohe Mountain. It seemed to want to hunt in Arii Mountain while it still had strength, but it failed. While I thought it was a pity, the corners of my mouth involuntarily lifted. Strike while the iron is hot. But seeing the bright red, moderate misfortune, I quickly calmed down. Given my current strength, going there would still be risky, with at most a 30% chance of success. I can avoid misfortune and seek fortune. Why risk my life? I'll wait. Since it returned to Xiaohe Mountain, it proved it couldn't escape the 3 mountains here. I wasn't in a hurry. I'd wait at least until the divination changed to neutral or minor luck before going. I skipped over the Wolf King and looked at the other 2 signs. Jinshi Pond was still temporarily set aside, and I chose the polygonatum sign, confirming its location. After breakfast, I donned my dogskin coat, grabbed Chun Xiaotsui's wild vegetable digging spade, and headed up the mountain alone. The weather was getting colder, and Jiang Nungwen and Jiang Shaoyan didn't dare clamor to go up the mountain anymore. Jiang Tian, who had picked up a pine log yesterday, was eager to join me today, but was refused with the excuse of hunting today. He wasn't skilled in hunting and might scare off the prey, so he didn't come along. I first circled Xiaohe Mountain and then went to Jinshi Pond. The fishing divination had refreshed several times, indirectly indicating that Xiaohe Mountain's lucky signs were dwindling, so I decided to check the situation first. Whether or not I caught fish, it wouldn't hurt. The pond's surface had already frozen solid. I tapped it with a wooden stick, and the sound was dull. The ice was likely over half a foot thick, sturdy enough to support a person. But breaking through it won't be easy. We didn't have ice-breaking tools at home, so catching fish would require extra preparation and be physically demanding. Getting Gu Dajiang and Gu to help might be a good idea. They knew breaking ice could lead to fishing and would surely be willing to help. I temporarily listed fishing as a backup plan, confirmed the ice was thick enough, and moved on. After circling the mountain twice, I reached an unnamed valley and began digging for polygonatum under the snow. I thought it would be easy, but as soon as I started digging, I realized the soil was completely frozen. Each spade strike felt like hitting iron, numbing my hand. Polygonatum grows about a foot deep in the soil, but even that short distance was impossible to reach. The spade was meant for digging wild vegetables and was ineffective against frozen ground. After half a day, I had only managed to scrape off a thin layer of surface soil. Helpless, I took out my water bag, which contained hot water Qin Xiaotsui had filled in the morning to keep warm. Pouring the hot water onto the frozen soil allowed it to soften slightly for digging. After more than an hour, I finally unearthed 8 polygonatum plants, weighing about 3 pounds and worth a few hundred coins. Nearby were 2 broken root fragments, but with my aching back, I ultimately gave up. There was no more hot water, and I couldn't continue. My standards had risen. After such effort, earning only a few hundred coins hardly felt like minor luck. Unless it's ginseng or gastrodia in the future, I won't bother coming. Digging frozen soil in winter was torturous. No wonder no one ventured out to dig wild roots after the second snowfall. I packed up the polygonatum and descended the mountain. As I entered the village, my peripheral vision suddenly caught something to the side. Nothing was there. Who's watching me? I frowned. I had grown confident in my perception, and it felt like someone had been spying on me. After several successful trips, many people had been watching me, but there was no need to be so sneaky. Just as I was about to investigate, two people entered the village from outside. Jiang Chun, back from the mountain again? It was Gu Jinshan and Chen Xinhao, whom I had seen 2 days ago. They seemed to have been going up the mountain together these past few days. Uncle Gu, Uncle Chun, what did you catch today? Gu Jinshan's gaze had already fallen on my waist. There was nothing but dirt. I waved my hand. Just wandering around today, nothing at all. We're the same. There's really nothing in this little black mountain during winter. I silently thought to myself, it's not like there's nothing. There's still a wolf king here. Out loud, I agreed. Yeah, the prey is getting scarcer. The two exchanged a glance, and Shin Xinhao spoke. That's right. We're planning to head into Second Black Mountain in a couple of days. Want to join us? Once the next snowfall comes, it'll be hard to get into the mountain. Second Black Mountain? I had long heard of its reputation. After a brief hesitation, I still shook my head. Forget it, Uncle Chun. I've never been to Arii Mountain. If I go, I'll just hold you back. I'll wait until spring when it's safer to explore. The danger level of Arii Mountain in winter is not the same as usual. I lack experience and am not too keen on going. There's also an important reason. The divination has never mentioned Arii Mountain. If it showed a small fortune with the tortoise shell guiding the way, I wouldn't be afraid. Gu Jinshan said, it's fine. Just follow behind us. It'll be a good chance for you to learn the way. I was a bit surprised. They really wanted me to go. But even though I managed to hunt a fox, it wasn't much of a feat in front of these seasoned hunters, was it? Seeing my hesitation, Chen Xinhao smiled wryly. Don't laugh at us. The reason we want you to come is to borrow some of your recent luck. You don't need to do anything. Just follow us. And if we encounter prey, we'll split it evenly. I couldn't help but laugh, so it wasn't my skills they valued, but my luck. People who often go into the mountains really believe in this sort of thing. It's no wonder. Hunting is half about luck. To them, it seems like my luck is currently strong. But I know myself best. It's not luck I'm relying on. Without a divination slip, I'd be completely in the dark on Arii Mountain. I shook my head again. My luck hasn't been that great lately. Look, I came back empty-handed again. Better not. Chen Xinhao looked a bit disappointed, but didn't press further. As we walked, I suddenly remembered something. Oh, Uncle Gu, when I was hunting roe deer earlier, I saw a wolf king in a mountain hollow to the south. Be careful if you head that way. A wolf king? Really? The two were startled. I nodded. That roe deer was part of a family of 3. I hunted the male, Jia Fan from Changhe village hunted the female, and the wolf king killed the fawn that escaped. No wonder, Chen Xinhao said, suddenly understanding. They had thought there were other roe deer in the mountains and had been wandering around for the past 2 days. They hadn't realized it was a 3-way split, and the whole family was gone. Gu Jinshan cupped his hands in thanks. Thanks for the reminder, Erlang. We'll avoid that area when we go to Xiaohe Mountain. I've been avoiding that area myself lately, I said with a wry smile. I wasn't worried they'd get the idea to hunt the wolf king. Jia Fan's reaction had already shown that seasoned hunters avoid such cunning wolf kings. Not only are they treacherous, but they might also have a pack of vicious wolves following them. They don't have divination to know that the wolf king has already been replaced by a new one and is now wandering Xiaohe Mountain alone. My warning was both to prevent them from becoming the wolf king's prey and to avoid them being forced to kill it, which would ruin my plans. Chen Xinhao hesitated and said, actually, there's a nameless valley to the north that's sheltered from the wind. We hunted 2 pheasants there today, but we startled the nest. If you didn't have any luck today, you could check it out. Only then did I notice that their bags were bulging. They hadn't come back empty-handed as they claimed. It seemed my casual mention had earned me a favor in return. Thanks, Uncle Chen. I'll check it out tomorrow. They were heading to Arii Mountain and wouldn't linger in Xiaohe Mountain, which was why they shared this information with me. At the fork in the village, the 3 of us parted ways. Before leaving, I glanced back again. The feeling of being watched was gone, but it still made me uneasy. Could it have been some girl? Sueyu, the one Xiaoyan mentioned? Unable to figure it out, I stopped dwelling on it and went home. No one at home was surprised that I came back empty-handed. This was the norm for hunting. As usual, I didn't mention finding medicinal herbs. It was hard to explain how I managed to find polygonatum in frozen soil, so I simply kept quiet. After dinner, I practiced standing, postures and boxing. These days, I've been training 3 times a day, and with the nourishment from meat, my physical condition has indeed improved. I can now fully draw a 3-stone horn bow, and arrows still have sufficient power at 80 paces. I estimate my fists now have a force of about 200 pounds, enough to qualify as an archer in the army. But according to the boxing manual, I'm still not considered a martial artist. I'm merely using external boxing techniques to temper my body and enhance my vitality. Only when my fists can exert 400 pounds of force will I be considered a beginner in body-strengthening boxing. At 400 pounds, I could draw a 4-stone bow and would be considered elite in the army. Not to mention that after body training, there are Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin. If one's fists carry the strength of 1,000 pounds, combined with sharp eyesight, one could undoubtedly become a top-notch archer in the world. Wouldn't that mean the whole world would be within reach? I looked at the boxing manual, and my thoughts were no longer confined to this village. I wanted to see the world. With my heart surging with excitement, I practiced once more before going to sleep peacefully. The night passed uneventfully. Upon waking, I divined again. Fate star, mountain dweller, today's fortune. Minor luck, minor luck. The ice layer on Jinshire Pond is thickening. Breaking it might yield a good catch of fish. Minor luck. In the unnamed valley north of Little Black Mountain, 2 long-tailed pheasants are active. Capturing them could forge high-quality arrow shafts. Moderate misfortune. The Wolf King's injuries are worsening, and its food supply is depleted. Bringing a hunting bow might yield wolf pelts, but beware of counterattacks. The Wolf King's injuries have worsened again. I was initially a bit excited, but after seeing moderate misfortune, I muttered, still moderate misfortune, the danger level hasn't changed for me at all. I decisively gave up and looked at the second one. The unnamed valley to the north, long-tailed pheasants. My eyes lit up. Wasn't that the place they mentioned yesterday? What scared them off wasn't mountain chickens at all. It was long-tailed pheasants. The taste of long-tailed pheasants is far superior to ordinary meat, and one can sell for 300 coins. But the most valuable part is the tail feathers. They are excellent materials for arrow fletching. Arrows made with them can fly an extra 10 or so steps, and their power at the same distance naturally increases. No wonder the divination said they could forge high-quality arrows. Perfect. Once I catch them, I'll head to the city the day after tomorrow to upgrade my arrows and prepare for wolf hunting. Although the Wolf King is currently at moderate misfortune, with its food supply running out and its injuries worsening, it likely won't be long before it becomes minor misfortune or even neutral. Then it will be my time to hunt the wolf. Before that, of course, I need to make thorough preparations. North side, I can be back in half a day and still have time to practice archery. My arm strength has improved over the past 2 days, and hunting long-tailed pheasants is no longer a challenge for me. I took the divination token, and the flowing light transformed into a phantom. 2 long-tailed pheasants wandering in the valley. One had bronze-colored scales covering its neck, which shimmered like emeralds under the slanting sunlight. Its tail feathers, over a foot long, were grayish-white with black eye spots, resembling a gem-studded folding fan. Those tail feathers alone were worth more than the entire bird. The other was much plainer, with a dull yellow body, likely a female. They must have been startled from their nest yesterday and were now searching for a temporary resting place. After confirming their location, I gathered my gear and headed into the mountains. But as soon as I left the village, my gaze shifted to the side. There it was again, that feeling of being watched. Someone was following me. Yesterday, I could dismiss it as an illusion, but today, they had followed me outside the village, which meant they had a purpose. Who is it? I kept my expression neutral and continued toward Little Black Mountain. Even after climbing the mountain, the sense of being watched lingered faintly. I glanced back discreetly several times, but saw no one. The person was keeping a considerable distance. With the snow this thick in the mountains, even if they were hundreds of steps behind, they could still follow my footprints. Shaking them off wouldn't be easy. I decided not to look back anymore and turned toward the southern peak of Little Black Mountain. I want to see who it is. After walking for over half an hour, I reached the southern peak, just 100 steps away from where I had hunted a roe deer last time. Passing the peak, I leapt into the bushes where Jia Fan had previously hidden, crouching down and blending my fur coat with the snow. I waited for about 15 minutes before spotting a figure hunched over, following my footprints and climbing up, panting heavily and cursing under his breath. When he saw the footprints disappear at the peak, he looked up in confusion. I saw him clearly. Zhang Sampo. Him again. A chill ran through me. Once, twice, but not thrice. Did Zhang Sampo really think I had no temper? I slowly rose from the snow, kneeling behind the bushes, taking a deep breath as my eyes filled with killing intent. My left hand held the bow, an arrow knocked and drawn to full tension, my arm muscles taut. I held my breath, focusing. After a brief pause, I lowered the bow by 3 inches and released my right hand. The arrow sliced through the air. Zhang Sampo heard the sharp whistle and turned abruptly, his pupils contracting as he saw the arrow flying toward him. Damn! He tried to dodge desperately, but it was too late. The arrow pierced through something before embedding itself with a thud into the pine tree behind him, the fletching still trembling. He froze in place, looking down at his chest. Nothing. But the next moment, his legs gave out. and he collapsed with a thud, blood soaking through his cotton pants. The distance was too close, and I hadn't held back. The arrow had gone straight through his thigh. The sight of blood brought the pain crashing down, and he let out a wailing scream. I stood up from the bushes, frowning. I thought it was a mountain wolf following me, but it turns out to be you. Zhang Sampo clutched his leg, his face twisted in agony. What wolf? There are no wolves here. You did this on purpose. You're finished. I'm going to the authorities to report you for injuring someone with a bow. Just wait to be exiled. I dug at my ear casually. If that's the case, then I guess I can't let you return to the village. If you die here, no one would know, right? His twisted expression froze, and he shivered. At such close range, I had clearly recognized him, yet I still shot the arrow. Injuring someone with a weapon was a serious crime, and if I didn't want to face trial, the best solution was to ensure he died here. Or perhaps, from the moment I shot the arrow, I had intended to kill him? Why hadn't he realized I could be this ruthless before? Realizing I might truly kill him, his anger vanished, replaced by sheer terror. You, don't do anything stupid. Killing is against the law. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to crawl backward. As long as no one knows, isn't that fine? People die in the mountains every year anyway. I still had an arrow knocked on the bow. Just toss you into some den, and by the time anyone finds you, there'll be nothing left but bones. Seeing me seemingly about to raise the bow, he felt a sudden warmth between his legs. Don't kill me. I beg you. His voice trembled. He wanted to run, but his leg was still bleeding, and he couldn't even stand. All he could do was plead. I was just curious and wanted to follow you. Why would you kill someone? You let me go. I promise I won't report you, and I'll do whatever you ask in the future. I lowered the bow slightly. Speak. Who told you to follow me? I don't want to say. I squinted. Or are you saying it was just out of curiosity? I'll talk. Seeing my cold gaze, he dared not hide anymore. Yesterday morning, Chen Yutong came to me and told me to follow you, to see how you managed to hunt your prey. Even if I couldn't figure out the reason, as long as I knew where you went every day, he'd give me 1 or 2 silver coins. So it was him. Land is the untouchable scale of all landlords. Someone had just come to borrow grain the night before, and the next day they approached Zhang Sampo. Quick action indeed that I suddenly remembered seeing him near Chun Fengtian's house before. At the time, I thought he was borrowing grain, but now it feels off. Borrowing grain. Does it require sneaking around the back door? When did you start colluding with Chun Yutong, and what have you done for him? Zhang Sampo hesitated. I spoke first. This is your last chance. If you test my patience or lie to me, I won't hesitate to kill you right now. I'll talk. Chen Yutong contacted me a long time ago. He knew he couldn't hide it. After the autumn harvest, he heard your family didn't have a good yield, so he came to me. He said if I could trick you into squandering your resources and make sure your family couldn't survive the winter, he'd reward me with 1 or 2 taels of silver. Originally, I would have gotten the money as soon as you sold your grain to me, but who could have expected your luck to suddenly turn around? As he said this, he gritted his teeth, secretly resenting that I hadn't frozen to death that night. He dared not show this emotion openly now. He spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, still gasping for breath. His face grew paler, and the blood from his thigh had already stained the snow beneath him red. That's it. That's really all of it. Take me back to the village quickly, or I'm really going to die. I sneered inwardly. So that's how it was. Chen Fengtian had been scheming behind the scenes all along. The Chen family would stop at nothing to annex land. If I hadn't transmigrated here, the Zhang family would have run out of food, and the original owner of this body would have died, requiring money for burial. They would almost certainly have had to borrow grain from the Chen family. If they couldn't repay it next year, the Chen family would have easily taken over the 2 acres of prime paddy fields. But what if they did repay it? With Chun Fengtian's determination, he surely had countless other ways to ensure the Jiang family couldn't pay it back. Indeed, those who continuously annex land are never clean. After hearing the whole story, I mentally added the entire Chen family to my little black book. A blood feud. This debt would be settled. Save me. Please save me. Seeing no reaction from me, Zhang Sampo looked at the blood spreading beneath him and felt he couldn't hold on much longer. He desperately pressed on his wound and kowtowed. I beg you to save me. If we return to the village, I can testify and send Chen Fengtian to prison. Prison? I scoffed. Chen Fengtian was the village head and already had connections with the authorities. Besides, Chen Yutong had only instigated him. Even if Zhang Sampo testified, it wouldn't be enough to convict them. As he grabbed at my pant leg, I kicked him away. Already weak, he fell backward, rolling down the slope uncontrollably. He rolled over 100 steps before coming to a stop. He wasn't dead yet and struggled to crawl out of the snow, glaring at me in fury. You said you'd let me go if I told you everything. I didn't kill you, but whether you can make it back alive depends on you. I turned and pulled the arrow from the pine tree. When I looked back, he was indeed desperately trying to climb back up. On the brink of life and death, it was as if he'd tapped into some hidden potential. The bleeding from his thigh seemed to slow, and at this rate, he might actually make it. But as my gaze shifted to the distance, a gray shadow was slowly approaching. It was the injured wolf king, drawn by the scent of blood. Seeing Zhang Sampo writhing in the snow, it quickened its pace, its forelegs kicking up snow that nearly buried its body. Zhang Sampo cursed as he climbed, but suddenly he heard the heavy breathing of a beast behind him. Turning his head, he came face to face with a giant beast lunging at him with its blood-stained maw wide open. His pupils dilated in shock, and his throat emitted a strange ho-ho sound as he flailed desperately upward. But there was only loose snow around him, and no matter how he struggled, he remained stuck in place. Just a dozen steps away, the Wolf King leaped forward with its powerful front paws, its massive body hurtling through the air like a thrown boulder. It clamped its jaws around his head mid-air. When its forepaws hit the ground, it rolled twice, and Zhang Sampo's body flipped through the air like a rag doll. By the time the Wolf King stood up, he was silent. He had fainted from fear the moment its jaws closed around him. The Wolf King's jaws tightened, and his head burst like a crushed watermelon, splattering the ground with gore. From the mountaintop, I watched coldly, casually wiping the blood off the arrow shaft with snow. I murmured, "Next time we meet, I'll kill you." The Wolf King either heard me or sensed my killing intent. It raised its head to look at me, baring its yellowed fangs and nearly dried gums. I returned the arrow to my quiver and turned to leave. I had given the Wolf King a hearty meal and conveniently disposed of the body. Though I had spoken lightly to Zhang Sampo, a death in the village was no small matter. He wasn't a loner. His family would likely send people up the mountain to search for him. If they found the arrow wounds on his body, it would be troublesome so I headed straight for the South Peak from the start. Now the man has been eaten by the Wolf King, leaving no remains, and there's no evidence of his death. Taking this opportunity, I also confirmed the Wolf King's condition, a tear wound on its front leg extending all the way to its abdomen, likely caused by a horned animal, and it hasn't healed yet. If not for this injury, it wouldn't have been so clumsy when it landed after the attack earlier. Fortunately, it's winter, so the wound hasn't become infected. Otherwise, it would have died already. But such a severe injury won't heal on its own, especially in a state of food scarcity. Let's give you a couple more days to live. I thought as I descended the mountain. Judging by its condition, even if I don't intervene, it likely won't survive this winter. However, if I wait until the heavy snow seals the mountain and it dies, retrieving the wolf's skin might be tricky. It could be devoured by wild animals, ruining the pelt. Having indirectly caused someone's death just now, I felt no emotional turmoil. He had tried to harm me multiple times, even successfully killing me once. The fact that I only killed him now could be considered merciful. Halfway down the mountain, I turned north. Killing someone doesn't interfere with hunting long-tailed pheasants. The sight of those tail feathers alone made my mouth water. I just needed to craft 2 high-quality arrows to finish off the Wolf King. Hunting long-tailed pheasants wasn't difficult for me, but I only brought back the male one from the mountain. Neither of them was in the nest, and after startling one into flight, I didn't pursue it aggressively. When I returned to the village, I deliberately walked around a few times to ensure people saw that I had caught a long-tailed pheasant before heading home. Upon hearing about it, Gu Jinshan and Chen Xinhao were a bit envious. This kid still dares to say he's unlucky? We hunt regular pheasants, and he catches long-tailed ones. One of his is worth 5 of ours. If we'd known, we wouldn't have shared the location. Chen Xinhao turned to him. Do you even know what luck is? Believe it or not, even if we went there, we wouldn't find anything. Gu Jinshan thought about it and agreed. Yesterday, they had spent half a day in that valley without seeing a single bird, so chances were slim today as well. Hunting really does depend on luck. He stopped dwelling on it. When are we heading to Ariai Mountain? The day after tomorrow. With the date set, they each went home. Tomorrow would be a day of rest, and the day after tomorrow, they'd set out. This would likely be their last trip into the mountains this winter, so they needed to prepare thoroughly. Night fell, and Qin Yutong hurried home, saying to Chun Fengtian, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Dad, Zhang Sampo's wife has come looking for us." Qin Fengtian slowly opened his eyes. What for? Zhang Sampo followed Jiang Qin up the mountain during the day, and it's already dark, but he hasn't come down yet. His wife is worried and came looking for us. He added, she knows Zhang Sampo is working for us. Qin Fengtian frowned. Still not down at this hour? The snow hadn't melted, and the night was pitch black. Coming down the mountain was especially dangerous, and one misstep could be fatal. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe he followed too far behind. He hadn't expected Zhang Sampo to accomplish much, merely using him as a pawn to keep an eye on the Jiang family borrowing grain and cloth. Now that the man was missing on the mountain, it gave him an uneasy feeling, and he somewhat regretted it. What about Jiang Chen? When did he come back? An hour before nightfall. He even brought back a long-tailed pheasant. I don't know what method he's using, but he manages to catch something every day he goes up the mountain. Qin Yutong hesitated and said, could it be that Zhang Sampo was discovered while following him, and then, by Jiang Chen? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Qin Fengtian sneered. If that's the case, it would actually be better. Murder is a serious crime. Even if the Jiang family went bankrupt, they couldn't afford to pay for it, and he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of taking those few acres of fertile land. Outside, a woman's sharp voice rang out. Qin Yutong, come out here. You sent my husband to do something, and he hasn't come back this late. You have to take responsibility. Her voice grew even shriller. Fine, if you won't take care of it, I'll tell everyone what you've been up to. Then you can forget about staying in Sanshan village. Qin Fengtian's expression changed. That Zhang Sampo, does he have to blab about everything? Qin Yutong was also furious. I told him to keep his mouth shut. Qin Fengtian took a deep breath. Bring her in. Qin Yutong brought in a woman with a fierce expression, Zhang Sampo's wife, Qin Sanyue. She shared the same surname as Qin Fengtian and, by family hierarchy, was a distant niece. Upon entering, she called out, third uncle. Qin Fengtian showed no warmth. He went up the mountain on his own. How would I know when he'll come back? Don't come here making a scene. Qin Sanyue grew even angrier and put her hands on her hips. Don't think I don't know what you had him do. Didn't you send him to follow Jiang Chen? Now Jiang Chen is back, but he isn't. Something must have happened. Hearing that she really knew, Qin Fengtian's breathing grew heavy, and he slammed the table. Shut your mouth. Why should I? If my husband dies on that mountain, I'll stick to your family and never leave. Qin Fengtian's face twitched with anger. If he'd known Zhang Sampo's family was this shameless, he would never have involved them. But now that things had come to this, he could only try to placate her. Sit down first. He might be on his way down the mountain. Besides, it's completely dark now. Even if he hasn't come down, there's no way to search for him. Here's the plan. If he doesn't return tonight, I'll organize some hunters to search the mountain first thing tomorrow morning. Dead or alive, we'll find him. Qin Sanyue plopped down on the ground. Fine, then I won't leave today. I'll wait here until you find him. Qin Fengtian, unwilling to argue further, waved at Qin Yutong. Find a side room to settle her in. Tomorrow morning, gather a few hunters to go up the mountain and see if Zhang Sampo is alive or dead. All right. At the same time, in the Jiang family house, I sat across from my father and elder brother. I paced back and forth as I explained the situation, only sitting down to take a sip of water after finishing. While I was speaking, Jiang Tian's face was already filled with anger, and he had been holding it in. As soon as I finished, he slapped his thigh and cursed furiously. I thought that old dog was a kind and decent man, but it turns out he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. To think he'd do something like this just to seize land. Zhang Yulin's expression didn't change much, but his gaze turned icy. When I lowered my head, I noticed the veins bulging on his hands. Clearly, his anger had already flared, though he was suppressing it. Nearly causing my death, this was now a life-and-death feud. Trying to starve our family over 2 acres of land, even nearly taking your life, and still refusing to give up. This Qin Fengtian, I truly underestimated him. Father, what do you think we should do? I didn't hide this matter from my father and brother. Zhang Yulin had more experience than I did, and discussing it together would surely lead to a more thorough plan. Jiang Yulin raised his head. What about Zhang Sampo? I had only recounted the events and hadn't mentioned where he went. Jiang Yulin already had his suspicions, but still directed the question to Jiang Tian. If things weren't handled cleanly, there would be no point in further discussion. The whole family would have to flee for their lives. I spoke. An old wolf came to Little Black Mountain. I lured it to the southern peak and bled it, attracting the Wolf King. Zhang Sampo should now be nothing but bones. Little Black Mountain has wolves. Jiang Yulin was startled. Yes, I've encountered them twice. An old Wolf King, very cunning, hides its tracks extremely well. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yulin nodded. Well done. The Wolf King helped dispose of the body, leaving no evidence behind. He let out a breath of relief. If you hadn't handled it cleanly, we would have had to kill Qin Fengtian's entire family under the cover of night and flee for our lives. Jiang Yulin had killed countless people on the battlefield. Killing someone was no different to him than slaughtering a chicken. Killing one was killing, killing two was still killing. If they had to flee, they might as well take revenge first. Jiang Tian had been angrily cursing Qin Fengtian, but after hearing about Zhang Sampo being bled and fed to the Wolf King, and his father talking about wiping out the Qin family, his body trembled, and his momentum weakened. Xiao Chun, Dad. Killing people leads to execution. Jiang Yulin stared coldly at him. Your second brother was almost killed, and all you do is curse a few times. Jiang Tian shrank his neck and dared not argue. I hadn't expected my father's thoughts to be so violent. But thinking about it, if the murder were discovered, it would mean either punishment or fleeing. I couldn't willingly accept punishment, and fleeing would implicate the family. To escape guilt, the entire family would have to go on the run, and before that, wiping out the Chen family was indeed justified. My father, having fought for years, had a stronger sense of judgment. Jiang Yulin glanced at me discreetly, seeing my calm expression, and thought to himself. Jiang Tian, usually steady, lost his composure in such a situation, lacking calmness. Today's matter shouldn't have been told to him. On the other hand, the younger son, though usually unreliable, acted decisively and cleanly, exceeding expectations. If it were a time of chaos, he might achieve something significant. Seeing Jiang Tian still unsettled, he added, "What are you afraid of? No one has discovered it, right? Tomorrow morning, Chen Fengtian will definitely lead people up the mountain to look for Zhang Sampo. You should go along too, and cover up any loose ends." I nodded. As for later, keep this matter to yourself. There will be opportunities for revenge. Chen Yutong and Chen Fengtian won't escape. He added in a low voice. Their entire family can be killed. He patted my shoulder, signaling me to stay calm. He was also afraid I might act impulsively and go too far. Killing wasn't hard. The challenge was leaving no trace and avoiding the need for the family to flee. Don't worry, Dad. I'll act as if I know nothing about this and didn't see Zhang Sampo today. Outside, the nieces and nephews, along with Chun Xiaotsue, were still watching the long-tailed pheasant. Inside the room, the three of us were plotting how to deal with the Chen family. If someone saw the whole picture, they might find it incongruous. As the three of us left the room, Jiang Xiaoyun rushed over. "Second uncle, can I pluck 2 pheasant feathers to make a shuttlecock?" Jiang Nungwen hugged my leg. "Second uncle, I want one too." Aside from the tail feathers, the other feathers on this bird were also gorgeous, enough to make a shuttlecock that would make every child in the village envious. "Sure, take whatever you want except the tail feathers." I needed the tail feathers for arrow fletching, so naturally, I wouldn't give them away. "Thank you, second uncle." Jiang Nungwen jumped up. "Mom, I'll pluck first." "I'll go first." Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't letting her younger brother have his way this time. The feathers were too beautiful, stirring her girlish heart. Jiang Yulin finally had the mood to examine the tail feathers closely. Truly stunning. This bird must have survived several winters, cunning as it is, yet you managed to hunt it. I smiled inwardly. 3 winters or not, I had divination sticks. How about using them for arrow fletching? Jiang Yulin bent down to inspect them. Excellent. With these tail feathers, your arrows can fly an extra dozen steps, and the speed will be faster. In calm weather, within 60 steps, you could kill a roe deer with 1 shot. 60 steps? Too low. After practicing martial arts, my arm strength had increased, and I felt confident that within 65 steps, my arrowheads had lethal power. Of course, this applied to pheasants and foxes. For wild boars or wolf kings, I need to close the distance. He stroked each tail feather. These can make 8 arrows without a problem. 8 specially crafted pheasant feather arrows. I wondered if they'd be enough for a decisive battle with the Wolf King. Let's head to the city the day after tomorrow. Because of Zhang Sampo's matter, the trip to town is postponed by a day. Then how are we going to town? I don't want to walk there. Borrow from Chun Fengtian's family. Zhang Yulin shot me a sideways glance. If you don't go to borrow, he'll think you're guilty. If you go and he doesn't lend it, then he's the one feeling guilty. This time, you don't need to bring so much meat. He'll definitely lend it. Got it. I grinned from ear to ear. Wisdom truly comes with age. Act natural when you go. As Jiang Yulin predicted. Early the next morning, Chen Fengtian gathered all the able-bodied men in the village, announcing that Zhang Sampo had gone up the mountain last night and hadn't returned, urging everyone to go up the mountain to search for him. Gu Jinshan spoke up. There's a wolf king in Little Black Mountain. If you're going up, you need to go in pairs. If you stray from the group, you might attract a pack of wolves. Wolf King. The crowd erupted in chatter. How is that possible? If Zhang Sampo hasn't returned after a night, he's either frozen to death or eaten by wolves. What's the point of searching? Could it be that there's no food in the mountains and a wolf disaster is brewing? Almost every few years, villages near the mountains face wolf or tiger disasters. This era's wild beasts aren't confined to zoos for people to admire. When they're starving, they dare to hunt humans in villages in packs. Sanshan village had experienced wolf disasters more than once, with villagers disappearing in winter, leaving behind only bloodstains. As soon as Gu Jinshan spoke, everyone's attention shifted from Zhang Sampo to the Wolf King. Chen Fengtian frowned. Have you seen wolves in the mountains? The village was too close to Little Black Mountain, essentially competing with the mountain beasts for survival territory. If there really was a Wolf King, they'd have to guard against a wolf disaster this winter. I haven't seen it. but Jiang Chen has. Everyone turned to look at me in unison, and I nodded accordingly. I saw it last time when hunting roe deer. It's about the size of a calf, probably the wolf king. Jia Fan from the neighboring village saw it too. With this confirmation, the villagers who initially wanted to go up the mountain to search immediately hesitated. The size of a calf? That really is a wolf king. Could it have gained spiritual powers? A wolf disaster. Village head, let's dig trenches. Chun Fengtian glared over. How can we dig trenches in this cold weather? Just bring out the chevaux de frise from the village. In these times, villages scattered around the mountains and rivers couldn't wait for the authorities when faced with bandits or wild beasts. The villagers relied on hunters and able-bodied men, and also prepared crude weapons like broadswords and chevaux de frise. Though they were rough imitations, they provided some peace of mind. First, let's find Zhang Sampo. But the summoned able-bodied men all stepped back. There's a wolf king. I wouldn't dare go up the mountain. Neither would I. It was someone else's business. Who would risk their life to go up the mountain? I, on the other hand, volunteered. I'll go, but someone has to come with me. Chen Fengtian squinted his eyes. He hadn't expected me to volunteer, especially knowing the animosity between Zhang Sampo and me. Risking my life to find him now couldn't possibly be out of brotherly affection, could it? Was I trying to destroy evidence? Gu Jinshan followed up. Then I'll go too. Chen Xinhao added. I'll go as well. It's safer with more people. Gu Jinshan looked at a short but sturdy man in the crowd. Gu Chang. I'll go, Gu Chang replied dully. Everyone's going, so it wouldn't look right if I didn't. An old man with graying hair at the edge of the crowd chuckled. He was also wearing a dogskin coat, though more patchy in color, carrying a large bough on his back. His figure was thin, and he looked over 10 years older than Jiang Yulin, in his early 50s, which, in these times, was considered truly elderly. This was another hunter in the village, Zhang Benshan. Only now did I finally recognize all the hunters in the village. Uncle Zhang, you should rest. The four of us should be enough, Gu Jinshan said. What? I was the one who took you up the mountain for the first time, and now you're saying I'm too old. Hee hee, I'm just worried you'll catch a chill. Get out of here. I'm still planning to go to Ariai Mountain in the spring to hunt a wild boar. Chen Fengtian had no choice but to say, all right then, you all go together. Whether you find him or not, come to my house later for 5 caddies of millet. This expense should have been covered by Zhang Sampo's family, but since his wife was holed up at home, Chen Fengtian had to pay for it himself. He then turned his head. Yutong, you go too. Huh? Chen Yutong was startled. Why should I go? I don't even know how to hunt. Just go when you're told. Take a broadsword and follow along. Chen Yutong's lips moved, but in the end, he didn't dare refuse. Make sure to come down the mountain before dark, Chen Fengtian instructed. With 6 of you, even if you encounter a wolf pack, they usually wouldn't dare take the risk. The rest of you, come with me to move the chevaux de frise and set them up outside the village. After more than an hour, we climbed up Little Black Mountain. Most of the group wore animal skin robes, carried hunting bows on their backs, and had short knives or hatchets at their waists. Only Chen Yutong clutched a wooden-handled broadsword, huddling in the middle of the group. Jiang Chun, did you really see the Wolf King? Chen Yutong, who had never hunted before, looked at the snow-covered mountain and felt as if a pack of wolves could charge out at any moment. His legs were trembling. Why would I lie to you? It was bigger than a calf. That big? Wouldn't it have turned into a spirit by now? He grew even more frightened. How about we head back down the mountain? Zhang Sampo didn't return all night. He's either been eaten or frozen to death. What's the point of looking? Zhang Benshan said. If it's really as big as a calf, it would be called the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord was what villagers called the king of beasts in the mountains, usually referring to the strongest tiger. But if the Wolf King was here, it could also be considered the Mountain Lord of Little Black Mountain. Chen Yutong nervously clasped his hands together. Mountain Lord, please don't blame us. Gu Jinshan gave him a disdainful glance. Chen Yutong often threw his weight around in the village, and because of Chun Fengtian's status, no one dared to call him a scoundrel. Who would have thought he'd be so timid on the mountain? Far worse than Jiang Chun. Gu Jinshan turned his head. Erling, where did you see the Wolf King? Let's go there first. If Zhang Sampo's been eaten, at least we won't have to search the whole mountain. Huh? You're still going to look for the Wolf King? Are you all out of your minds? Chen Yutong objected. If you don't want to go, stay here, Gu Jinshan said dismissively. Chen Yutong quickly waved his hands. I'd better stick with you all. He knew mountain wolves loved to attack people who were alone. South Peak, I replied. Even if the Wolf King had dragged the body away, the bloodstains there would prove that Zhang Sampo had been killed by the Wolf King. Let's go. Gu Jinshan took the lead, and the group followed. Chen Yutong, who had fallen behind, hurriedly squeezed back into the middle. Before we reached the top of South Peak, Gu Jinshan's eyes narrowed. Looks like blood. Be careful. In the vast whiteness, The red stood out starkly. The group exchanged glances, growing tense. They gripped their longbows tightly, crouched low, and slowly approached. The snow beneath our feet, crusted with ice, creaked loudly with each step. No one spoke, and even our breathing was held. When we reached the patch of red, Gu Dajiang, who was at the front, gave a low shout, "Down there." Everyone looked down. On the leeward side of a mountain hollow, the snow was churned into a chaotic mess, as if something heavy had repeatedly rolled over it, forming a crust of dark brown ice. The most striking sight was a pool of dark red frozen into a solid mass, its edges rimmed with ice crystals. A winding trail led downhill, as if something had been dragged away. "Is this blood?" Chen Yutong's voice tightened, and his knuckles turned white as he gripped his knife. The wolves ate someone. They really ate someone. No one paid him any attention. Holding their bows, they scouted the area, ensuring no wild animals were lurking nearby. Then, leaning their bodies, they slid down the slope. Chen Yutong, too scared to stay alone at the peak, scrambled and tumbled after them. Zhang Benshan crouched down and used a short knife to brush away the thin layer of snow, revealing a few tufts of gray-white animal fur mixed with some torn pieces of coarse burlap, the kind commonly used for village clothing. He tried to lift the fabric, but the knife tip struck something hard with a ding. Clearing away more snow, his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. It was a few blood-stained teeth mixed with fragments of bone, with large pieces of flesh still attached. It was faintly recognizable as half a lower jaw. Ugh! Chen Yutong covered his mouth, dry heaving. "It's a wolf." Gu Jinshan pointed to several deep paw prints in the snow, larger than those of an ordinary wild wolf. The cracks in the paw pads were clearly visible. "Judging by these prints, it's definitely an old wolf king. Damn it. We're really in for a wolf plague." "What about the person?" Chen Yutong managed to stop retching. He now understood that Chen Fengtian had sent him here to confirm Zhang Sampo's cause of death. Zhang Benshan snorted. "Do you think wolves hunt for fun? The person's definitely been eaten clean." Chen Yutong looked toward the dense forest where the drag marks disappeared, his voice trembling. "Then let's go? Let's not stay here." I didn't say anything. Following the drag marks, I walked a few steps into the forest. When I returned, I was holding a severed forearm wrapped in torn fabric. The blood had already congealed, and the bone at the break was crushed, showing how vicious the bite had been. This might be Zhang Sampo's arm. The person is probably gone. Ugh! Chen Yutong couldn't hold it in any longer and ran to the side of the path to vomit. Gu Jinshan let out a long breath, his voice hoarse. "Let's head back to the village and tell the village chief. We've found the person." Returning to the village, a barricade had already been set up at the entrance. Just 3 wooden stakes tied together. Extremely rudimentary, but if a wolf pack were to attack, it could at least delay them momentarily and give people some time to prepare. The men working on it saw the group returning. "Uncle Zhang, Brother Gu, did you find him?" Chen Sanyue quickly rushed out of the house, followed closely by Chen Fengtian. He first glanced at his pale-faced son before asking, "Did you find him?" Zhang Benshan nodded. "We should have found him." He took out a tattered cloth bundle from his chest and handed it to Chen Sanyue. "Take a look. Is it Sampo's?" The village was small, and those with the same surname shared some familial ties. Chen Sanyue took it, already feeling a sense of foreboding. When she unwrapped the cloth, it revealed a blood-stained arm. She screamed, throwing it far away, but then rushed to pick it up again, clutching it as she wailed uncontrollably. There was no need to say more. This was Zhang Sampo's arm. Chen Fengtian asked, "What happened?" Zhang Benshan replied, "It was probably the Wolf King." The scene was a mess, with a heavy stench of blood. Only some torn cotton jacket fragments and this forearm were left. Zhang Sampo likely ran into the wolves while climbing the mountain. In the dead of winter, the Wolf King was starving, and he was caught off guard and killed. "Ah!" Chen Sanyue suddenly looked up and lunged at me, grabbing my sleeve tightly. "It was you. You killed Sampo." I raised an eyebrow. Chen Sanyue knew more than I had expected. I calmly pried her hand away. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Sampo and I may have had some disagreements these past 2 days, but we were sworn brothers. What reason would I have to harm him? Besides, everyone saw that it was the Wolf King that killed him." "It was you." Chen Sanyue, her hair disheveled, looked deranged. "Because," Chen Fengtian interrupted, "someone bring her 2 bowls of cold water. Don't let her lose her mind from grief." A few strong men stepped forward, holding her down and dragging her away. I looked down at her. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely avenge my sworn brother." As she was taken away, Zhang Benshan sighed softly. Sigh. He had always looked down on Zhang Sampo, but after all, they were family. Seeing him dead still left him feeling sorrowful. He patted my shoulder. "Don't think about revenge. Every year, people die in the mountains. It's a common occurrence." I smiled. "All right." Zhang Benshan didn't frequent the village much, So he wasn't aware of the recent discord between Zhang Sampo and me, which was why he offered this advice. The others, however, assumed I was just saying the polite thing. Chen Fengtian gave me a subtle glance. You all go rest for now. The rest of you, reinforce the barricade. Once the men got busy, Chen Fengtian pulled Chen Yutong into the house. Well, what do you mean, well? Chen Yutong, still shaken, nearly screamed. Wolves. It really was the Wolf King. Its footprints were as big as a calf's. Jiang Chun was telling the truth. Zhang Sampo was eaten, leaving only an arm. I threw up 3 times on the way back. Where did Zhang Sampo die? In a mountain hollow on the southern peak. The Wolf King is probably nearby. Chen Fengtian fell silent. What was Zhang Sampo doing at the southern peak for no reason? Who knows? Dad, why don't we go hide at Big Brother's place and come back after winter? If there's really a wolf disaster, we should run while we can. Chen Yutong hadn't even seen the Wolf King, but just the sight of the scene had scared him out of his wits. Stay home and stop thinking nonsense. Chen Fengtian said sternly. Even if there's a wolf disaster, they won't break into the village. Just hunker down for the winter. Everyone said Zhang Sampo was killed by wolves, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Zhang Sampo had been with Jiang Chun, so why did he suddenly end up at the southern peak and just happen to encounter the Wolf King? But to outright accuse Jiang Chun of murder seemed absurd. Chen Yutong and the hunters had confirmed it was a wolf attack. Could Jiang Chun have known the Wolf King's whereabouts and deliberately led him there? At this thought, Chen Fengtian couldn't help but laugh. If Jiang Chun really knew where the Wolf King was, would he even dare go there? A Wolf King the size of a calf, possibly with a pack behind it, whether it was 2 people or 1, it made no difference to a pack of wolves. Chen Fengtian was just lost in thought when footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Seeing me, he was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, Zhang Erlang, you've worked hard today. I beamed back, just a trip up the mountain, nothing hard about it. Something you need? His smile faded. Here to borrow the cart again. No problem. Just as my father predicted, Chen Fengtian agreed without hesitation. He didn't even glance at the 2 pounds of meat I brought, instead thanking me for being the first to go up the mountain, saving him from losing face. He also reminded me not to go up the mountain again anytime soon. I listened attentively, addressing him as Uncle Chun, and our conversation felt just like family. We agreed that tomorrow Chen Yutong would prepare the cart for me to pick up. As I was leaving, he even walked me to the gate. As we turned away from each other, the smiles on both our faces disappeared simultaneously. Chen Fengtian returned home, and Chen Yutong came up to him. What did he want this time? Borrow the cart, to sell that fox pelt in town. That lucky kid. Chen Yutong took the 2 pounds of meat. And after that, let it be for now. Their family is still far from rising up. They can't stir up any big waves. There wasn't room for 2 landlords in Sanshan village, which was why, back then, when people went to Jiang Yulin for grain, he brought in Zhang Sampo. But in the end, Jiang Chun was just lucky for the moment and posed no real threat to the Chen family. It was merely a habit to nip any potential trouble in the bud. Now that things had changed, there was no rush to act. True, Chen Yutong wasn't inclined to bother either. He just wanted to live peacefully as a wealthy landowner. Jiang Chun, Jiang Yulin. Weren't they all just peasants? As long as half the seeds they lent out were cooked, wouldn't those debtors obediently hand over their land next year? Leaving the Chen family, I didn't rush back home. Instead, I turned on my heel and arrived outside the Shun family's house. There had been quite a commotion in the village today. Chen Fengtian, knowing Shin Lang was a scholar, didn't treat him as a laborer, so the Shin family's door remained tightly shut. Inside, Shin Lang looked much better and was sitting and writing, while Shin Yinxiu grounding for him. After finishing 8 large characters, Shin Lang set down his brush and coughed lightly. What's going on in the village? Why is there so much noise today? I heard a Wolf King appeared on Little Black Mountain. There might be a wolf plague this winter, so the village head is calling for the Chevaux de Frise to be brought out as a precaution. A wolf plague? Shin Lang looked out the window. It seems there's no peace anywhere. Don't go out recently. After winter, we'll rent a house in the county town. The government's inspections shouldn't be as strict by now. For some reason, Shin Yinxiu instinctively resisted and murmured, It's quite nice living here. Besides, there might still be people in the city who remember the past. Humph. Those useless officials probably tossed the arrest warrants aside long ago. It's settled. Shin Lang made the decision without waiting for her to argue. Shin Yinxiu could only lower her head and bite her lip. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. She got up to open it and saw me standing there. Instinctively, she stepped back. What are you doing here? Wait for me here tomorrow at dawn. I'll take you to Yongnian County to watch a play. From inside, Shin Lang's voice called out. Yinxiu, who is it? I looked at her small face. At dawn. I'm not. Before she could finish, I had already run off. Shin Lang opened the door, but there was no one outside. Where is everyone? Shin Yinxiu turned back, her face flushed. Just some village kids playing pranks. They ran off as soon as I opened the door. Hurry back inside. It's windy out. She closed the door and returned to the house. But her mind was elsewhere. Going to the county town with Jiangchen again. Her father would definitely disapprove. But I should at least explain it to him. Otherwise, he'll wait outside for nothing. She decided not to go, but her heart felt empty. That night, she didn't sleep well. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, she was already waiting outside before the appointed time. Footsteps echoed in the distance, and when she looked up, she saw me approaching, dressed in a fur coat, a bow slung diagonally across my back, and a quiver swaying lightly at my waist. The morning light gilded the tips of my hair with a golden glow, and even my sword-like brows seemed to catch fragments of starlight, as if I had stepped out of the rising sun. Shin Yinxiu's gaze lingered on my face. My features weren't particularly refined, even carrying a hint of ruggedness, but the morning light outlined them sharply. A straight nose, a clean jawline, and a pair of strikingly bright eyes that were fixed on her as I walked closer. Her face reddened slightly, and she lowered her head, thinking, I hadn't noticed before, but this rascal's looks don't lose out to those elegant young men in the capital. He even has an added touch of valor. I stopped in front of her, radiating warmth. Let's go. She snapped back to her senses and, realizing how close I was, took a step back. I'm not going. I came to make things clear. My father doesn't like you, so don't come looking for me anymore. As for before, thank you. Her voice grew softer and softer. Though she had made up her mind, she still lacked confidence when rejecting me outright. What are you mumbling about? Come with me. I stepped forward again, grabbed her cold little hand, and started running. She was completely stunned. Hadn't she made herself clear? Or had Jiangchen not heard her? No, that couldn't be. He was definitely pretending. This scoundrel. Both embarrassed and angry, she tried to pull her hand back, but I held on tightly, leaving her no choice but to be dragged along. By the time she came to her senses, we had already run quite far. Watching her home grow more distant, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. If her family hadn't fallen into misfortune, she would probably have been married off to a stranger arranged by her grandfather. But if she didn't like that person, would anyone have taken her hand and led her away? Jiang Yulin, who was hitching a donkey to a cart, saw me leading Shin Yinxiu over and broke into a wide grin. This must be the Shin family girl. Come on, get in the cart. Only then did Shin Yinxiu snap out of it. Realizing her hand was still in mine, she struggled free and whispered like a mosquito, "Let go." I released her hand and turned to my father. Dad, your leg hasn't fully healed yet. Shouldn't we let Big Brother come instead? His leg could technically bear weight now, but I was worried about lingering effects, so I had been keeping an eye on him to make sure he used a crutch. Nothing's not fully healed, it's all fine. Driving the cart doesn't require me to walk. Hurry up and get on. Unable to argue, I had no choice but to let Shin Yinxiu get on the cart. There wasn't much to do today, and we set off late, so by the time we reached the county town, it was already close to noon. After parking the cart, Jiang Yulin led me through the streets and stopped in front of a small shop with a faded signboard. The sign read, Lee's Fur Goods, and a tan sheepskin was hanging beside it. The shopkeeper was wiping the counter, and when he heard the commotion, he looked up. Seeing Jiang Yulin, he immediately smiled. Old Jiang, what good stuff have you brought this time? Jiang Yulin didn't say much. He pulled out a fox pelt from under his arm and gave it a shake. The white fur spread out, its thick, plush texture rippling like waves. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and the rag in his hand fell onto the counter with a plop. He quickly stepped forward, running his fingers over the fur, flipping it over to inspect the skin for any signs of damage. He praised it repeatedly. Winter white face, not a single scratch. Rare. It has to be you. Then, noticing Jiang Yulin's leg supported by a crutch, he added, I heard you hurt your leg. You still went up the mountain. Jiang Yulin stepped aside, revealing me. My son caught it, not me. The shopkeeper looked at me with some doubt. I've seen your boy before, but he doesn't look like this. He had brought Jiang Tian here before, but this was the first time he brought me. This is my second son. Only then did the shopkeeper remember that Jiang Yulin had two sons. He had heard that the second son was no good, but now it seemed those were just rumors. To be able to hunt a fox and skin it so perfectly, he must be quite skilled. What's your name? Jiang Chun. I stepped forward and cupped my hands. Hello, Uncle Lee. The shopkeeper sized me up, pinched my arm, and smiled. Not bad. You look like a good archer. In the future, if you catch anything, bring it to me first. I'll make sure to give you a fair price. Thank you, Uncle Lee. I'll definitely come next time. My father had specifically brought me here to get acquainted, so it seemed this shopkeeper was trustworthy. Forget about next time. Let's settle on a fair price for this pelt first, Jiang Yulin urged. The shopkeeper spread the pelt out on his palm and examined it closely. With this skinning craftsmanship, you'd be second to none in Yongnian County. After confirming there were no issues with the pelt, he said, "The market price has gone up today. This one is worth 9 taels at the standard rate, and if you find a generous buyer, it could go for 10. Zhang Yulin gave him a sidelong glance. "So, are you generous or not?" The shopkeeper rolled up the pelt, glanced at me, and said, "You come by so rarely. How could I shortchange you? 10 taels and 5 coins. Fair enough, right?" He added, "I still have to wait for a big buyer to come along. Otherwise, I can't turn the silver around." I clicked my tongue in amazement. A single deer pelt was worth less than half a tael, but this fox pelt could sell for over 10 taels. They really weren't in the same league. Deal at that price. Zhang Yulin's tense face instantly relaxed. Over 10 taels for a fox pelt was considered a high price anywhere in Yongnian County. The shopkeeper's eyes crinkled with a smile as he carefully put the pelt away. "All right, I'll go get the silver." He counted out a handful of broken silver pieces from a wooden box, weighed them, and pushed them in front of Zhang Yulin. Zhang Yulin weighed them in his hand, picked out one piece, and handed it back. "I have some errands today. Consider this a treat for you." The shopkeeper quickly grabbed it. "Generous. Once your leg heals, come by my place for a visit." It seemed my father had some personal ties with him. He then looked at me. "Next time you have good pelts, bring them to me. I guarantee I'll offer the best price in the entire fur market." "Let's go." Zhang Yulin took a few pieces of silver and pocketed them, handing the rest to me. "Give me your arrows." The second task in town was, of course, to have the arrows reforged. Normally, father and son would go together, but seeing that I had brought Shen Yinxiu along, Zhang Yulin, thinking about my future, wanted us to spend more time exploring the county town. I also wanted to find a place to have my fortune told, hoping to stumble upon another good deal. I handed over the quiver. "Dad, don't forget to buy ice picks and chisels." "Got it. Off you go." Before leaving, he glanced at Shen Yinxiu and smiled with great satisfaction. It seemed he was relieved that his son's marriage prospects wouldn't require too much effort on his part. However, Shen Yinxiu's father had high ambitions, so we would need to save up more for the betrothal gifts. It looked like we'd have to head to Ariai Mountain again next spring. With that thought, he quickened his pace. After separating, I quietly took Shen Yinxiu's hand again. "You don't." I pretended not to hear. "Let's eat first. Maybe there will be a good performance at the theater today." Holding her hand, I led her into a small eatery, ordered some dishes, and then took out the tortoiseshell. Yesterday, I went up the mountain to search for someone and didn't have time to divine. First, there was no time, and second, I wanted to see if the energy accumulated in the tortoiseshell could be preserved. As my fingertips touched it, the divination appeared. Fate star, mountain villager, today's fortune, average. On East Market Street, someone is selling a formula for beast-attracting incense. Purchasing it might aid in hunting da. Minor luck, the daughter of martial arts hall owner Hong Hatai, Hong Qingyan, has gone missing in Yongnian County. They are currently entrusting Jewel Tower to search for her. If you find clues, you can exchange them for a reward at Jewel Tower. Moderate misfortune, a wealthy young lady has fallen into a life of hardship at Huaxiang Tower. Rescuing her would yield a generous reward, but beware of potential retaliation. Looking at the tortoise shell, which quickly dimmed after the divination, I felt a bit disappointed. Divination attempts couldn't be stored. Skipping yesterday's divination meant I could still only divine once today. I examined the divination slips closely. The first one, the beast-attracting incense, was a common ointment used by hunters. While it could be purchased on the market, the formula was rarely sold. This could be a sustainable source of income. However, the seller wouldn't be foolish, and the price would likely be high. It wasn't exactly a bargain, which was probably why it was only rated as average. The second one made me frown. The martial arts hall owner's daughter was missing, and providing clues could earn a reward at Jewel Tower? Why would a missing person case be entrusted to a theater? Could it be that Jewel Tower was involved in more than just performances? Unfortunately, the divination didn't provide more details. The third one was similar to last time. It seemed that the wealthy young lady who had fallen into hardship still hadn't been rescued. Unfortunately, it was marked as moderate misfortune, so I ignored it outright. After a brief hesitation, I chose the second slip. The slip dissolved into light, and a vision of a two-story building appeared before me. The eaves were adorned with red lanterns, and upstairs, women in thin, revealing clothing swayed their hips to attract customers. Huaxiang Tower. I was taken aback. Could it be that the martial arts hall owner's daughter had been abducted to Huaxiang Tower? I then looked at the third slip. Rescue the wealthy young lady from hardship. Could it also be referring to Hong Qingyan? It couldn't be such a coincidence that Huaxiang Tower had abducted two wealthy young ladies at once. The two divination slips seemed to point to the same matter. It seemed that Yongnian County wasn't a place where opportunities came easily. I weighed my options. Providing clues could earn a reward at Jewel Tower, but if I rescue her myself, I could claim Hong Hatai's bounty directly. cutting out the middleman and potentially earning several times more. But on second thought, I decided against it. It was marked as moderate misfortune. I could divine every day, and even 10 times the reward wasn't worth the risk. With the tortoise shell in hand, playing it safe was the way to go. Just as I was about to put the tortoise shell away, I suddenly froze. After taking the Hong Qingyan slip, the other two hadn't disappeared. Normally, taking one slip would cause the others to return to the tortoise shell. Could it be that while the tortoise shell's energy can't be stored, the number of draws can? My eyes lit up. This was an unexpected discovery. In the future, I wouldn't necessarily have to draw every day. If I wasn't satisfied with the divination, I could simply wait until the next day to draw again. Not bad, this wasn't a wasted attempt. Across from me, Shen Yinxiu suddenly spoke. What are you thinking about? I snapped back to reality and looked at her. Her plate of food had been stirred into a mess, clearly showing she was distracted. I smiled faintly. What's wrong? Don't like today's dishes. She looked up, her tone anxious. My father, he would never allow it. You shouldn't think about this anymore. The words, marry me, ultimately went unsaid, but her fingers gripping the chopsticks had turned pale from the pressure. Old Deng, I said nonchalantly. What does it matter if he disagrees? As long as you agree, isn't that enough? Old Deng. She was momentarily stunned, but she didn't have the mind to dwell on the nickname. She hurriedly argued. Marriage is decided by parental orders and matchmakers' words. How could it be up to us? I reached out and gently brushed aside the strands of hair hanging over her cheek with my index finger, revealing her delicate, pitifully charming face. So, does this mean you agree to marry me? Her cheeks flushed red, the color spreading all the way to the tips of her ears, and there were signs of steam rising from her head again. I never said that, she stammered, though a hint of panic stirred in her heart. Just now, she hadn't even thought of refuting him. She vaguely felt that if her father agreed, it might not be impossible. But then, a wave of annoyance surged within her, parading her around town hand in hand, and now asking such a question. Truly a scoundrel. Seeing her shy and annoyed expression, with the corners of her eyes tinged red, the smile on my lips grew even wider. Eating, sleeping, and teasing girls, truly the joys of life. I hadn't expected things to progress this quickly, but then again, this wasn't the modern era. Holding hands seemed enough to seal a lifelong commitment. I stopped teasing her and gently held the hand she had placed on the table. Her fingertips were slightly cool and trembled for a moment, but she didn't pull away. Don't worry, I said, my voice deep and resolute. I'll handle old Deng. You just wait. She lowered her head, her long hair covering half her face, letting me hold her hand. She gave a soft hum in response, but said nothing. Noticing she had lost interest in eating, I pulled her to her feet. Come on, let's take a stroll through the market. The East Market wasn't crowded today, and it didn't take me much effort to find the stall selling the recipe for beast lure incense. A large cloth spread out on the street, with Zhang family beast lure incense written on it. On the ground, 3 crooked characters were carved, selling recipes. Simple and straightforward. I had seen this stall the last time I came, but back then, they only sold incense. This time, they were selling the recipe. Behind the stall sat an old man with a ruddy, weathered face, wearing a fur coat, looking like he had once been a hunter. You're selling the recipe for beast lure incense too? The old man sized me up and, seeing I was dressed like a hunter, replied, 5 taels of silver, and the recipe is yours. That expensive? 5 taels could buy 4 or 5 pigs weighing 100 pounds each. The old man grew impatient. Haven't you heard of the Zhang family beast lure incense? Once the scent spreads, your traps will have at least a 20 to 30% higher chance of catching something. Only 20 to 30%, I muttered. Thinking about my rabbit traps, which only caught something once every few days, a 20 to 30% increase might not even be noticeable. Only, the old man looked at me suspiciously. Have you ever hunted in the mountains? I smiled without answering and instead asked, does it work on tigers or wolves? The old man sneered. Kid, did you steal your old man's bow to show off? Who goes into the mountains to hunt tigers or wolves? So it doesn't work? If it worked on the Wolf King, 5 taels might be worth it. Of course not. Carnivorous beasts don't respond to beast lure incense. If you really want to hunt tigers or wolves, just bring some fresh meat. Why bother with all this trouble? I changed my mind and thought it made sense. That old Wolf King couldn't get into Ariai Mountain and was starving in Xiaohe Mountain. Bringing some fresh meat over should make it easy to lure him out. But that didn't stop me from haggling. If that's the case, this price is too high. Cut it in half. 2 taels and 5 chien, and I'll take it. The old man's eyes widened, almost blowing his beard in anger. I'm only selling this once in Yongnian County. Once you buy the recipe, you can sell it under the Zhang family's Beast Lure Incense brand, and I guarantee you won't have to worry about sales. And you think this price is high? No wonder it was so expensive. It wasn't just the recipe, but also the exclusive brand. But I wasn't going to give in so easily. Still too expensive. I don't have that much money. No money. If you don't have money, stop wasting my time and get lost. The old man waved me off. I finally understood why everyone knew the recipe was good, but it hadn't sold. Besides the high price, his temper was terrible. He'd chase people off after just a few words. My interest waned. After all, I had the tortoise shell and didn't have much need for beast lure incense. Its biggest use would just be to bring in some extra income for the family. Just as I was about to leave, a man hurried over. "Dad, why are you still here? Everything's packed up. We're just waiting on you." "Don't rush me. The recipe hasn't sold yet," the old man grumbled. "Forget it if it doesn't sell. We're not short of a few tails." I sized up the man, dressed in a deep blue cotton robe, the fabric much finer than usual. His family seemed well off. His face bore a 6-point resemblance to the old man, likely his son. "Bah, what do you mean we're not short? Once we get to the county capital, there'll be plenty of places to spend money." "Enough. Delaying the caravan isn't just about a few tails. Let's go." The man tugged at him to leave. The old man hesitated, then suddenly looked at me as I was about to turn away. He quickly waved me over. "Hey, kid, come here. For tails, and the recipe is yours." I understood then. The old man, after years of business, was suddenly selling his recipe because he was leaving and wanted to make one last profit. But knowing this, how could I let him have his way? I spoke slowly. "You're leaving soon. What if I can't make beast lure incense with this recipe? I, Zhang Dafu, have been in business for years. Do you think I'd cheat you out of 4 tails before leaving? Take it or leave it." "Enough. Let's go." The man tugged at him again, clearly thinking I didn't look like someone who could produce 4 tails. I stood there smiling, unmoving. 3 tails and 5 chien, take it." I remained unfazed. 3 tails. The old man stomped his foot in anger and pulled out an oiled paper from his sleeve. "I'll throw in all the ready-made beast lure incense at the stall. If you can't make it, come find me, Zhang Dafu, in the county capital, and I'll chop my head off for you. This is the lowest price. Any lower, and I'll tear it up and not sell it." All right. Seeing he was about to tear it up, I reluctantly agreed. With his temper, pushing further might really make him destroy it. The old man immediately shook off his son's hand. "Don't move. Not until I get the silver." I took out 3 small silver ingots, exchanging money for goods. Once he had the silver, the old man didn't even bother packing up his stall before being dragged away. I unfolded the oiled paper. It listed various ingredients, none of which were rare herbs, easy to gather. Shen Yinxiu hadn't said a word the whole time, but she wasn't an inexperienced village girl. Naturally, she knew the recipe was worth far more than 3 tails. Once again, I'd scored a bargain. "How do you always run into things like this?" she couldn't help but ask. "Because I can read fortunes," I said, putting the recipe away, feeling pleased. It seemed even an ordinary fortune could yield unexpected rewards. Bah, just some con artist nonsense. She clearly didn't believe I could read fortunes, thinking I was just teasing her. Now that we were more familiar, she no longer blushed at every little thing I said, but only when no one else was around. When I casually took her hand, she nervously glanced around, her cheeks turning a rosy red. "Let's go to the theater and see what's playing today." Back at Jewel Tower, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. How could such a small county like Yongyan sustain such a large theater? It had to be involved in other businesses, like helping people find someone. The waiter came out to greet us. "Please come in, you two. Today, we're performing The Legend of the Crimson Phoenix, and it's just at the part where the Azure Cloud Temple is set ablaze." Saying this, he led us toward the general seating area. I waved my hand. "Find us a spot closer to the front." The waiter was momentarily stunned. Seeing Shun Yinxiu's delicate beauty, he seemed to understand something and grinned. "Got it, right this way. I'll bring you tea and some fruit." The front row seats cost a bit more, but now that I had some confidence in my finances, I didn't mind spending a little extra. Besides, sitting up front gave a clearer view, and I wanted to see what made this jewel tower so special. Shen Yinxiu whispered. "Actually, the back seats are just as good." She knew I hadn't paid much attention the last time we watched a play and thought my choice of front row seats this time was mostly for her. Though she said this, her face couldn't hide a trace of excitement. A young girl's heart is always moved by such thoughtful gestures. This has been true throughout history. "It's fine. I want to take a closer look too." I didn't explain further and led her to our seats. The waiter brought over tea and fruit just as the performance began. The gongs and drums sounded, the curtain was flung open, and out stepped a woman dressed in a crimson and gold embroidered phoenix robe, adorned with a pearl and jade phoenix crown. Her face was painted with heavy makeup, a red duck graced her forehead, and she was as stunning as a painting. The moment she appeared, the previously noisy stage fell silent. This must be the lead, Crimson Phoenix. Crimson Phoenix took 7 graceful steps forward, raised her flowing sleeves, and spun half a circle. Her fiery red palace robe billowed like a waterfall, and the golden bells on her wrists chimed with a crisp ding, resembling a fire phoenix spreading its wings and crying out in sorrow. Her almond-shaped eyes, like peach blossoms, glanced sideways at the audience below, her gaze rippling like dew-laden pear blossoms, carrying a hint of coy anger. As soon as she established her presence, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. The crowd today was at least twice as large as before, likely drawn by this crimson phoenix. So beautiful. Shen Yinxiu was instantly captivated the moment she appeared, completely immersed in the performance. I, too, was momentarily entranced upon first seeing her. Her waist swayed like a willow in the wind. Her face was as alluring as a peach blossom, and her beauty was unparalleled, a stark contrast to Shen Yinxiu's type. However, I couldn't tell if she was male or female. Many opera troupes had male actors playing female roles, and it was entirely possible that this graceful crimson phoenix was actually a man. The thought that she might be a male performer made me view her with a bit more caution, even as I admired her. After singing the opening lines, another woman appeared. She was half a head shorter, her costume less elaborate than Crimson Phoenix's, wearing a bean-green short outfit with a skirt hem cut narrowly, revealing half of her snow-white calves. Her face wasn't as striking as Crimson Phoenix's, but she had a lively charm. Judging by the blue mandarin duck patterns on her costume, she was likely Crimson Phoenix's maidservant. Next, a Taoist priest entered, holding a horsetail whisk and angrily denouncing the demon. After the opening lines were sung, I roughly understood the plot. It was essentially a phoenix version of the legend of the White Snake. The Phoenix Maiden and her maidservant Jin Yuan descend to the mortal world and fall in love with a mortal scholar. The Azure Cloud Taoist comes to capture the demons, and this scene depicts the Taoist ruining Crimson Phoenix's romance, prompting her to set the Azure Cloud Temple ablaze. It seems that no matter the world, scholars' fantasies are quite similar. After the singing came the fight scenes. Crimson Phoenix, in her palace robe, moved with agility, her movements as fiery and graceful as a phoenix in flight. Her sleeves cracked sharply in the air like phoenix cries, forcing the Azure Cloud Taoist to retreat repeatedly, struggling to defend himself. The audience's cheers rose and fell, as most had never seen such an exciting fight scene. Shen Yinxiu was so engrossed that her palms were sweating, her face flushed, and she occasionally joined in the loud cheers. My expression, however, was a bit peculiar. After practicing Thunderbolt Fist, my eyesight had improved, and I could tell these performers truly had martial skills. Crimson Phoenix's punches could make the air crackle, at least at the level of Ming Jin, visible strength. These three were entirely different from the ordinary actors I'd seen before. Could they be the ones who came to Yongnian County looking for Hong Qingyan? Jewel Tower hasn't performed these kinds of plays before, right? Combining this with the divination, I felt I had pieced together most of the puzzle. Next, I just needed to find Crimson Phoenix to complete the task. The play ended with Crimson Phoenix setting the Azure Cloud Temple ablaze. The Taoists suddenly used a magical artifact to suppress her under the demon-suppressing pagoda, while Jin Yuan fled in panic. The three parties exited the stage, concluding this act. The next performance was the same anti-traitor play as last time. To see the continuation of the legend of the Crimson Phoenix, we would have to return tomorrow. The audience, thoroughly entertained, was unwilling to leave. Many stood up, shouting for an encore, and the commotion grew louder and louder. The shopkeeper could only come on stage to apologize, saying that Lady Danfeng was delicate and frail and could only perform one show a day. With a beauty as a shield, the commotion temporarily subsided, though some left dissatisfied, planning to return tomorrow to watch again. Shen Yinxiu took a long time to recover, murmuring, "If only I could meet Fairy Danfeng." The next time she entered the city was uncertain, and by then, the play would likely be over, and Danfeng would no longer be in Yongnian County. I stood up and took her hand. "Come, I'll take you to meet Danfeng." She didn't react immediately, first letting out an "ah," then quickly coming to her senses. "What are you thinking? How could Fairy Danfeng possibly meet us?" I was just saying it. Given the fervent crowd just now, if it were possible to meet her privately, it wouldn't be our turn. I smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Before she could say more, I was already pulling her toward the backstage of the theater, where we ran into the shopkeeper wiping his sweat. Without beating around the bush, I said, "Shopkeeper, hold on. We want to meet Miss Danfeng." The shopkeeper turned around, glanced at my slightly worn leather jacket, then at the delicate Shen Yinxiu, assuming this hunter wanted to show off in front of his family. On a normal day, he might have responded politely, but today he was exhausted and impatiently waved his hand. "Move aside quickly. Miss Danfeng doesn't meet outsiders." Shen Yinxiu tugged at my sleeve, signaling to let it go. Before I could reply, A raspy voice came from behind. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Someone like you wants to meet Miss Damfing.